of Squadron A. One of the reasons why the RST coup failed was that planning too far ahead had alerted the pro-Mossadegh forces. The swift and ad hoc command system employed by the collaborationist high-ranking officers on 28 Mordad assured success in putting much-needed tanks into the hands of anti-Mossadegh forces. Events proved that the colonels who came to Sultanate in effect ordered the tanks and their crews into another ingenious trap. The tanks were ordered to proceed to designated areas which had already been occupied by the RUF ANS, where the tanks would be encircled, boarded and hijacked. Among this group of military officers could have been those who intervened at Sultanate on the eve of 28 Mordad to change the officers on guard and ensure that Squadron A would be infiltrated by collaborationist officers. 21 The colonels' presence at Sultanate and their orders at that time could not have been at the behest of pro-Mossadegh officers, since it was not until about 9:30 am that Mossadegh and Sadiki started receiving news about the disturbances in the city and began making calls to Riahi, Ashra and Modaber. Major Azad Amir Khalili's Squadron B left Sultanate after 9:00 am. He commanded 8 tanks composed of M4 Shermans and M24s. It is not known where Amir Khalili was ordered to lead his tanks. His SPC mission remains equally unknown. It can only be inferred that Amir Khalili, very much like Iravani of Squadron A and Korbanejad of Squadron C, set out thinking that his mission was to ensure public order and peace and ended up entrapped by the RUF ANS. How he lost control of his 8 tanks is an enigma. What is known is that Amir Khalili was at the fuel station on Sada Street along with commanders and hijackers of Squadrons A, C and D. At around 4:30 p.m. Amir Khalili went to Colonel Momtaz at Mossadegh's house and requested a meeting with Mossadegh. 22 According to Colonel Momtaz, whose loyalty to Mossadegh always remained irreproachable, Amir Khalili was eager to report on the ill fate of his tank squadron, his mismanagement, and how the tanks under his command had become dispersed. 23 By reporting to Mossadegh, who at the time was still the Minister of War and the Prime Minister, Amir Khalili wished to get off his chest the ordeal of the loss of his tanks. Amir Khalili was not a collaborationist officer, on the contrary, he was considered to be a most loyal officer to Mossadegh. 24 By going to Mossadegh's house to report on his misfortunes, when Mossadegh's house was under heavy re by some of Amir Khalili's own tanks, Amir Khalili was proving his personal loyalty to Mossadegh. Yet the key question remains regarding what happened to the 8 tanks of Squadron B, as commanded by Amir Khalili. Colonel Momtaz maintained that Amir Khalili's tank Squadron B was part of the assault column led by Lieutenant General Kiani's Squadron D-25. This would imply that at some point Amir Khalili handed over the command of his tanks to his superior officer, Lieutenant General Kiani, the commander of the infantry and tank assault column. On the basis of this report, then, the tanks of Squadron D were made up of Amir Khalili's tanks and the two in effect became one and the same. Squadron C delivered to the coup forces. After Amir Khalili left Sultanate, it was Korbanejad who was ordered to lead Squadron C from Sultanate towards the Kasr garrison, the headquarters of the 1st Armored Brigade commanded by Colonel Nozari. Like Iravani, the commander of Squadron A, who was a clandestine member of the military organization of the Today Party, House Hank Korbanejad was a member of this same organization, and therefore it would be safe to assume that he was opposed to a Shah Zahidi coup. 26 Korbanejad was also given a life sentence with hard labor after the military organization of the Today Party was discovered in 1954. 27 Korbanejad and his 4 tanks had to cover 6 kilometers. On his way to Kasr garrison, Korbanejad was contacted and ordered to place 2 of his tanks at the entrance of Tehran Radio's broadcasting station, only a few hundred meters away from the Kasr garrison, and to take his other 2 tanks to the garrison. 28 At around noon Korbanejad witnessed the arrival of a bus LED with demonstrators chanting "Long live the Shah" in front of the garrison on the old Shemiran Street. At this time, an officer from the Kasr garrison approached Korbanejad and informed him that Colonel Nozari, commander of the 1st Armored Brigade, had summoned him. In his absence, Korbanejad appointed a corporal to take charge of his tanks and the protection of Tehran Radio's broadcasting station, and rushed to Nozari. Having waited a long time in vain to meet with Nozari, Korbanejad was then told to go back to Tehran Radio's broadcasting station. 29 By the time Korbanejad returned to the broadcasting station, he realized that Nozari's simple ruse had worked, as he was told by the corporal he had put in charge that in his absence Prince Gholam Reza Pahlavi and Zahidi had come to the station, seated on a tank, and had subsequently sent their messages. 30 Korbanejad concluded that luring him away from his post was part of a plan. 31 The fact that Zahidi had already sent his message meant that, without any resistance from the two tanks supposedly defending the broadcasting station, the station had fallen into the hands of the insurgents. Korbanejad recalled that he was once again summoned to Nozari's of Ce. Suspicious of the motives and plans of those who were summoning him, Korbanejad requested a formal written order, and upon its receipt he went to meet Nozari. 32 This time Nozari commanded him to take 2 of his 4 tanks to Riahi at the Chief of Staff's headquarters on Sevimi Esfand Street, close to Sepa Square. Korbanejad carried out his orders. On Nadari Street a group composed of military and non-military personnel blocked his way and his tanks came to a stop. 33 Among the demonstrators obstructing his path was Amir Khosrodad, a member of one of the teams of the devotees of the Shah actively engaged in the anti-Mossadegh activities on that day. Khosrodad, who was a classmate of Korbanejad, tried to convince him to allow the Rough Ans to ride on his tanks to Mossadegh House. 34 Korbanejad refused, but as a compromise to secure his safe passage to his destination, he promised to return after he had presented himself to Riahi. Upon arrival, Korbanejad was ordered by Riahi to drive his 2 tanks into the military police headquarters. The most important military prisoners from the RST coup were kept at the detention center of the military police. When Korbanejad argued that if he drove the tanks into an enclosed area and then the doors were closed, his tanks would be trapped, Riahi retorted, "Do as you are told." 35 By this time Riahi had thrown down the gauntlet and embraced the coup, believing that the Shah had the right to appoint Zahidi as prime minister. By around 3:00 p.m. the military police headquarters had been occupied by the demonstrators and the prisoners from the RST coup were freed. Colonel Rasti, the commander of the military police, is said to have been a collaborating officer. 36 Once Korbanejad's tanks were parked inside the military police headquarters, the anti-Mossadegh military personnel boarded them and ordered him to head out. At RST he refused, arguing that he had not received any such orders. However, when the RST tank was boarded by Colonel Azizullah Rahimi, who had played a key role in inciting the corporals at the military police headquarters to rebel against their officers and who was therefore instrumental in occupying this strategic location, Korbanejad felt compelled to comply. Korbanejad also noticed Colonel Rohani, who had just been freed, standing in front of the Chief of Staff headquarters and directing the tanks. 37 Arriving at Mossadegh's house, he found that bullets were ying from all directions, and Korbanejad observed a few M9 armored personnel carriers in front of Mossadegh's house. 38 Several points need to be highlighted in Korbanejad's account of his adventures on 28 Mordad. First, the order to move his Squadron C of 4 tanks came from the same colonels who personally arrived at Saltanat at around 9:00 am. M24 tanks have a crew capacity of 5, weigh about 18 tons and travel at about 40 to 56 km per hour. Each tank is equipped with a 75 mm gun, a 50 caliber Browning machine gun and 2 30 caliber Browning machine guns. Again, it is important to bear in mind that according to the plan for the RST coup on 25 Mordad, Saltanat or Jamshidiyeh was supposed to provide the tanks for the operations. 39 So, it would be reasonable to assume that reliable senior and junior collaborationist officers were identified and ready to act at Saltanat or Kasra before the RST coup, since their covers had not been blown after the RST coup opt, it was safe to draw upon them for the second coup. Second, Korbanejad was ordered by Nozari to divide up his squadron. Third, we do not know what happened to his other 2 tanks, although there are reports of 2 stray tanks rushing down Pahlavi Street later in the afternoon, commanded by Captain Hajibi, an officer of the Imperial Guard, and Captain Monajemi. 40. Along their way these 2 tanks rallied the people against Mossadegh as they chanted pro-Shah slogans. So, it is possible that Korbanejad's 2 other tanks, left behind in front of Tehran Radio's broadcasting station, somehow fell into the hands of pro-Zahidi officers. Fourth, Korbanejad, who was not a collaborationist officer, was lured away from Tehran Radio's broadcasting station by either Nozari or by members of his military staff in order to prevent him from putting up any resistance to the occupation of the radio station and Zahidi's speech over it. Fifth, Korbanejad was ordered by Nozari to conduct his tanks straight into an area which had been occupied by the Rough ANS and their military and police supporters. Sixth, once Korbanejad was able to successfully lead his tanks to the Chief of Staff's headquarters, Riahi ordered him to drive his tanks back into the enclosed space of the military police headquarters, where they were eventually hijacked by the freed military prisoners of the RST Coup. Korbanejad's experience ties into the general pattern of how the day unraveled for the other tank squadrons on 28 Mordad. A group of mysterious superior officers appeared at the garrison, gave SPCC deployment orders to the tank squadrons, which seemed to be in line with enforcing the public peace and order, and yet ultimately the tanks were led into a situation whereby they were expropriated by the anti-Mossadegh demonstrators. The account of how the 4th Tank Squadron dispatched on 28 Mordad with the RM command to restore order in the city also ended up being hijacked and used against Mossadegh's house is complex and most informative. The story of Squadron D, supposedly the main assault force commissioned to quash the insurgents, is a slightly varied repetition of the pattern of what happened to the other tank squadrons. The fate of Squadron D, from start to finish, along with the chronicle of the other tank squadrons, sheds light on how the last phase of the coup on 28 Mordad was conceived by the Council of War. The way in which tanks were drawn into the theater of operation and then entangled in the web of the insurgents provides a clear picture of a broadly designed, well-coordinated, multiple-actor, loose plan with one SPCC objective. Within this plan, sloppiness and carelessness counterbalanced by blind obedience to orders coming from superior officers were factored in and even promoted as they helped camouflage the real intentions of the plotters. The mess and the confusion were important smoke screens allowing the actors to ND one another and integrate and synchronize their activities, while giving the perplexed bystanders the impression that the hustle and bustle was nothing but another random demonstration typical of those days, until it was too late. As long as the 3 main actors, the thugs, the turncoat army and police personnel, and the hijacked tanks, coalesced into a powerful offensive force at some point in the day, and the political, governmental, and military targets were randomly, yet successfully, assaulted and overrun, the end result of overthrowing Mossadegh was only a matter of time. With the element of surprise and confusion on their side, the loosely coordinated main actors of the great demonstration were poised to attain their goal by early evening on 28 Mordad. At around 11:30 a.m., upon receiving a phone call, Riahi, the Chief of Staff, stormed into Lieutenant General Ataullah Kiani Safci and gave him important orders for the day. 41 It has been suggested that the phone call to Riahi, which triggered the transfer of another squadron of tanks to the anti-Mossadegh insurgents, came from Colonel Ashraf. 42 Lieutenant General Kiani was the Deputy Chief of Staff and was arrested by Nazari at Baghesha during the RST coup, then released after the failure of that coup. Kiani had the reputation of being an honest and reliable pro-Mossadegh officer, yet he was not a combat officer and was therefore not best suited for the rather difficult job which required nerves, audacity, quick and astute reactions, initiative and forcefulness, if not aggressiveness. 43 By the time Kiani was called in to deal with the anti-Mossadegh insurgents, the thugs occupying the key arteries of Tehran had merged with the junior collaborationist officers, policemen, army and armed custom guards, rendering difficult any operation aimed at quelling them, as it would require soldiers to take action against other military and police forces. Lieutenant General Kiani was ordered to prepare and lead the most significant assault force deployed against the demonstrators on 28 Mordad. His orders were different from those given to Squadrons A, B and C, as his mission was clearly to confront and contain the insurgents, whose threat to the Mossadegh government was by now evident. Kiani's forces included a squadron of tanks and an infantry company of probably around 80 soldiers. 44 The infantry company which Kiani was to lead against the insurgents was stationed at Ashratabad garrison and was under the command of Colonel Ashra, while the 12 tanks of Squadron D were coming from Saltanatabad garrison. 45 At some point Amir Khalili's tanks, which had left Saltanatabad at around 10:00 am, became integrated with or joined Squadron D under the command of Kiani. It must have been between 12:30 p.m. and 1:00 p.m. that Kiani led his impressive infantry and armored forces to Seppa Square, the main base of the Rough ANS. He rode in the back seat of a jeep right behind the tank leading his column. As soon as Kiani's forces entered the square, the demonstrators began cheering in favor of the Shah. They appealed to the soldiers in their trucks, who had orders to repress them, to join them. Subsequently, the insurgents tried to board the army trucks and vehicles. 46 Confronted with the warm reception of the pro-Shah insurgents, Kiani's forces, who were not in a heightened offensive state of mind, were rather emotionally and psychologically destabilized. The soldiers and tanks were not ordered to take an offensive posture by dispersing the crowd, nor were they commanded to defend their arms and vehicles by all possible means. Kiani's truckload of soldiers and his tanks simply drove right into the midst of the welcoming insurgents, who pleaded with them to join the Shah-loving and patriotic anti-Mossadegh forces. Lieutenant Shojai, a member of the devotees of the Shah, along with a group of other officers wearing civilian clothes, was already among the welcoming Rough ANS. Earlier on that day, junior officers implicated in the coup had mingled with the Rough ANS, converging on Seppa Square, imposing their leadership on small groups of them and leading them into small insurgency operations. As Kiani's forces entered Seppa Square and made their way slowly through the crowd, Shojai mounted Kiani's jeep and sat next to the driver. 47 Infuriated by the fact that a civilian had dared to board an army jeep, Kiani ordered him to disembark. At this time the colonel, accompanying Kiani in the back seat, recognized Shojai and vouched that he was indeed an officer. 48 Shojai then pulled out his identity card, assuring Kiani that in plain clothes he could carry out his orders and fulfill his military objectives more effectively. Unconvinced, Kiani reminded Shojai that his action of mounting an army vehicle as a civilian only encouraged the crowd to follow suit, making it impossible for the column to take any action against the demonstrators. 49 By this time the insurgents had begun boarding the vehicles of Kiani's military column, meeting with no resistance. Elements amongst the demonstrators, not the Rough ANS, but the collaborating officers who had infiltrated them, told Kiani's soldiers that, "We are your brothers, do not re on us. They want to overthrow your Shah. Help us prevent the Shah from becoming separated from his people." 50 In vain Kiani ordered Shojai to get the demonstrators off the military vehicles. Acting as if he were complying with his superior's instructions, Shojai climbed off the jeep and ran to Captain Marashi, himself a Confederate and a line commander. Shojai instructed Marashi to make sure that the insurgents did not disembark from the army trucks and tanks which they had boarded, remarking that in the meantime he would keep a close eye on Kiani. 51 Having ensured that the insurgents would not abandon the precious booty they had won so easily, Shojai returned to Kiani's jeep. Faced with the bloodless takeover of his trucks, tanks, and even his own jeep by the thugs and their military supporters, Kiani abandoned his offensive mission of confronting and containing the insurgents and decided to beat a retreat in order to save his vehicles. His plan was to conduct his column back to the army and police headquarters, which he thought were safe zones and where he hoped to regain control of his vehicles with the help of the military and police personnel loyal to Mossadegh. At this time Shojai disembarked the jeep again, ran to the tank driving in front of Kiani's vehicle, the RST tank in the column, and ordered it not to turn right towards Sepa Street, which would have led to the Army and Police headquarters, but to go down Babe Homayun Street, away from Kiani's intended destination. 52 To facilitate the hijacking and total control of the tanks, Marashi and his team of civilian-clad Junior Army officers, who acted in coordination with Shojai, directed the demonstrators to block Sepa Street and make way for the RST tank to drive away from the Army and Police headquarters and toward Tehran's radio of CE. 53 Shojai then returned to Kiani and informed him that the crowd would not allow the military column to move along Sepa Street, saying it was best if they went south through Khayyam Street, parallel to Babe Homayun Street, 1953 Coup in Iran, where it was less crowded. 54 Following the total paralysis and indecision of Kiani and the smooth coordination between the collaborationist junior officers and the rough ANS at this time, the tanks were split up and headed in the opposite direction to the Army and Police headquarters. The last step in the complete takeover of Kiani's mighty assault force was to chase him from the scene, since he continued to symbolize a military and moral authority among his troops, and risked preventing the insurgents from taking full command of his column. To this end, a few among the demonstrators surrounding the tanks and the trucks, most probably the civilian-clad junior officers who knew Kiani, began agitating the crowd against him. They shouted, "O people, this is the same Kiani, who saved Fatimai, Mossadegh's Minister of Foreign Affairs, arrest him." 55 Fearing for his own life, Kiani is said to have left the scene in a hurry, leaving his soldiers and his tanks behind for the insurgents. At this time Amir Khalili, who was second in command, took on the leadership of the tanks, which he no longer controlled and which were eventually directed towards Mossadegh's house by the collaborationist officers. The only thing Amir Khalili could do was to stall by claiming that his tanks were running out of petrol and needed to be refueled. 56 This is how Amir Khalili's tanks found themselves at the Said Street petrol station accompanied by other collaborationist officers, some of whom were at this time commanding hijacked tank units. There are 3 other Iranian accounts of how Squadron D lost its tanks to the insurgents. The RST-2 are based on testimonies, while the third is based on circumstantial evidence and therefore needs to be considered with caution. According to the RST account, once Colonel Mohammad Daftari, who had been nominated as the chief of police, received news of Kiani's mission, he along with a number of other retired officers caught up with Kiani's assault column. Daftari and his collaborators followed Kiani's assault column, and when it entered the streets occupied by the insurgents, they were the ones who reminded Kiani's soldiers that they were all brothers and loyal to the Shah, the chief of the armed forces. The passionate pleas of Daftari's group gradually affected Kiani's forces and they began to fraternize with the demonstrators. It is subsequent to the fraternization of Kiani's troops with the demonstrators that Kiani is reported to have abandoned his troops and effectively handed them to the insurgents. 57 According to this scenario, Colonel Daftari was the main culprit in the failure of Kiani's assault force. However, according to the second account, this one based on Colonel Momtaz's memoirs, Kiani, who had been chosen by Riahi, probably at the behest of Ashra, was not a suitable choice for this last-ditch effort against the coup forces. Momtaz believed that instead of repressing the insurgents, Kiani lost his nerve and his authority when faced with the emotional slogans and speeches of the agitating officers, and ended up fraternizing with the perpetrators of the coup. 58 According to Momtaz's assessment, with the loss of Kiani's assault column at around 2:30 p.m., control of Tehran slipped out of the hands of Mossadegh's forces. 59 The third account of what became of Kiani's tanks is based on circumstantial evidence. In this account, the description and number of the tanks and soldiers provided resembles that of Kiani's assault column. The time when the tanks and soldiers entered Ferdowsi Street and Sepa Square also corresponds to the hour at which Kiani's forces entered Sepa Square. This report, therefore, may be another account of what happened to Kiani's forces. However, There are other factors which indicate that this account may be unrelated to Kiani's column. The two main discrepancies between this account and the others is that in this one, RST, the tanks entering the crowded areas of Ferdowsi Street and Sepa Square were already in possession of anti-Mossadegh forces, and second, the collaborating of SER responsible for bringing the soldiers and the tank crew to the anti-Mossadegh side is not Shojai, Marashi, or Daftari. At around 12:30 p.m. the demonstrators who had gathered at Ferdowsi Street and Sepa Square were startled, terrified, even, by the unfamiliar roar of 8 tanks, followed by the noise of several truckloads of soldiers. 60 As the demonstrators were about to disperse, fearing for their lives, soldiers appeared from inside the tanks chanting "Long live the Shah" and yelling at the crowd not to be scared of them. As soon as the demonstrators realized that the tanks had come to support them and not to quell them, they ran towards the tanks and mounted them. 61 The officer seemingly commanding the tanks at this time, Colonel Gholam Hossein of Kami, called on the demonstrators to use the tanks as shields and proceed to destroy the enemies of the Shah, wherever they might be. He pledged that they would all sacrifice their lives for the Shah and the independence of their country. 62 Supported by the tanks, the demonstrators set out to occupy Tehran's radio of Seith nearby Arc Square, but discovered that it was already under attack by another group. 63 Once the RST group of assailants discovered that they could not broadcast from Tehran's radio of CE, both groups mounted the tanks and headed for Tehran radio's broadcasting station. 64 In relation to Afkami's activities on 28 Mordad, Nabard Melat praised him as one of those honorable Muslim soldiers who, along with Colonel Dadsatan, had played an important role in guiding the revolutionaries. 65 In the evening of the second coup, Farhad Dadsatan was appointed as Tehran's military governor. Amir Abdallah Karbaskian, the editor of Nabard Melat, was once very close to Nawab Safavi and his newspaper was effectively the mouthpiece of Fadayan Islam or the devotees of Islam. But by the time this piece was published, Karbaskian had fallen out with Nawab Safavi and had become a staunch supporter of Zahidi and the Shah. Karbaskian's newspaper claimed that Colonel of Kami, who had somehow taken command of the tanks at Shahraza Street, was responsible for commanding the tanks and troops in his possession to move towards Mossadegh's house. 66 The fact that of Kami did not serve in a tank unit at the time and, according to Nabard Melat, was a Trafsi police officer makes his feat on 28 Mordad even more impressive and more enigmatic. According to this account, of Kami had walked to Shahraza Street, where he had taken over the leadership of northern Tehran's revolutionaries. 67 According to a third account, Benjamin Nehura was instrumental in placing of Kami at the command of the tanks. 68 Ben was a rather mysterious Jewish Iranian, who had lived with his aunt in Antwerp during the Second World War and subsequent to the invasion of Belgium had moved to Britain, returning to Iran only after the war. Ben was well connected to a variety of circles in Iran and was on friendly terms with the Shah. On 28 Mordad Ben witnessed the tanks which were stuck in the midst of the crowd with their hatches open and their crew leaning out and staring aimlessly at the demonstrators surrounding their tanks and chanting pro-Shah slogans. 69 To Ben, it looked as though the tanks were just sitting there without a commander. He therefore decided to get into his car, license plated 1001, and call on a few officers, one of whom was of Kami. Ben drove to of Kami's house, gave him a report of the situation, had him put on his military attire, drove him to Sarah Shah, and mounted him on the tank. 70 It is quite possible that the three accounts of Kami's seizure of 8 Sherman tanks are unrelated to the seizure of Kiani's tanks, as in none of the accounts about of Kami is any direct mention made of either Kiani or the assault column. What is of importance, however, is a pattern that could be extrapolated from such incidents on 28 Mordad. The episodes on 28 Mordad involving police and military personnel positioned in strategic spots of the city previously occupied by the Rough ANS and subsequently taking leadership roles to neutralize and co-opt potentially hostile military forces are too recurrent to be assumed to be spontaneous activities or haphazard events. These episodes seem like a series of well-coordinated coincidences, and it would therefore be all too easy and fortuitous to assume that they happened by chance on Wednesday 28 Mordad. If it is assumed that the last phase of the coup, involving tanks, was unplanned, then the behavior of the tank squadron commanders driving their tanks into the areas already occupied by the thugs and those accommodating them, such as Marashi, Shojai, and of Kami, would become totally inexplicable. Were Marashi and Shojai in the Sepa area just by chance? Was of Kami strolling aimlessly along Shareza Street when he suddenly took command of 8 tanks passing by? Was he really resting at home and only taken to the tanks by Ben Nihura? When account is taken of the events which occurred and the individuals involved in them at a few strategic assembly points on 28 Mordad, it becomes apparent that the events and their sequence were not accidental happenings, and that the actors were not present and undertaking particular tasks by chance. The fact that, on 28 Mordad, almost all of the tank squadrons dispatched to the city center under rather irregular circumstances were seized in a similar style establishes another pattern of a preconceived and orchestrated plan. The tank squadrons which played a key role in the late afternoon events of 28 Mordad were dispatched from Sultanatabad garrison, organizationally under the command of Colonel Nozari. This was not the only garrison around the city center with tanks, but it must have been the garrison in which the coup planners had the safest, most dependable, and most administratively well-positioned senior and junior collaborators. 3 different groups of collaborationists of SERS were required to guarantee the success of the last phase of the coup. RST, on the dispatch side, a senior commanding of SER or a small group of them giving the orders for the tanks to leave the garrison. Second, a number of collaborating junior of SERS accompanying the dispatched units to assure the safe transfer of the tanks to the anti-Mossadegh forces, since not all the tank crews or even commanders were collaborating of SERS. Third, on the receiving side, a number of collaborationists of SERS, having taken command of the rough ANS at the designated congregation zones, enveloping the tanks and taking control of them. The fact that collaborator military personnel were present among both the tank crews and the thugs guaranteed a smoother coordination for the hijacking of the tanks. Once the collaborating dispatched tank of SERS connected with their receiving counterparts, the thugs surrounding the strategic locations simply boarded the tanks, fraternized with the tank crews and took control of them. From early in the morning of 28 Mordad until around 2:00 p.m. the network of collaborationists of SERS was able to take over some 24 tanks. From around 4:00 p.m. the hijacked tanks converged on Mossadegh's house for the NAL assault. 71. It must have been around 1:30 p.m. when the insurgents discovered that it was impossible to broadcast from the radio of CE at Arg Square and boarded a few tanks, hijacked from Squadron D, which were heading north toward Tehran Radio's broadcasting station on the old Shemiran Road. To the coup planners, Radio Tehran was a most important target, for its capture not only sealed the success at the capital, but was effective in bringing the provincial cities quickly into line with the new government. One earlier, Major Akbarzand had set out towards Tehran Radio's broadcasting station, with strict orders to occupy it. Tuzand and his zealous pro-Shah soldiers from the Nadari battalion encircled and disarmed the soldiers protecting the broadcasting station. Wilbur reports that early in the afternoon the crowd started moving north towards Tehran Radio's broadcasting station. 3 buses and trucks transported full loads of civilians, army of SERS and policemen to the second most important target of the anti-Mossadegh forces. For the responsibility for guarding the broadcasting station fell under the jurisdiction of Ashra, and therefore its occupation by the insurgents must have been facilitated by him and his collaborators, assuming that Ashra was in league with the coup makers. The soldiers guarding the station did not have orders to shoot at possible assailants, be they military or civilians. It is not clear if Riahi ever gave orders to shoot on 28 Mordad. At his trial, after the coup, Riahi Khan remed that he had given orders to shoot if necessary, but added that to his knowledge only a few shots had been read, and those into the air. 5 Mohammad Mohana, Mossadegh's Under-Secretary of War, recalled that on that day he distinctly remembered Riahi refusing to give orders to shoot to an officer who had requested permission. 6. So, the insurgents, transported by trucks, buses, and taxis from Sepa Square, had a relatively easy time entering Tehran Radio's broadcasting station. 7. There was, however, a reported attack by pro-Mossadegh army personnel on the insurgents from the Abbasabad hills overlooking the broadcasting station. As a result of this mortar attack, the pro-Shah insurgents are said to have taken Ait until Captain Zand and his forces counter-attacked and forced the Longdar to retreat. 8. Aside from this seemingly insignificant event, the broadcasting station fell to the anti-Mossadegh insurgents without much fighting. 9. The victory was facilitated by the fact that the two tanks under the command of Korbanejad and which were supposedly defending the broadcasting station were completely neutralized by Nozari's shrewd machinations. Tehran radio falls. Between 2:00 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. the music that was being broadcast over Tehran radio came to an abrupt end. 10. The takeover of the broadcasting station did not imply its immediate use. The insurgents who occupied the station were faced with a few technical complications that were believed to be last-minute acts of sabotage by pro-Mossadegh employees of the broadcasting station. 11. Tehran radio resumed broadcasting somewhere between 2:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. 12. It is now almost certain that the RST indication of the fall of the broadcasting station came at around 3:30 p.m. Tehran time. 13. At this time the station began broadcasting news of the royalist victory, along with the reading of the royal edict appointing Zahedi as prime minister. The RST speaker on the air victoriously claimed that the Mossadegh government had been defeated. Fatemi and Sanjabi, Mossadegh's ministers of foreign affairs and education, had been arrested and killed, all government of CES had been occupied, and that Mossadegh had ed. 14. It must have been sometime between 4:30 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. that Zahedi arrived at the broadcasting station and addressed the Iranian people. 15. Zahedi announced that he was the legal prime minister of Iran, as appointed by His Majesty the Shahanshah and would remain in this position until the new parliament was elected. 16. He then briefly outlined the program of his government, which began with reinstating the rule of law. In the interval between the resumption of Tehran radio's broadcasting and Zahedi's arrival and speech, numerous pro-Shahgars had the historic opportunity of addressing the people. Most Iranians of the time remembered the voice and speech of the RST speaker, Mehdi Marashra, the airy editor of the Daily Atish and an early advocate of a coup d'état against Mossadegh. He said, hello here Tehran, people, good news Bishara Amiz. In a few moments General Zahedi the Prime Minister will read the Shahanshah's message for you, people of the provinces rejoice, the treacherous Mossadegh has taken Ait, today the people of Tehran revolted. Qiyam Kardan. 17. Among the relatively long list of prominent pro-Shah militants who had made their way to the broadcasting station, some were euphemistically referred to by Wilbur as elements upon whom reliance had been placed in the Tepajack's planning. 18. These were collaborationists with whom the CIA station agents, Iranians and Americans and their liaisons had reached an agreement to overthrow Mossadegh. These individuals formed the Ars Circle of contacts around Tepajack's planners. Wilbur's classification is important as it distinguishes between three types of pro-Shah activists during 28 Mordad. First, there were the local CIA station planners and masterminds such as Colonel Farzanagan, who spoke before Zahedi. 19. Second, there was a hardcore nucleus of directly or indirectly CIA-affiliated and CIA-connected individuals, whose actions were coordinated with the general plan of the day as conceived by the members of the War Council. These individuals on whom reliance had been placed by the Tepajack's planners and who spoke over the radio were, Mustafa Kashani, Ayatollah Kashanisan, Malkay Atezadi, the leader of the Zulfikar party, General Arfa, the spiritual father of the Arya party, and Portezadi, the editor of the daily Zelzli 23rd. There were the affiliates of the direct collaborationists, whom Wilbur calls the spontaneous pro-Shah elements, such as Colonel Ali Pahlavan and Major Husand Mirzadian, of whom it is claimed that they joined the demonstration as the day evolved. 21. The majority of those who spoke on Tehran radio from 3:30 p.m. to about 7:00 00 p.m. fell into one of these three types of coup activists. In addition to the key personalities whom Wilbur knew about directly and considered worthy of mentioning in his report, there were other equally key coup actors who willingly and proudly marched up to the microphone to celebrate the anti-Mossadegh coup. They were Mehdi Marashra, Mozaffar Bekai, Mehdi Piraste, Ahmed Faramarza, Mahmoud Shervin, Prince Hamid Reza Pahlavi, Masoud Pahlavan, Sultanpur, Ali Mashari, Reza Sajadi, and Major Naini. 22 Mehdi Marashra was one of the RST to approach Sam Fall of the British Embassy in July 1952 to suggest that a coup d'état was a feasible and desirable means of getting rid of Mossadegh. Where is Zahedi? The Khan-Isting reports on how General Fazlollah Zahedi was brought to the broadcasting station have their roots in the controversial issue of where he was staying between 26 to 28 Mordad. According to Ardeshir Zahedi and those analysts basing their information on him, during this tense period General Zahedi was given refuge, shelter, and protection by his Iranian friends and supporters. CIA sources say otherwise. Wherever Fazlollah was, the security apparatus of Mossadegh could not ND him, even though a memorandum was issued to arrest him on 25 Mordad and another on 26 Mordad with a large prize for information on Zahedi's whereabouts. 23 Wilbur, Roosevelt and, most importantly, Hotchkiss maintain that from Monday 26 Mordad until the afternoon of Wednesday 28 Mordad, Fazlollah Zahedi was a guest of American authorities in Tehran and was given shelter on property owned or rented by the American embassy. 24 The issue of who was giving refuge and protection to the designated prime minister after Mossadegh weighs heavily in determining whether 28 Mordad was a CIA-backed and planned coup d'état or a national uprising. According to Ardeshir Zahedi, from the early hours of Sunday, August 16, once it became clear that Mossadegh had rebelled against the Shah's royal edict, General Zahedi RST went into hiding at Azizallah Farzanagan's house and then moved to Mrs. Malikosaid at Mashir Fatimi's house, on the Old Shemiran Road, below Kedariyat. 25. In the afternoon of August 16, Ardeshir Zahedi claims that his father participated in a historical 6-hour meeting at Safaz Altana Afshir's house on Bahar Street. 26. Bahar Street runs almost parallel to Roosevelt Street and very much closer to Takht-e-Jamshid Street, the location of the American Embassy compound and Hotchkiss House. The general is said to have returned to his own estate in Hesarak to spend the night of Sunday, August 16. 27. However, Ardeshir Zahedi maintains that his father returned to Afshir's house on Bahar Street from Monday, August 17 and stayed there until the afternoon of August 19. When Ardeshir drove his father from Afshir's house to an unspecified location on the Old Shemiran Street. 28. Faced with the unanimous position of all the CIA sources that General Zahedi was in the custody of the CIA in Tehran and was brought clandestinely into the embassy compound for the important War Council on Monday, August 17, Ardeshir Zahedi claimed that such assertions were mere rubbish. 29. According to Ardeshir Zahedi, around noon on August 19, he toured the city and then reported to his father on his observations. Fazlollah Zahedi then consulted with his counselors, and decided to take control of the situation. Ardeshir Zahedi maintains that Colonel Kalatbari, deputy of the police who had joined the insurgents, was called upon to send a tank to General Zahedi's residence. 30. Without any reference to the whereabouts of General Zahedi, Bani Ahmed maintains that Jalanshah and Mohandas Zahedi, along with a tank and a number of Air Force corporals, arrived at Zahedi's residence. At that time Zahedi is said to have boarded a tank and, accompanied by Colonel Kalatbari riding in his own car, set out towards the broadcasting station. Lieutenant Shojai, who had been active all day, led the convoy on a motorbike. 31. According to Wilbur's report, however, at about noon, Roosevelt went to the houses where Generals Zahedi and Jalanshah were in hiding. They were informed of the events during the day and were told to wait for instructions. 32. Wilbur refers to General Zahedi and Jalanshah as Roosevelt's valuable charges. After Carroll and the Persian-speaking Major William Kaiser reported on the military situation in the city, and pro-Zahedi activists began broadcasting from Tehran radio, Roosevelt went back to the hiding place of the generals and told them that it was time for them to play an active role. 33 Jalan Shah was driven from Zahidi's hideout in search of a tank by Major Kaiser. Having found a tank, Jalan Shah was to meet with Zahidi at 16:30 p.m. on a certain street corner, from where they would proceed to Tehran Radio's broadcasting station on a tank. 34 On their way, Jalan Shah and Kaiser came across two air force officers, asked them for a tank, and were provided with one. Jalan Shah, accompanied by the Air Force officers and a tank, met Zahidi at 16:30 p.m. At this time Zahidi boarded the tank, drove triumphantly to the broadcasting station and addressed the nation as the new Prime Minister. 35 Roosevelt's account of how General Zahidi emerged from his hideout to take control of the situation is similar to that of Wilbur. 36 In the absence of precise information on the origin of the tank used by General Zahidi, it would be safe to assume that it originally belonged to Kiani's Squadron D, since Lieutenant Shojai, who played a key role in hijacking those tanks, was also the officer who escorted the tank delivering Zahidi to the broadcasting station. 37. Converging on the ultimate target, Mossadegh's house attacked. With the fall of Tehran Radio's broadcasting station at around 14:20 p.m., the coup forces had one NAL target to converge on. The impressive army that set siege to Mossadegh's house comprised the Rough ANS, the injected military personnel of the police, soldiers of the armed custom guards, the army, the Air Force and the Imperial Guard, teams of the devotees of the Shah, the tank squadrons and their personnel, the local friends of CIA operatives Jalali and Kivani, and collaborationist organizations such as Manchai-Zadeh-s Sumka, Malkay-e-Tezadeh-s Zulfikar Party, Sepra-s Arya Party, Beka-is Toilers Party, Kashani-s Society of Muslim Mohahids and Parvin Ajdangzi-s Gang. By this time, Shaban Jaafari and his ruffian friends who had been released from Kasra prison by the insurgents were also on the loose and desperately needed to play out their patriotic and Shah-worshipping role in the overthrow of Mossadegh. Shaban Jaafari recalled that at around 2:15 p.m. Boyuk Saber, the leader of the 4th column of Rough ANS, along with Colonel Kalatbari, the deputy chief of police, came to Kasra prison and set him free. 38 According to eyewitness reports, as late as 2:00 p.m. cars and trucks were still transporting pro-Shah children, policemen, armed custom guards, and Air Force personnel north through Shahpur Street and Amiriyat. 39 The destruction of Mossadegh's house was the prime goal XED for the various participants in the great demonstration. All other acts of violence committed on that day by the insurgents were means to the gradual occupation and consolidation of those strategic positions which they needed to secure before embarking on their NAL assault. By the end of the day, the government's headquarters and Mossadegh's house had to be demolished. The coup forces succeeded in demolishing the symbol of Iran's relentless challenge to neocolonialism. A summary account of the fall of Mossadegh's house and the successful completion of the last phase of the operation to overthrow Mossadegh's government is provided by the anonymous British memorandum to the U.S. State Department. According to this report, at RST a large crowd attacked Mossadegh's residence, but was repulsed by the machine gunnery of those defending it. Then, the Rough ANS launched another round of attacks, but this time supported by pro-Zahidi troops. This second wave also failed, and the assailants were repulsed. It was not until the arrival of the Sherman tanks and their heavy bombing that the insurgents succeeded in overrunning Mossadegh's house. At about 6:00 p.m., the defense of the house was given up, and the gate was broken down. 40 The details of the attack on Mossadegh's house confirm the succinct account of the British memorandum and demonstrate that as Babutgar, one of the ruffian leaders of southern Tehran, recalled, the mission of the hired hands on 28 Mordad was to cause disorder in the city and loot Mossadegh's house. 41 The assault on Mossadegh's house occurred in three main waves: the Rough ANS and lightly armed military personnel, along with armed members of various athletic organizations, and Nali the tanks. The battle for Mossadegh's house is said to have lasted VE hours and to have produced anywhere between 50 to 300 casualties. 42. While the number of dead on August 19 was initially reported at 35, 42 by August 25 the head of the National Coroner's Office claimed that 41 were killed and 75 wounded. 43. The main resisting Gur was Colonel Izzatollah Momtaz. He was a member of the pro-Mossadegh Organization of Nationalist Officers, commander of the 2nd Mountain Brigade, the officer who arrested Colonel Nazuri on 25 Mordad, and was in charge of protecting Mossadegh's house. After Momtaz was ordered by Mossadegh to end his military activities at around 5:30 p.m., a second circle of officers loyal to Mossadegh continued to GHT against the insurgents to the bitter end. This circle was composed of Captains Feshariki and Iraj Davarpana, both members of the military police, and their personnel as well as Lieutenant Shojaiyan. 44. Momtaz later recalled that he had stationed ample troops, supported by armored vehicles, around the streets leading to 109 Kak Street, the location of Mossadegh's house. 45. 4 tanks were positioned around Mossadegh's house to assure the safety of the Prime Minister's office. 46. At around 10:30 a.m. sporadic shots were read from Princess Shams Pahlavi's palace. 47. Fire was also opened from 2 military trucks, one parked in front of the Officer's Academy, the other parked at the junction of Kak and Pasteur streets. 48. The 1953 coup in Iran. 2 trucks from which Mossadegh's house came under re in the morning were destroyed by Lieutenant Shojaiyan's unit, after which a temporary calm returned. 49. By around 10:30 a.m. the coup planners had learnt that gunshots would not suffice to overrun Mossadegh's house. The RST round of more organized attacks against Mossadegh's house began at around noon. 50. The assailants, chanting "Long live the King of Kings," took height as soon the tanks guarding Mossadegh's house began maneuvering and a few gunshots were read into the air. 51. The second round of attacks started around 3:00 p.m. 52. By this time, the injected armed military personnel were well integrated with the RUF ANS, providing them with leadership and light repower support. Tehran Radio's broadcasting station had been seized by the insurgents, and the coup forces were in possession of tanks, even though not all of the tanks had been able to converge on Mossadegh's house. 53. Faced with a formidable offensive force, the defendants of Mossadegh's house started opening re from around 3:00 p.m. The sound of incessant bullets echoed around Mossadegh's house. 54. Confronted with the superior repower of the defenders of Mossadegh's house, the assailants retreated again. 55. From around 4:00 p.m. the streets leading to Mossadegh's house were gradually surrounded by the RUF ANS and the military personnel who had successfully completed their siege and seizure of all other strategic buildings. At this time the hijacked tanks began rolling in. A fresh group of zealous pro-Shah combatants, namely the soldiers of the Imperial Guard forces, also joined the assailants. The personnel of the Imperial Guard, under Colonel Nazuri, who had acted as the main engine of the RST coup, were disarmed after it failed in the early hours of Sunday, August 16. These loyal pro-Shah soldiers were subsequently incarcerated at Bagheshah garrison, with their weapons stashed in the room adjacent to them. 56. The decision to place this most ardent pro-Shah military corps at Bagheshah garrison, and under the command of Daftari, was most curious. Bagheshah was the closest military garrison to Mossadegh's house, being only a 15-minute walk away. Keeping this devout anti-Mossadegh corps, which had already participated in the RST coup, under very loose surveillance, with their weapons in the room adjacent to them and at a 15-minute walking distance from Mossadegh's house, remains a riddle, unless it is assumed that the decision was intentional and a part of the plot. At 3:45 p.m., when gunshots were heard around Mossadegh's house, the Imperial Guard soldiers moved against their jailers, disarmed them, locked them up, emptied the armory and, under the leadership of Lieutenant Agayan, marched north towards Mossadegh's house. 57. According to Momtaz, Mossadegh's house subsequently came under re from the Imperial Guard soldiers. 58 Bagheshah garrison was one of the key hubs of anti-Mossadegh activities on 28 Mordad. Parvez Khosravani, who had played an important role in the 9 Esfand demonstration against Mossadegh, was freed from prison around 15 Mordad. 59 Khosravani was informed of the events that were going to take place on 28 Mordad by the officers of the Imperial Guards at Bagheshah garrison. He was asked to join forces with the collaborationist officers of the Imperial Guard. It must have been around 4:00 p.m. when Khosravani led the members of his athletics club to Bagheshah garrison, where they were armed by the Imperial Guard soldiers who had taken over the garrison. 60 In the company of the Imperial Guard soldiers, Khosravani's armed athletes made their way to Mossadegh's house. According to Fardust, on 28 Mordad Khosravani was successful in mobilizing the athletes of his club, Taj, to join forces with other groups demonstrating and marching against Mossadegh's house. 61 The third, and decisive, wave of attack on Mossadegh's house started at around 4:30 p.m., when the insurgents could bring in the full force of the tanks they had appropriated during the day. The deadlock between the numerically superior yet insufficiently armed insurgents and the small yet relatively heavily armored defense force around Mossadegh's house was broken with the entrance of these tanks. 5 Sherman tanks RST came from the direction of Eslambal and Nadari streets. 62 As they moved towards Sarah-e-Shah from Shah Street they turned south, moving down Pahlavi Street towards Pasteur and Kak streets. 63 These tanks, which were the remnants of Squadrons A, B and D and had last congregated at the petrol station on Sada Street to refuel, came to the scene of operations around Mossadegh's house with Ruf ANS sitting and standing on them. Some of the collaborating officers involved in hijacking them, such as Shojai and Marashi, and who had been in civilian clothing, had already gone home and changed back into their military uniforms before rejoining the tank column heading towards Mossadegh's house. 64 The RST machine gun volleys were read at Mossadegh's house from a tank stationed in front of the Point 4 building. 65 The 2 tanks of Squadron C, under Korbanejad's command, also appeared in front of Mossadegh's house. 2 tanks accompanied by Lieutenants Narakai, Kazem Hazai and Hamid Jahanbani of Squadron A started attacking Mossadegh's house. 66 From 4:30 p.m. to around 6:00 p.m. the tanks attacking Mossadegh's house were primarily relying on their 30 and 50 caliber Browning machine guns, blasting at the defendants on the rooftop of Mossadegh's house. 67 After the RST wave of attack by the belligerent tanks, the pro-Mossadegh tanks and troops riposted with equal vigor, destroying one of the insurgent tanks that had started attacking them from the south. 68 Momtaz recalled that while his main attention was focused on the recoming from the south of Mossadegh's house, his forces also came under attack from the north. 69 Fire was pouring in from all sides and Mossadegh's house was being blown apart piece by piece. In the meantime, one of the defending tanks was silenced by the superior repower of the Sherman tanks. 70 The impressive resistance put up by Momtaz's forces was respectfully acknowledged in the published reports which followed the success of the second coup, and this in a press intent upon endearing itself to the new men in power. From 6:00 p.m. the belligerent tanks surrounding Mossadegh's house started using their heavy 75 mm guns. The shells pounded the roof of Mossadegh's house, and as parts of it collapsed the dust from the debris rose to the sky. 71 By 6:30 to 7:00 p.m. the RST Sherman tank rammed through the iron-gated entrance to the compound of Mossadegh's house and entered it. 72 As the tanks rolled over the gates of Mossadegh's house, the objective of the day and the operation was at hand. By this time, Mossadegh and members of his cabinet had left the house on 109 Kak Street, negotiating Mossadegh's surrender. At around 3:00 p.m. a new and unexpected development accelerated the fall of Mossadegh. At his trial after the coup, Riahi recalled that it was only after the broadcasting station fell to the demonstrators and pro-Shah speakers went on the air that he realized that the demonstrators were partisans of the Shah. It was at this moment that he immediately ordered all the troops under his command to stand down. 73 At History al-Riahi argued that based on the information he had received from the Second Bureau, until 3:00 p.m. on 28 Mordad he was under the impression that the demonstrators were members of the Today party camouflaged as pro-Shah elements. 74 While all the participants were mustering their forces and converging on Mossadegh's house, Riahi not only ordered the troops under his command to cease but also ordered his officers to send their soldiers and tanks back to their barracks. 75 By 4:30 p.m., when the RST wave of attacks by the belligerent tanks against Mossadegh's house began, Mossadegh's chief of staff had already surrendered the forces under Mossadegh's command to the pro-Zahidi forces. Having disbanded the forces under his own command, Riahi called Mossadegh in his besieged house and asked him to issue a decree ordering the pro-Mossadegh forces to cease resistance. 76 Mossadegh refused to issue such a decree, upon which Riahi informed him that Brigadier Faladvand was on his way with sound advice. 77 At around 4:45 p.m. Faladvand entered Mossadegh's house, strongly recommending that Mossadegh issue an order whereby the armed forces would cease resistance and in effect surrender. Mossadegh refused to give such an order and insisted that he would stay at his house and accept the consequences. 78 At his trial after the coup, Mossadegh recalled that Faladvand was sent by the pro-Shah officers to secure his resignation. 79 Was Mossadegh insinuating something about Riahi's loyalty? Based on Ahmed Razavi's suggestion, Mossadegh agreed to declare that his house would cease resistance, even though he still considered himself the legal prime minister of Iran. The declaration was signed by Razavi, Shayegan, Nariman, and Zirakhzadeh, and handed to Faladvand. It was at 5:00 p.m. that Razavi grabbed the white bed sheet from Mossadegh's mattress, took it out to the soldiers guarding the house, and asked them to hoist it as a sign of non-belligerence, as Mossadegh's house had become undefendable. 80 The white bed sheet discouraged neither the assailants nor the defenders from ring upon one another. At this time it became evident to Mossadegh and his 15 close followers, who remained in the house, that the object of the assailants was to occupy the house and do away with its occupants. 81 While Mossadegh's house was under attack, Zahidi's chief of staff, Batman Kelik, issued a communique ordering the commanding officers of the units defending the army, police, and military police headquarters to lay down their guns. Momtaz, who continued to defend Mossadegh's house, was also ordered to capitulate. 82 Surrounded from all sides, outgunned, running out of ammunition, and with more tanks under the control of insurgents coming on the scene, Momtaz went to report on his precarious military condition to Mossadegh. 83 Having heard Momtaz's report, Mossadegh ordered him to carry out the orders of the new chief of staff and return his personnel to their garrisons. 84 Mamats obeyed, and from that moment the bulk of the forces defending Mossadegh's house withdrew. The departure of Momtaz's troops must have happened at around 6:00 p.m. According to Davarpanah, one of the defendants of Mossadegh's house after Momtaz's departure, had Momtaz refused to obey Mossadegh's orders and continued to defend his house, the assailants would not have been able to overrun Mossadegh's house so easily. Davarpanah argues that the majority of the collaborationist officers were from the 2nd Mountain Brigade, which Momtaz commanded. Had Momtaz stayed behind, collaborationist officers such as Captains Yavari, Majulzi, and Saedi would not have been able to lead the personnel of the 2nd Mountain Brigade into battle against their commander. 85 Davarpanah believed that the loyalty of the rank and LE of the 2nd Mountain Brigade to their commander would have prevented the collaborationist officers from easily manipulating the soldiers. Once Momtaz and his troops left, Davarpanah and Feshariki continued to defend the Prime Minister Safsi with about 60 soldiers perched on the rooftops of Ahmed and Gholam Hossein Mossadegh's house. 86 The defense of Mossadegh's house continued until around 7:00 00 p.m. when Davarpana went to Mossadegh and reported that his troops were almost out of ammunition and that the military situation was untenable. 87 It was at this time that Mossadegh and some 15 of his close associates and ministers decided to leave the house by climbing over the walls and crossing into the neighbor's house. 88 The belligerent tanks entered Mossadegh's empty and demolished house. As the night fell and the shame of the day was veiled, the NAL scene of the great demonstration began. Feasting hyenas. Ecstatic at their victory, the insurgents entered Mossadegh's house chanting death to Mossadegh and began looting. In less than an hour they gutted the house, taking with them whatever they could. 89 The thugs and the military personnel accompanying them left Mossadegh's house carrying every conceivable object: tables, chairs, curtains, refrigerator, mattresses, wardrobes, decorative objects, jewelry, bathroom utensils, carpets, cutlery and even personal objects such as the Quran from the house. 90 Half an hour after Mossadegh's house was plundered, one of his precious carpets was sold for 1,500 tomans. 91 The sale of the valuable items looted from Mossadegh's house by the thugs and military personnel reached such embarrassing proportions that Zahidi's head of the Army's Second Bureau was forced to issue a directive threatening those military personnel engaging in such sales with disciplinary action. 92 In the pillage of Mossadegh House, the safe in which he kept sensitive state documents, including the original version of the royal edict which Nazuri had handed to him in the early hours of August 16, was opened and its contents disappeared. 93 At around 7:30 p.m., when nothing was left inside Mossadegh's house to loot, the assailants and the military personnel set to it. 94 The burning of Mossadegh's house continued until 9:00 p.m. 95 That very same night, Colonel Farzanagan, the of Chale CIA agent actively involved throughout all stages of both coups and one of the military men in the new cabinet, Under-Secretary of Post, Telegraph, and Telephone, received orders from Zahidi and Carroll to wrap up the operation. 96 As his NAL duty of the day, Farzanagan placed known supporters of Tipajax in command of all units of the Tehran garrison, seized key military targets and executed the arrest lists. 97 The new appointees of the coup d'état government were, Farhad Dadsatan as military governor, Mohammad Daftari as chief of police, Eskandar Azmuday as commander of the 1st Mountain Brigade, Zand Karimi as commander of the 2nd Mountain Brigade, Ali Mohammad Rohani as commander of the 3rd Mountain Brigade, and Karimi as commander of the 1st Armored Brigade. Nozari was reinstated as commander of the 2nd Armored Brigade. 98 2 days after the fall of Mossadegh's house, a young supporter of the nationalist movement who had been absent from Tehran during those 4 momentous hazy days of August 1953, went to visit 109 Kak Street. He saw a white banner hanging from Mossadegh's house. On it was written, "At nightfall he was thinking of pillage, by sunrise the body was headless and the head wore no crown." 99 The one-line poem accused Mossadegh of being a plundering monarch, and rejoiced in his overthrow. The banner was signed by Beka-is Toilers Party, one of the main confederates of the insurgents who had attacked and looted Mossadegh's house. This same poem appeared on the morrow of the coup on the RST page of Shad, below Beka-is picture. 100 On that same Friday, when the anti-Mossadegh allies were basking in the glory of their victory, General Zahidi went to visit Ayatollah Kashani at his Shemiran residence. At this meeting with Zahidi, Kashani's close circle of friends, Shams Kanatabadi, Beka-i, Nataliya Karimi and Harizadeh, were also present. 101. Religious representatives and the coup. Overthrowing Mossadegh required making a case against his government, on religious grounds, that would placate his religious supporters and provide a justification for the actions of the thugs, the military and the police collaborators. The religious demonization of Mossadegh and sanctification of the coup d'état would not have been possible without the active collaboration of certain religious leaders. By consistently portraying Mossadegh's government as the harbinger of communism and atheism, the coup planners believed that they were providing Iran's religious leaders with the necessary excuse to openly call for Mossadegh's ousting. In preparation for the coup, the planners had originally placed their hopes in 4 key clerical gurs of the period. These religious gurs, however, were of very different theological statures. Their levels of respectability within the traditional Shi'i hierarchy and the numbers of their religious followers also varied significantly. According to the London draft of the Tepejak's operational plan, hammered out between 15 and June 17, 1953 at the Cismain of CE, the masterminds of the coup believed or were told that nearly all important religious leaders with large followings are RMLY opposed to Mossadegh. They were also told that the pro-Zahidi capabilities in this eld are very great. Even though in Wilbur's report the names of the 4 clerical leaders are left blank, their identity is fairly easily discerned in view of the characteristics employed to introduce them. 2 of them are identified as non-political, leaving 2 as political clerics, where one of the 2 political clerics is identified as possessing a terrorist gang. The 2 non-political key clerics referred to are probably Ayatollahs Barujerdi and Bibahani. The political clergy with a terrorist gang is Nawab Safavi, and the political clergy without a particular description is Ayatollah Kashani. At the time Ayatollah Kashani was known as a political clergy, while Bibahani, in spite of his well-known political orientations, did not have such a reputation. There is very little doubt that the assumption of the coup planners, based on their domestic and foreign informants, was that the 4 influential religious gurs, Grand Ayatollah Barujerdi, Ayatollahs Bibahani and Kashani, as well as Nawab Safavi were supportive of Mossadegh's overthrow. 3. The planners of the RST coup hoped that during the period of intensive anti-Mossadegh publicity before the coup day the leaders and their henchmen will collaborate with the coup by carrying out 6 steps. 4. They would, RST, spread word of their disapproval of Mossadegh. 2nd, give open support to the Shah. 3rd, stage pro-religious anti-Mossadegh demonstrations. 4th, threaten pro-Mossadegh deputies and members of Mossadegh's entourage and government, FTH, ensure full participation of themselves and their followers in efforts to overthrow Mossadegh. 6th, after the change of government give the strongest assurances over Radio Tehran and in mosques that the new government is faithful to religious principles. 5. Even though 2 of the 4 religious gurs, namely Bibahani and Kashani, did participate in the overthrow of Mossadegh by collaborating with the coup and becoming involved in many of the anti-Mossadegh steps outlined by the coup planners, 2 other gurs, namely Grand Ayatollah Barujerdi and the once airy and radical Nawab Safavi, did not behave as expected by the planners and refused to enter the game. Being erroneously informed, the coup planners assumed that the 4 religious gurs were homogeneous in their hostility towards Mossadegh and love of the foreign domestic plotters, and that they would therefore participate with equal zeal and commitment in the overthrow project. Perhaps the coup planners hoped that once their anti-Mossadegh smear campaign was in full swing Barujerdi and Nawab Safavi, under pressure from Bibahani and Kashani or their followers, would be compelled to rally to the anti-Mossadegh camp. The emphasis of the deceptive anti-Mossadegh propaganda accusing him of paving the path to a Soviet annexation of Iran was chosen with the objective of intimidating the non-compliant religious dignitaries, namely Barujerdi and Nawab Safavi, and forcing their hands to join the coup project. The assumption that Barujerdi and Nawab Safavi could be bullied, against their beliefs, into a religio-political position demonstrated a lack of familiarity with their personalities. The position of each of the 4 religious gurs in relation to cooperation with the coup plan was colored by their respective political backgrounds and dispositions, their position in relation to British colonialism, their personal relationships with Mossadegh, the Shah and the British and, nally, the contraction or expansion of their respective political power and influence. During Mossadegh's premiership, openly siding with the plotters against Mossadegh was synonymous with publicly admitting their alliance with foreign interests. The only religious gur who may have been insensitive to being identified as a British collaborator was Ayatollah Bibahani, who already had such a reputation. Ayatollah Bibahani was close to the young Shah and at this time supported him unreservedly. Whenever the court felt politically anxious or threatened, word was sent out to Bibahani to rally his troops and stage a strong show of popular support for the Shah. 6. Bibahani was a man of many resources. He was not only influential among pro-Shah politicians and notables, but was also closely connected with leaders of the Maidan. Even though he had some following among merchants at the bazaar, the leading Ghurs in the bazaar were staunch followers of Mossadegh. Overall, Bibahani was well positioned to get a considerable mass mobilized for or against an issue, especially when funds were made available to him. Bibahani did not believe in political Islam as such, but was convinced that the long-term political and economic interests of the clergy and the crown were intertwined and that it was incumbent upon the clergy to support the crown when the latter was threatened and demanded such help. Bibahani's political interventions in favor of the Shah at critical moments gave the public the impression that he was the foremost religio-political puppeteer of the land. 7. Bibahani was also known for his very close ties to the British. Among both the Iranians and the British it was reputed that Bibahani listened closely to what the British said, and that a single word from their embassy was sufficient to have him change his mind. 8. Bibahani was indeed in contact with the British embassy in Iran and candidly discussed political matters with its employees. In a meeting with Major R. Jackson, Bibahani informed him of his deep opposition to the Mossadegh government and to communism, and then proceeded to explain why he needed to be reappointed as the head of the Religious Bequests Department so that he could draw upon that fund for the purpose of opposing communism and incidentally Mossadegh. 9. Just as the Shah called on Bibahani for political favors, the British Embassy also contacted Bibahani with similar expectations. When in the summer of 1952 Mossadegh demanded extraordinary legislative powers from the Majlis, the British sought Bibahani's assistance to bring pressure to bear upon his clerical friends, the mullahs, to express their opposition to Mossadegh's request. 10. Ironically, some 18 years after Ayatollah Bibahani helped bring the Shah to power, the Shah confided in Asadullah Alam, his Minister of Court, that Bibahani was an old servant of the English 11. Later still, in January 1972, he again referred to Bibahani as a special servant and the agent of the British 12. In May 1976 the Shah characterized Bibahani as a corrupt man. 13. Given the role of Ayatollah Bibahani in organizing the events of 28 Mordad, the Shah seems to have been concurring with the idea that Bibahani was acting according to the wishes of the British for a reasonable financial reward, to overthrow Mossadegh, reinstate General Zahedi and ensure the return of the Shah to power. Ayatollah Kashani. As contrasted with Bibahani, Ayatollah Kashani was a believer in the inseparability of religion and politics. For him, clerical leaders only concerned with spiritual Islam and aloof from socio-political issues and problems were quietists collaborating with injustice and unworthy of a religious leadership role. Kashani was a renowned anti-British cleric and had been imprisoned by the Allies for his pro-German and anti-British activities. Kashani was also a main supporting political pillar of Mossadegh and the oil nationalization movement. During the bloody July 21, 1952 showdown between Kavam and Mossadegh, Kashani threw all of his religio-political weight and support behind Mossadegh. Kashani's support at that crucial historical moment was instrumental in bringing Mossadegh back to power. However, Kashani was a shrewd politician, and, since November 1951, according to Middleton's report to the Foreign Office, he had established contact with the court and had also been in touch with the American embassy. 14. His main argument, according to Middleton, was the danger of communism and the need for immediate American aid. Once the two men fell out and he began to move against Mossadegh, Kashani had no option but to move into the pro-Shah, pro-Zahedi, and pro-British camp. Kashani had witnessed the gradual erosion of his power and influence during the premiership of Mossadegh and held Mossadegh responsible for this. Zainer, of the British Embassy, believed that the detaching of Kashani and Makki from Mossadegh were due to the factors created and directed by the brothers Rashidi. And 15. Kashani hoped that by siding with the coup planners he would regain his religio-political status in the aftermath of Mossadegh's overthrow. This awkward political shift placed Kashani in a fragile and ambivalent position from which he never recovered. Kashani was reluctantly pushed into allying himself with the pro-British political forces, which he had previously always opposed because of their ultimate objective to undo Iran's oil nationalization. Aligning himself with the pro-Shah forces was not as bitter as joining the British camp. For a cleric who had established his public image and reputation as an anti-colonial bulwark, participating in the overthrow of Mossadegh and becoming closely associated with British politico-economic interests in Iran was religio-political suicide. As much as he had come to dislike the Prime Minister, Kashani's cooperation with the effort to overthrow Mossadegh turned to dust all his efforts at chasing out the political and economic dominance of the British from Iran. Most humiliating of all, however, was that Kashani came to be seen by the public as a friend of the British. From August 1952 Kashani settled his old disagreements and quibbles with Bibahani. 16 simultaneously, in September of 1952, overcontent of his popularity and political clout and disappointed with Mossadegh's attempts at curbing his arbitrary meddling in the affairs of the state, Kashani moved closer to Zahedi. 17 At this time, Middleton observed that Kashani would like to see Mossadegh removed, if he could be quite certain that this would not damage his position. 18 Events such as 9 Esfand, the Afshardis affair, the provision of sanctuary to Zahedi in the Majlis and the unsuccessful bid to retain his presidency of the Majlis hardened Kashani's anti-Mossadegh stance. Kashani's justification for his enmity towards Mossadegh was one that had been previously voiced by Baker and was very much in line with the excuse which justified British and American intervention in Iran. Mossadegh was presented as an apostate who had rebelled against Islam and was accused of dragging Iran into the communist trap by ensuring the hegemony of the Bolshevik Today party. 19 The simple formula repeated by Kashani's entourage, that Mossadegh's rule was synonymous with communist rule, was exactly in tune with the propaganda of the coup planners. Kashani and his newspapers did not shy away from demanding that Mossadegh be hanged for having rebelled against the constitution. 20 As the date of the coup approached, Kashani's tone sharpened. Kashani issued a communiqué on the occasion of Mossadegh's proposed referendum on dissolving the Majlis, labeling the referendum a foreign plot and reiterated that patriotic Muslims would not participate in it. 21 He also used his religious status and labeled it as haram and despised by the 12th Imam. 22 Whereas Bibahani's opposition to Mossadegh was cool-headed, tempered, and calculated, Kashani, who had swung from full support for Mossadegh to contemptuous animosity towards the man, was unable to conceal his emotional antagonism. While Bibahani had his heart and mind in the overthrow project and did not question its ethical propriety, Kashani was a reluctant accomplice whose pride and temperamental disposition had pushed him into an uncomfortable alliance with partners whom he loathed on principle. After the coup, Kashani's conscience, and probably his sense of guilt at having sided with British interests, pushed him along a collision course with Zahedi and the regime. On January 19, 1956 the 79-year-old Kashani was charged with instigating the people to arm against the monarchy, and he was imprisoned. 23 While Ayatollah Kashani was in prison, charged also with ordering the assassination of General Rahnema by the Fadayan Islam, his son, Mohammad Kashani, wrote a revealing letter to Ardeshir Zahedi, reminding him of the Ayatollah's consistent support for and services to Fazlollah Zahedi, at a time when Kashani was at the peak of his power and Zahedi was politically isolated and under pressure. Mohammad Kashani wrote, "If you want to know the truth, it was because of your father that my father fell out with Mossadegh." He pleaded with Ardeshir Zahedi to implore the Shah for Ayatollah Kashani's pardon. 24 At this time Bibahani was also actively petitioning the Shah for clemency towards Kashani. 25 Kashani was nally released in March 1956 after the intercession of Ayatollah Barujerdi, and died 6 years later in isolation. Grand Ayatollah Barujerdi. It would be safe to suggest that both Bibahani and Kashani were implicated in the coup by their support for and aid towards it. The coup planners were therefore justified in relying on their involvement in and contribution to the overthrow operation. However, their reckoning that Ayatollah Barujerdi and Nawab Safavi would also actively cooperate with the coup effort was odd. The Grand Ayatollah Barujerdi did not believe that his role as the highest Shi'i authority was to intervene in politics and the everyday political haggling in the country. He deliberately avoided taking sides in domestic political rivalries and clashes, as he RMLY believed that entangling the spiritual beliefs of the people with a particular political platform, interest, or faction could lead to the demise of religious beliefs when political tides turned. Barujerdi stood above political brawls and derived his popular religious authority and respect from 22 Atalayat, 10 Mordad 1332. 23 Rohani Mabarez Ayatollah Said Abul Qasim Kashani, Volume 2 p. 744. 24 Ashofte, 26 Bahman 1334. 25 Ashofte, 26 Bahman 1334. 240 Behind the 1953 coup in Iran. This position, Barujerdi's style of keeping politics out of the seminary schools and insisting on the separation of religion and politics, bothered the partisans of political Islam, namely Kashani and Nawab Safavi, who accused him of being passive and a quietist. Yet when Barujerdi felt that the general welfare of the Shi'i or the national integrity of the country was threatened, he reacted RMLY. It is revealing that whereas the reports from British Embassy of Chales in Tehran to the Foreign of CE reacted an impressive level of acquaintance with Iranian notables, politicians and politico-religious leaders such as Kashani, Bibahani and Nawab Safavi, when it came to Barujerdi the Iran experts at the embassy seemed ill-informed. Barujerdi's name very seldom came up in their reports, and when it did, it was curiously in passing. Clearly, Barujerdi had no need to establish any ties with the British Embassy of Chales, nor did these of Chales nd any reason to become interested in him, as he was a religious man and did not play the everyday game of politics. Pieman, the Oriental counselor at the British Embassy in Iran, whose reports reacted his intimate knowledge of and acquaintance with Iranian notables, writes, Nazar Kashkai had suggested to Kashani that he should stick to religion and keep out of politics, and should try to establish himself as the chief Shia divine. 26 Unlike Bibahani, Barujerdi had no desire to be known to or in contact with the British, and was probably perfectly happy to be referred to as one Barujerdi. The British took an interest in Ayatollah Barujerdi when he surprised them, the Anglophile Iranian notables and the Shah, with his opposition to their anti-Iranian machinations and his open support for Mossadegh. In the summer of 1951 the Shah and the British had come to the conclusion that Mossadegh had to go. 27 The British cabinet, having abandoned the idea of attacking and taking the Iranian oil fields on July 12, began reconsidering their military options of invading and holding on to Abadan. By mid-September, Operation Buccaneer was closely considered by the British as a viable solution to attain this end. While on September 27, 1951, the British forces were ready to launch Operation Buccaneer, the cabinet, faced with staunch American opposition, backed off. 28 In his report of October 1, Zainer of the British Embassy in Tehran informed the Foreign of CE that according to Salman Asadi, a well-informed Iranian contact, Ayatollah Barujerdi has sent a message to Dr. Human for presentation to H.I.M. in which Barujerdi says that the Mossadegh government has his entire support. 29 Almost simultaneously, on September 29, 1951 Henderson, the new American ambassador to Tehran, met with the Shah, whereupon the monarch informed him that Ayatollah Barujerdi had sent him a message reiterating that all Iran must stand together in face of British threats, and if Britain should invade Iran the country must present a solid front. 30 According to the Shah, Barujerdi's message was a clear indication that he was aligning himself with Mossadegh, at least on the oil issue. The Shah lamented to Henderson that Barujerdi's message was delivered to him in the presence of a number of other people, leading him to believe that news of Barujerdi's support for Mossadegh's government would be widely circulating among Iranians. 31 Barujerdi's inside information about the threat of invasion by the British is interesting and impressive, as is his decisive prise de position and intervention in political matters at crucial and decisive moments of national crisis. While the February 28, 1953 events over the Shah's departure from Iran consolidated the alliance between Ayatollahs Kashani and Bibahani against Mossadegh and brought their partnership into the open, the two clerics knew full well that without the presence of Barujerdi in their camp, their anti-Mossadegh position and propaganda would not have much religious weight. From the end of February 1953 to the coups in August of that year, the Kashani, Bibahani axis sought to convey the idea that Ayatollah Barujerdi was indeed in their camp. However, Barujerdi systematically demonstrated his independence from the anti-Mossadegh front by disclaiming their propaganda and even displaying his irritation at their insinuations and innuendos. 32 After 9 Esfand, when the anti-Mossadegh axis consciously drove an irreversible wedge between the Shah and Mossadegh, Ayatollah Barujerdi chose to neutralize the efforts of this axis by building bridges between the Shah and Mossadegh for the sake of Iran's independence. The non-political Barujerdi, who raised himself above the micro-political fray, proved to be much more politically astute when it came to Iran's long-term self-sovereignty and right of self-determination. While the Kashani, Bibahani axis was beating on the polarizing drum of the Shah against Mossadegh, Barujerdi consulted at length with emissaries from the both Shah and Mossadegh. Barujerdi then sent a public message inviting the Shah and Mossadegh to unite and work together as they had done before for the independence and grandeur of Iran. 33 Barujerdi chided the deviant and rabble-rousing elements who had caused disruption and turmoil on 9 Esfand. 34 In this carefully worded public announcement, typical of Ayatollah Barujerdi's style, there is no indication of his displeasure towards Mossadegh, yet there is an undeniable reprimanding of the pro-Shah demonstrators, mobilized by Bibahani and Kashani, who had rioted against Mossadegh and broken down the door to his house. 30 FRUS, Volume X, p. 186. 31 FRUS, Volume X, p. 186. 32 Rahnema, pages 874 to 876. 33 Rahnema, p. 875. 34 Rahnema, p. 875. 242 Behind the 1953 coup in Iran. In spite of Barujerdi's clear position on the events of February 28 and his lack of involvement with Bibahani and Kashani's political ploys, the Kashani, Bibahani axis conducted a wide propaganda campaign to try to convince Barujerdi's followers that he too supported the anti-Mossadegh and pro-Shah camp. During the last months of Mossadegh's government, Ayatollah Kashani and Shams Kanatabadi tried very hard to convince the general public that Barujerdi was in the same anti-Mossadegh camp as Bibahani and Kashani. 35 The Kashani, Bibahani camp knew that without Barujerdi's support, the religious aspect and appeal of their anti-Mossadegh position would not seem convincing to the pious majority. At the end of March 1953, when consensus was reached among the members of the anti-Mossadegh camp on General Zahedi as the future prime minister, Hossein Allah, the minister of court, went to visit Barujerdi in order to ascertain the latter's attitude regarding Zahedi. 36 Allah subsequently reported to the American ambassador in Iran on his visit with the Grand Ayatollah. During this visit, Allah admitted that Barujerdi had not committed himself to anything and had informed Allah that he would recontact him. Allah then opined that he thought Barujerdi had seemed sympathetic. 37 In this meeting with Henderson, Allah seemed to be the spokesman of the group who interested in overthrow Mossadegh government. 38 Allah was honest in reporting his conversation with the Ayatollah, but could not hide his wishful thinking that Barujerdi would eventually join the anti-Mossadegh camp. By mid-April, Barujerdi sent a message to counter the rumors circulating in the anti-Mossadegh press speculating on his discontentment with the Mossadegh government and its so-called appeasement policy towards the communists. 39 In spite of constant pressure on Barujerdi by various pro-Shah newspapers to side with Bibahani and Kashani against Mossadegh, Barujerdi refused to comply. 40 Mossadegh, in turn, was cognizant of the manner in which Ayatollah Barujerdi was in fact supporting his government by refusing to join or even tacitly acknowledge the claims of the Kashani, Bibahani axis against him. As a sign of his gratitude towards Barujerdi, and seeking to neutralize future plots by the Kashani, Bibahani axis that could turn Burujurdi against him, Mossadegh used his discretionary powers and added 3 items to the press laws already in place. The 3 items were intended for the protection of Ayatollah Burujurdi at a time when the press was going wild with injurious and disparaging literature against their political opponents. The new items stipulated that in the case of any disrespectful or defamatory comments or statements about the highest religious dignitary of the land, who is the public's source of imitation, both the author and the newspaper publisher would be held responsible and could receive a sentence of anywhere between 3 months to 1 year of imprisonment. 41 Mossadegh protected Burujurdi from all kinds of abuse that were customary in the press at the time, but purposefully worded the law in such a way that it could protect neither Bibahani nor Kashani. Around mid-July 1953, as the D-Day against Mossadegh approached and the necessity of a united anti-Mossadegh religious front including Burujurdi loomed, the anti-Mossadegh press pushed once again to pit Burujurdi against Mossadegh. 42 Burujurdi actively sought to neutralize the fabricated animosity which was presented to the public by the anti-Mossadegh press. Late in June of 1953, Burujurdi, a master at avoiding undesirable visitors, met with Mossadegh's envoys, even though he was ill, simply to display his support for the Mossadegh government. 43 Relentless in their effort to draw Burujurdi into the anti-Mossadegh camp and frustrated by their inability to do so, the anti-Mossadegh press adopted a more aggressive posture, directly calling on Burujurdi to take a stand. 44 The real pressure on Burujurdi to join the anti-Mossadegh religious camp came when Bibahani and Kashani categorically condemned the referendum on dissolving the parliament, and Burujurdi refused to position himself against Mossadegh. The fact that Kashani had called the referendum an Islamically prohibited act, and Bibahani had written against it, while Burujurdi had not uttered a word on its un-Islamicness, placed Kashani and Bibahani in a precarious religious position. 17 days before the RST coup, an important petition in support of Mossadegh was sent to the Majlis. The importance of this statement of support, some 2 weeks before the RST coup, stemmed from the fact that it was coming from the province of Lorestan, the real power base and home of Burujurdi. Furthermore, the petition was sent by Ayatollah Ruhollah Kamalvand, Burujurdi Softchail representative and right-hand man in Karamabad. 45 This important development sent a clear signal to those who were familiar with the subtleties of Burujurdi's maneuverings. Kamalvand's petition demonstrated that while the machine to overthrow Mossadegh was in high gear, Ayatollah Burujurdi was not only ignoring the calls for alliance by Bibahani and Kashani, but was also indicating his continuing support for Mossadegh's government. Burujurdi's consistent non-aggressive, if not favorable, disposition towards Mossadegh and his refusal to say a word against his government was becoming increasingly bothersome and injurious to the anti-Mossadegh religious claims of the Kashani, Bibahani axis. 4 days before the RST coup, Shams Kanatabadi, Kashani's closest confidant and associate at the time, employed a surprisingly pushy and almost irreverent tone with regard to Burujurdi. In his newspaper, Kanatabadi wrote, "Your Holiness, Ayatollah Burujurdi, are you aware of the fact that Mossadegh has delayed the implementation of the law against the consumption of alcoholic beverages for another year?" 46 Just as Burujurdi refused to react to the stirrings, invitations, and incitation of the anti-Mossadegh camp right before the coup, so too he frustrated the coup makers by not issuing an edict calling for a holy war against communism, thereby failing to legitimize the coup d'état against Mossadegh. 47 When Burujurdi refused to religiously sanction the coup against Mossadegh, the Kashani, Bibahani axis reacted with anger and disapproval. The headline of the Kashani and Shams Kanatabadi daily tells the simple story of Burujurdi's refusal to ally himself with the anti-Mossadegh camp right up until the day of the coup d'état. In big print at the bottom of the RST page of Malati Ma, dated 28 Mordad 1332, it reads, "Your Holiness Ayatollah Burujurdi. Tehran is in the hands of the Bolsheviks and Mossadegh has tied the hands of the Muslim people behind their backs. Again you continue to remain silent." 48 Burujurdi was not to rubber stamp the coup d'état in the name of Shia Islam he represented. Burujurdi was a cleric, but not of Bibahani and Kashani's ilk. The article in Kanatabadi's newspaper Khan RMS that, right up until the coup on 28 Mordad, the Kashani, Bibahani camp were highly distraught by Burujurdi's refusal to collaborate with them in a British, American-initiated and planned coup d'état. Through his acts, decisions, words, and significant silences, when notable men of the cloth pressured him to utter just a single word against Mossadegh, the absolute source of imitation oft Shii informed his followers that would not consent to the removal of Mossadegh, and that his religious followers should not move against Mossadegh as they did not have his approval for such an act. Sometime between the evening of the 28 and 29 Mordad, telegrams were exchanged between Ayatollah Bibahani and the Shah. In his telegram to Bibahani, the Shah thanked the Iranian people for their kindness towards him. Ayatollah Bibahani wrote back informing His Majesty that everyone was eager to see their glorious and popular king. In this telegram Bibahani petitioned God for the Shah's health and the endurance of his illustrious Islamic monarchy. 49 Aside from the telegraphs between Bibahani and the Shah after 28 Mordad, Bibahani had sent the Shah a highly supportive telegram while he was in Baghdad. In this telegram Bibahani had wished that the holy spirits of the guardians of the faith would help the king to maintain the independence of the country and cut off the hands of foreigners. 50. The Shah returned to Iran on August 22. 3 days after his return, Burujurdi answered the telegram that the Shah had sent him from Rome. Burujurdi's response to the Shah came with 4 to 7 days of delay. Burujurdi answered the Shah only after the coup, and not before. The Shah must have hoped to receive a response much sooner and in a style similar to Bibahani's. In his measured and almost dry response, Burujurdi wrote that since the Shah had written to him that he would be back immediately, his response was delayed. Burujurdi wrote that he was delighted to hear that the Shah was in good health while in Rome and added that he hoped that the Shah's auspicious entrance to Iran would be a fruitful/joyful one, resulting in the betterment of religious objectives, the glory of Islam and the welfare of Muslims. 51 In the body of Burujurdi's message, a veiled cynicism with respect to the past conduct of the Shah may be detected. Burujurdi begins the important part of his message by saying I hope that, implying that what he expects of the Shah's return to the country is merely a wish, with no expectation that it become a reality. In the text of Burujurdi's formal telegram there are no signs of adulation, exuberance at the return of the Shah or expression of hope that his rule and dynasty endure indefinitely. In his telegram, Burujurdi addressed the Shah as Allah Hazrat and added the clerical expression Khalid Allah Ta'ala Mulkaho. This title is one of the many standard and generic titles used by the clergy when addressing Shahs and does not imply praise for them on any particular occasion or act. It is the body of the message which presents the substance of the correspondence, not the ceremonial title used for a particular king. Mirza Hassan Shirazi addressed Nasruddin Shah in exactly the same manner when he was warning and chiding the Shah on the use of tobacco in his court. Ayatollah Ha'iri, the founder of the Qom Seminary School, addressed Reza Shah in the same way when he informed him that the prevailing conditions in the country were against the Sharia. Attempts at presenting Ayatollah Burujurdi as a proponent of the anti-Mossadegh collaborationist axis and a supporter of or a contributor to the coup d'état is not founded on historical facts. 52 Such misrepresentation seeks to provide a religious legitimization for the coups. The necessity of presenting a religious justification for the coup was highlighted in the Nicosia version of Operation Ajax and promoted by the domestic anti-Mossadegh forces. Explaining the coup as the consequence of the religious sentiments of Iranians and their loyalty to Iran's main source of imitation gives the false impression that Burujurdi Nali succumbed to the barrage of foreign and domestic propaganda accusing Mossadegh of anti-religious and communist tendencies. As simple and as politically convenient as the homogenization of Shi'i clergy may be, it is historically and analytically erroneous. Consequently, to argue that Burujurdi Nali aligned his politics in relation to Mossadegh with Bibahani and Kashani is unfounded. 2 days after the coup, General Zahidi met Ayatollah Kashani, who had been instrumental in his victory, at his house in Shem, Iran. 53 Later, General Zahedi repaid his debt to Ayatollah Kashani by having Mustafa Kashani, his son, and Shams Kanatabadi, his right-hand man, elected to the RST post-coup majlis. 54. In contrast, no such meeting between Zahedi and Barujerdi was ever reported in the Iranian press. Some 2 weeks after the coup, when Zahedi wrote a telegram to Barujerdi congratulating him on the occasion of the Eid Qadir, Barujerdi once again returned a dry telegram, simply wishing that God would assist Zahedi in fulfilling his religious responsibilities at such a difficult point in time. 55. Just as the coup planners' assessment of Ayatollah Barujerdi turned out to be incorrect, so their expectations of Nawab Safavi also proved dated. Mojtaba Amir Lohi, better known as Nawab Safavi, was the founder of the Devotees of Islam. The Devotees of Islam had become a much feared organization after it had proudly accepted responsibility for the assassination of Abdul Hossein Hajir on November 1949 and General Rahnema in March 1951. The young cleric, Nawab Safavi, and his fervent band of followers had at one point been effectively under the spiritual leadership of Ayatollah Kashani. After the assassination of Rahnema, Nawab Safavi felt shunned and betrayed by both Ayatollah Kashani and Mossadeq's National Front, with whom he believed he had an alliance. Nawab Safavi's reaction was one of threats and intimidations. He accused Mossadegh and Kashani of collusion with the court and threatened to assassinate them both. In June 1951, or some weeks after Mossadegh became prime minister, Nawab Safavi was arrested and remained in jail until January 1953, or about 7 months before the coup. While in prison, Nawab Safavi, feeling isolated and abandoned, adopted a more conciliatory posture towards Mossadegh and Kashani. Nawab Safavi restrained his aggressive invectives and moderated his belligerent discourse, sending word to both men that if the imprisoned members of the Devotees of Islam were released he would promise to withdraw from the political scene. 56. While in prison, Nawab Safavi became more politically cynical and withdrawn. He gravitated towards a more spiritual Islam rather than the hardline violent political Islam which he had previously espoused. After his release from prison, Nawab Safavi pursued a policy of détente and peaceful coexistence with Mossadegh's government. In his statements and declarations after his release, Nawab Safavi reiterated his political disengagement and disinterest in the political squabbles of the times. He often repeated that he did not sympathize with any of the competing political forces as he did not consider any of them interested in implementing the Sharia. 57. From early May 1953, Nawab Safavi's organization was confronted with a series of factional secessions and expulsions. 58. The sewers within the Devotees of Islam were due to more than one reason, but a key one was the difference of opinion between engagement and non-engagement in politics. 2 months before the coup against Mossadegh, while Kashani and his followers were committed to ousting Mossadegh from power, Nawab Safavi was not yet ready to mend fences with Kashani and join the anti-Mossadegh religious axis. 59. Some 20 days before the RST coup, the Devotees of Islam sent an important message to the court, to Mossadegh and to Kashani that they did not intend to support any of them and preferred to continue with their policy of non-interference. 60. On 26 Mordad, 1 day after the RST coup, when all competing political forces, supporters and opponents of Mossadegh were taking stock of what had happened and planning their next political move, Nawab Safavi and his followers were mourning the untimely death of Nawab Safavi's young wife at the Abuzar Mosque in Tehran. 61. According to Nawab Safavi, on 28 Mordad he chose to stay put and wait. He had reached the decision not to become involved with the events of 28 Mordad by a divination through the Quran. 62. So, Nawab Safavi played no political role in the events that led to the coup and remained an unaligned observer. Whereas both Bibahani and Kashani did fulfill the expectations of the coup planners and did mobilize their followers to overthrow Mossadegh, Nawab Safavi desisted from joining forces with the anti-Mossadegh religious collaborationists. The looming question of why, if Mossadegh was so popular, the people did not take to the streets and undo the coup, as they had done on 30 Tir and 9 Esfand, may never obtain a comprehensive and satisfactory response. The mere fact that the coup d'état did succeed does not prove that the people had lost faith in the leadership and policies of Mossadegh and no longer supported him. The ousting of Mossadegh on 28 Mordad was not the result of a peaceful referendum but of a coup d'état launched because all other political and parliamentary means of replacing him had failed. The success of the second coup may be analyzed and explained from different angles: RST, the efficiency and innovativeness of the multi-actor, multi-force coup d'état plan; second, the socio-political and psychological environment and condition which followed the RST coup; third, alienation and desertion in Mossadegh's camp; fourth, the political AWS in the anti-coup forces and in Mossadegh in particular; and FTH, money matters. First explanatory factor, the efficiency of the multi-actor coup. The RST explanatory factor for the success of the primarily homespun second coup was that it was imaginative, resourceful, and original in many aspects. However, it continued to employ the tools and agents that had been clearly articulated and identified in the CIA/Cisdron-Tipajax plans. In its initial phase, the coup plan relied on the mobilization of the rough ANS and their cortège, giving it the impression of a popular uprising of the disinherited. This skillful tactic sowed confusion among the supporters of Mossadegh. The movement of pro-Shah packs of demonstrators yelling "Long live the Shah" did not give the impression that a military coup was underway. The ruffians' early morning slogans and chants, before they arrived at their designated targets in the heart of the city, were wisely conned to "Long live the Shah" and "Death to today's sympathizers," which did not necessarily reveal their 249 anti-Mossadegh intentions. To the Tehranis of that day, accustomed as they were to a variety of such demonstrations with chants of "Death to" and "Long live," the walking, running or truck-driving demonstrators were not unusual, causing immediate suspicion and reaction. The thugs demonstrating on 28 Mordad could initially pass for any other group of civilian demonstrators. This created the ideal camouflage for them to attain their targets, and once they started attacking their objectives, they intended to be noticed and feared. Mossadegh's supporters interpreted the early morning demonstrations as yet another muscle-Xing exercise on the part of pro-Shah and anti-communist forces and failed to realize that the agitations were a prelude to the overthrow of Mossadegh. Camouflaging the afternoon military coup in the guise of another innocuous street demonstration rendered the second coup difficult to detect and prevent. The innovative plan relied heavily on the element of surprise after the second phase of the coup unfolded and slogans were directed at Mossadegh. Had the coup forces occupied the sensitive spots of the city in full force, or had the tanks suddenly rolled out onto the empty streets and squares of Tehran on the morning of 28 Mordad, the intention and objective of the coup planners would immediately have become manifest. The early appearance of the troops or tanks would have alerted the pro-Mossadegh forces to the threat of an impending military coup, resulting in their mobilization in defense of Mossadegh's government. The gradual injection of the military personnel and the tanks into the great demonstration enabled the coup forces to attain their military objectives and impose their hegemony before the Tehranis could fully realize that a military coup d'état was underway. While the great demonstration veiled the military coup, a seemingly spontaneous popular movement camouflaged the hired thugs and their retinue who had planned trajectories and assigned targets of attack, destruction, and occupation. The resourceful coup, wrapped in layers of subterfuge, befogged the minds of pro-Mossadegh forces, confusing and nally-paralyzing them. The Rashidian brothers should be credited for correctly identifying the thugs, their retinues, and the lumpen proletariat as the necessary ingredients which would produce a successful regime change recipe, which the RST coup clearly ignored. The unorganized and decentralized nature of the common people, Mossadegh's socio-political base, placed them at a major disadvantage when it came to deciphering the events and preparing a timely riposte. The pro-Mossadegh political organizations also suffered from an inability to understand the 28 Mordad events, as they too were taken by surprise. On 9 Esfand, the pro-Shah forces did not yet possess a camouflaged military plan following the initially successful demonstration of the thugs. The 28 Mordad plan corrected the error that a demonstration without immediate military support was incapable of overthrowing Mossadegh. The domestic and foreign coup planners had learned from their experiences at destabilizing Mossadegh, while 250 behind the 1953 coup in Iran. The same could not be said about the popular pro-Mossadegh forces, which were devoid of a coordinated and centralized network or command headquarters. The amorphous pro-Mossadegh forces, coming from different walks of life, were dispersed, disjointed and disconnected. If the eyewitness information and observation of Tehranis scattered throughout the city on the numbers and the deployment of the various packs and columns of thugs coming from south of Tehran had been reported to a centralized headquarters and analyzed, a clearer picture of what was in stock for the day might have emerged and perhaps have been responded to in the early hours of the morning. The second coup plan benefited from another clever feature, for which the members of the Council of War are to be credited. This was an integrated operation, relying heavily on the military network and plans that remained intact after the RST coup. The uncompromised collaborationist line commanders of Operation THIRD-WORLDISM were also included, contacted and reactivated for the second coup. While the military loyal to Mossadegh may have believed that the key coup agents had been arrested and therefore that their network had been dismantled or neutralized after 25 Mordad, the facts demonstrated that the military network involved in the 25 Mordad coup was still well connected, potent and operational. The approximately 30 surviving line commanders were well positioned within their respective garrisons and properly briefed on what was expected of them. The 28 Mordad coup plan simply grafted the second phase of the original military plan, already built into Operation THIRD-WORLDISM, onto a demonstration by the thugs and their followers. In retrospect, it can be said that the coup planners relied on the fact that clear alarm signals had been put in place and explained to the team leaders in case the original plan failed, which it did. According to Wilbur, this signaling mechanism, which automatically called for movement from one phase to the other, was a major factor in the success of the second coup. The second military phase of the coup, in case of the failure of the RST coup, was known to the team heads and the line commanders. Only the new action date and approximated time of engagement, along with the necessary NE tunings and calibrations, had to be reset and coordinated with the planned activity of the RUF ANS. On the evening of August 17, the general plan for the great demonstration was cobbled together and the date was set by the Council of War for August 19. The military team heads had to convey the date and any last-minute revisions to the uncompromised line commanders. Without the active participation and contribution of the military identified and recruited within Operation THIRD-WORLDISM, the key military objectives necessary for the overthrow of Mossadegh on August 19 would not have been secured. The second coup on 28 Mordad would have remained inconclusive had the RUF ANS acted alone. Without the CIAS native employees, the collaborationist political groups and the secret military organization of the devotees of the Shah, the smooth coordination and integration of the parts played by the thugs, the military personnel and the tank units would not have been possible. The crucial role played by this triad, CIAS native lads, collaborationist political groups and devotees of the Shah on 28 Mordad orchestrated, manipulated and directed the unruly RUF ANS, who were incapable of self-management, to attain their strategic objectives and, most importantly, to coalesce with the military personnel and tank units. While the civilians of THIRD-WORLDISM provided the necessary leaderships and footwork, the military personnel of Operation THIRD-WORLDISM provided the much-needed repower, without which Mossadegh's partisans would have been back on the offensive on 29 Mordad just as they had been on 10 Esfand. Apart from the inventiveness of the second coup in drawing upon different reliable key actors and packing different objectives and targets into one coup plan, the strategy was also original in its exhibility and expectations from its participating agents. Having learned from the mistakes of the RST coup, the foreign and domestic masterminds drafted a loose but well-adapted plan which best employed the skills and capabilities of the different coup agents available and involved. The plan was also perfectly tailored to the behavioral pattern, mood, temperament, and character of each group of participants. The participants were not expected to carry out precise, tightly coordinated or detailed tasks that they were inept at. The rough ANS and their entourage were expected only to intimidate and scare Tehranis with their numerical strength and rough demeanor. They were then required to use their muscles and clubs when attacking opponents, their headquarters, or government buildings. In the meantime, they were supposed to shield and protect the military personnel joining them and the tanks they were to hijack. Finally, they were expected to participate in setting siege to Tehran Radio's broadcasting station and Mossadegh's house. Whereas the tank units involved in the military aspect of the coup plan had to keep to a loose and approximate timetable, the thugs and the infantry units were free of any such obligations. They were expected neither to be punctual nor to act in a disciplined or coordinated manner. The coup was planned to last the whole day. The elastic, malleable, and ad hoc character of the premeditated operation minimized high-risk bungling and botch ups which could have jeopardized it. Yet the time gap between the decision to execute and the operation date was very tight. The line commanders in charge of tanks and military personnel involved in the second coup were only informed on 17, 18, or even early August 19, and were expected to commence operations at some point on August 19. The very short preparation lag precipitated a large degree of creative improvisation on the part of the line commanders and their subordinate officers, as well as keeping the coup plot a very well-guarded secret. The seemingly mysterious appearance of a group of officers at the Sultanatabad garrison early on the morning of August 19 and the equally enigmatic orders changing the officers on guard during the evening of August 18 could be explained as the creative initiative of the collaborationist military officers working under the stress of a very tight schedule. Reacting on the lessons learned from the coup d'état in Iran, Wilbur wrote, "In some cases it is possible to arrange for the replacement and reassignment of officers who are in the wrong position from our point of view. The placing of the right man in the right spot at the right time is of course the most important factor in all military operations." 2. The military network established by the coup planners seemed successful at placing anti-Mossadegh and pro-Shah officers at sensitive theaters of operations on 28 Mordad. It seemed equally successful at distancing pro-Mossadegh officers from those same theaters of operation at decisive moments. The experiences of Major Akbarzand and Lieutenant Houshang Korbanejad provide examples of how effectively the coup planners were able to move officers around through assignments and reassignments, pulling them out of and pushing them into the theater of operations so as to assure success. Having the right pro-Shah and anti-Mossadegh officers in the right place at the right time played a key role in the success of the morning operations. The second factor explaining the success of the August 19 coup can be sought in the socio-political and psychological environment which followed the RST coup. The political atmosphere of limbo and uncertainty between Sunday, August 16 and Wednesday, August 19 worked to the advantage of the coup forces and the disadvantage of the pro-Mossadegh forces. During those 3 interim days, the Iranian state came under a volley of unprecedented shocks, rendering it almost dysfunctional. A coup d'état was foiled, the Shah fled the country and the parliament was dissolved. Mossadegh's government, recovering from a coup, was divided on the highly sensitive issue of how to proceed politically in the absence of the Shah. Competing political forces within Mossadegh's government and in society spoke and acted irresponsibly and recklessly, while the news circulated that the Shah had appointed Zahedi as prime minister and that Mossadegh's rule was illegal. The rapid pace of unusual political events disoriented the ordinary people, who witnessed a gradual social slippage towards increasing disorder, unpredictability and even chaos. To the common people, the string of events in Tehran demonstrated that the state was out of control. While the opponents of the Shah, of all shades and colors, celebrated his departure in demonstrations, poured invectives on him and his court in their airy speeches, called him a traitor and a house servant of the British, chanted death to the treacherous Shah in their marches, demanded that he be deposed, called for republics of all sorts, tore down the statutes of him and his father and clashed violently among themselves, insecurity and anxiety rose among ordinary Tehranis, irrespective of their political tendencies. During these messy days members of a bogus Today party were also at work in Tehran, intentionally provoking a state of social hysteria and frenzy. These fake Today Party members were CIA agents provocateurs who were psychologically preparing the people not to react against the overthrow of Mossadegh on the forthcoming Wednesday. The CIA operatives Kivani and Jalali, along with their band of hired hands, were following instructions from Roosevelt and Carroll. 3. Under the guise of Today Party members, the gang of Kivani and Jalali implanted the Red Scare in the hearts of Tehranis by looting and smashing shops in the city center. For the simple message of the CIA's agents provocateurs to the Tehranis was that should the communists, the real enemies of the Shah, come to power, such gruesome acts of vandalism would become everyday occurrences. Kivani and Jalali also sought to convey the old message that Mossadegh's government did not wish to control the Today Party as it was in league with it. The theme of Mossadegh as the Trojan horse of the communists was the leitmotif of the coup planners and was strongly conveyed to the ordinary people in order to lure them away from defending Mossadegh on Wednesday. Between Sunday and Wednesday, the non-militant partisans of Mossadegh, the real backbone of his authority, came under great psychological pressure. Those who admired their prime minister for his efforts on oil nationalization, the sense of national pride he had generated, his unauthoritarian and democratic politics and his personal honesty and uprightness, and yet who were not strongly opposed to the young Shah, who himself was very different from what he became after the coup, or did not oppose a constitutional monarchy, were torn apart, neutralized and pushed to the sidelines. The uncontrolled excitement and excesses of militant opponents of the Shah worried the common people. The successful operation of the CIA's agents provocateurs added to the misgivings of the common people about an unpredictable future without a visible central authority enforcing law and order. In view of the magnitude, weight, and speed of the events between Sunday and Wednesday, the common people who traditionally supported Mossadegh by taking to the streets and spontaneously demonstrating in his support became more and more estranged from what was going on in the streets. During these days, the common supporters of Mossadegh were becoming alienated from the street politics of anti-Shah militants and not necessarily from Mossadegh. The sense of security and solidarity felt by Mossadegh's supporters suddenly gave way to a debilitating state of insecurity, undermining their resistance and resolve. The political dichotomy and contradiction between the Shah and Mossadegh, as highlighted between Sunday and Wednesday by the opponents and supporters of the Shah, unsettled and confused a good number who, in the past, had not seen their support for Mossadegh as opposition to the Shah. The indecision, uncertainty, and inertia of Mossadegh's popular support base were exacerbated by the Prime Minister's silence after the RST coup attempt. Neither a public statement explaining his thoughts or position on the current political crisis nor a public communique on what he thought should be done came from 109 Kak Street. The Prime Minister Saf Ce. Mossadegh fell silent when he should have spoken. The Peshwa, as Mossadegh was called, either felt no pressing need for a public address or was no longer in the mood to provide leadership for his followers. At his trial, Mossadegh recalled that those days were extremely busy with just managing the country. It seems as though Mossadegh feared that a directive inviting the people to take to the streets would have caused a bloodbath. Mossadegh was not oblivious to the impact of political chaos and its negative consequences on ordinary Tehranis. From Tuesday afternoon, Mossadegh's government abruptly took a tough stand against lawlessness in Tehran. Following 2 days of lawlessness, the government decided to impose public peace with all its might. As positive as this position was in assuaging the fears and insecurities of the common people, Mossadegh's popular base, it had an adverse effect on the hardcore pro-Mossadegh and anti-Shah militants. The government's decision on Tuesday played right into the hands of the coup planners, as its effect was not enough to sway the common people to react immediately to the coup d'état on Wednesday, yet it certainly discouraged the hardcore militants from coming out in force against the anti-Mossadegh insurgents. The police communique, which appeared in the newspapers of Tuesday, August 18, warned that any activity that disturbed the public peace would be severely dealt with by the forces of law and order. Mossadegh's government forbade demonstrations in the hope of keeping Today Party sympathizers off the streets. When on Tuesday evening the Today Party sympathizers came out demonstrating on Eslambol and Nadari streets as well as on Sepa Square, Military units led by collaborationist pro-Shah of Sars clashed with them forcefully, giving them a beating and dispersing them. The violent clashes boosted the morale of the pro-Shah military personnel, who were said to be angry at the anti-Shah provocations of the Today sympathizers. The harsh repression sent a clear signal that street clashes were no longer tolerated by the government. But the clampdown was also interpreted by Today sympathizers as Mossadegh's new policy of containing and crushing the Today party. The violent confrontations of the Tuesday evening, which lasted until midnight, impacted upon the state of mind of the Today rank and LE on the following day. The Today sympathizers who may have come onto the streets against the thugs, even without a directive from their superiors, were intimidated and scared. They were reluctant to be beaten up ruthlessly again by what they believed was Mossadegh's army. The argument has been made that the RST stage of Mossadegh's overthrow actually started with the assault of the army on the Today demonstrators. 5. Mossadegh's instruction to both Khalil Malki and Daryush Foraher to keep their members off the streets helped empty the streets of Tehran of Mossadegh's important forces. The militant partisans of Malki's Third Force Party and Foraher's Iranian People's Party constituted an important organized assault team engaged in street clashes whenever there was a need to come out in support of Mossadegh. Mossadegh's instructions to Malki and Foraher, which were intended to reduce political tensions on the streets of Tehran, in effect prevented the pro-Mossadegh partisans of these two parties from actively opposing the Rough ANS on Wednesday and perhaps foiling the second coup. The events of Tuesday evening ensured the absence of organized and militant pro-Mossadegh or anti-Shah forces on the streets of Tehran and effectively emptied the streets for the thugs to take over on the Wednesday. On Wednesday a good number of Mossadegh's supporters chose the sidewalks. The growing public weariness caused by social unrest and uncertainty between the two coups, along with a growing sense of suspicion about the long-term objectives of the Today party, gnawed at the resolve of Mossadegh's popular base. The neutralization and inactivity of Mossadegh's mass supporters throughout 28 Mordad was the best-case scenario the coup planners could hope for. While Mossadegh's combative supporters were muzzled on Wednesday, the zealous pro-Shah soldiers, policemen, and officers were excited and on the offensive to expel Mossadegh and bring back the Shah. Third explanatory factor: desertion in Mossadegh's camp and the Prime Minister's stubbornness. Whereas on 30 Tir, after Mossadegh's resignations and Kavam's appointment as Prime Minister, a broad wave of instinctive popular support returned the absent Mossadegh to power. A year later some of those key national gurs who were instrumental in supporting Mossadegh were keenly lending a hand to his opponents. The fact that Mossadegh's old allies had gradually turned into his bitter enemies had emboldened those who were never fond of him but had been too intimidated by his popular support to oppose him. By the summer of 1953, some of the major political and religious forces which had systematically supported Mossadegh in the parliament and on the streets and had fended off threats to his government from the day he became prime minister, had not only withdrawn their support but also openly opposed his government. Since October 1949, when he was in exile, Ayatollah Kashani had thrown his full political and religious weight behind the candidacy of Mossadegh's National Front members to the 16th Parliament. When Kashani triumphantly returned to Tehran in June 1950, he was already a member of parliament. Mossadegh, the deputy from Tehran with the highest vote, and members of the National Front were all at the airport to greet him. Kashani was a public gur with an impressively wide social, political and religious network. His influence was not limited to Kanatabadi, Nawab Safavi or Baika-is political organizations. He had connections with politicians from a wide spectrum of tendencies and allegiances, from royalists and anti-communist Anglophiles, to sympathizers and members of the Communist Today party. Apart from Ayatollah Barujerdi, he had close ties with all other prominent religious gurs, including Ayatollah Bibahani in Tehran and Ayatollah Qansari in Qom. The assassination of Prime Minister Razmara on March 7, 1951 by Khalil Tamasibhi was at the behest of Kashani. 1 week later, the Iranian parliament ratified the nationalization of the oil industry. When on April 27, 1951 Mossadegh became prime minister, he hurried to Kashani's house to consult the Ayatollah and subsequently carried Kashani with him to the pinnacle of power. The exact date and reason for the rift, estrangement, and eventual enmity between Mossadegh's old allies and the Prime Minister are hard to pinpoint. Except for Mozaffar Bekai, whose intentions for joining Mossadegh were rather dubious from the beginning, Mossadegh's other allies seem to have joined forces with him to ensure free elections to the parliament and, most importantly, to nationalize the oil and chase away British colonialism. Bekai seems to have been primarily concerned with his own power and position and is said to have been intent on setting Kashani against Mossadegh so as to pave the road for his own political ascendancy. 7. After he became prime minister, Mossadegh refused to base his government on the coalition of forces in the National Front. Abdul Qadir Azad, a vocal member of the 15th Majlis and an influential member of the National Front, was the RST politician to object to Mossadegh's obstinacy in acting independently of his old allies. When Mossadegh refused to give 2 portfolios in his government to members of Azad's Independence Party, Azad became the RST of the Apostles to turn his back on Mossadegh and join the opposition camp. While Mossadegh rejected the demands of his old political allies for a share or a say in his government, he was much more lenient towards Kashani's claims. The sensitive position of the head of the religious endowments, which had a religious significance, went to Mahmud Shervan, a very close associate of Kashani. It would be safe to assume that when Mossadegh began his government, he gave Kashani the impression that he was more equal than others. As long as the Ayatollah benefited from a privileged position, he remained a very close ally of Mossadegh, without whom Mossadegh might have either voluntarily resigned or been removed from power well before August 19, 1953. It would be fair to say that Mossadegh almost relegated the internal affairs of the country to Kashani while he focused his attention on the oil issue and the protracted negotiations, correspondences, and meetings with various British and American delegations that it entailed. In Mossadegh's absence on the national scene, the political and organizational backbone of his movement, namely the National Front, became crippled by internal rivalries and jealousies. The domestic political vacuum which Mossadegh's focus on the oil nationalization issue and his subsequent international of shale trips created was led by Kashani, whose affable character made him the arbiter and decision-maker on key domestic policies. On October 6, 1951, accompanied by some key politicians and members of both the Senate and Majlis, Mossadegh flew to New York to address the Security Council of the United Nations. He left behind hard feelings, distrust, and rumors among his old allies and members of the National Front. The fact that Ahmed Matan Daftari and Saham Sultan Bayat, Mossadegh's close relatives, were accompanying him on this trip as representatives of the Senate, while Hossein Makki was not in attendance, created long-lasting resentment and bitterness. Some National Fronters were opposed to Matan Daftari accompanying the Iranian delegation and criticized the exclusion of Makki. 8. This occasion provided grounds for Makki, a Gur highly popular among the people, and a loyal and old supporter of Mossadegh and the Secretary of the National Front, to feel estranged from Mossadegh. Makki was known as the Cell's soldier of the oil nationalization movement. He needed a pat on the back. Mossadegh seemed too preoccupied with oil matters or too insensitive to such seemingly insignificant issues. While he energetically pursued the oil negotiations, for one reason or another his formerly staunch political followers became distanced from, if not hurt by, him. As a result of what Makki perceived to be his exclusion, he moved one step away from Mossadegh and 2 steps closer to Kashani. Possessing excellent human relations and grasping Makki's discontent, Kashani moved to appease him and save face for him by publishing a letter in the newspapers. In his letter, Kashani praised Makki for his contribution to the oil nationalization movement and claimed that Makki's presence was much more important in Tehran, stating that it was the Ayatollah who had wished him to stay behind. 9. The elections to the 17th Parliament strengthened the political position of Kashani within the National Front, further fueled the rivalries and jealousies within the organization and brought about the main cause of the rift between Mossadegh and Kashani. The election campaign and the jockeying for power among the candidates began in December 1951. According to certain accounts, in order to prevent inkting and individual jockeying for power within the National Front during the elections, the members of the National Front accepted Kashani's leadership and agreed to comply with his directives on the elding of candidates. 10. In view of the vast political prerogatives extended to Kashani, it was not surprising that at the end of the election there was a general perception that Kashani had sought to guarantee the election of his very close associates, frustrating other National Front members who were also seeking election. Kashani was still Mossadegh's staunch ally, and his patronizing interventions in favor of some and against others gave the impression that Mossadegh tolerated and supported cronyism in elections. Accounts proliferated of Kashani's meddling in the elections and the increasing roles of his sons, Abalma Ali, Mohammed, and Mustafa, designating themselves as candidates for election, while benefiting from their father's patronage system. During this period the peddling of onions by Kashani and his close associates became so rife that Amir Timur Khalili, Mossadegh's Minister of Interior, resigned. According to Amir Timur, his resignation was due to the fact that not only had he been under pressure from Kashani to facilitate the election of Shams Kanatabadi, but that even Mossadegh seemed to be nudging him to reach a compromise with Kashani. 11 reports of Kashani's meddling in the election was so rife that Makki, a close friend of the Ayatollah, began criticizing the extent of Kashani's patronage system during the elections to the 17th Majlis. What had been promised to be a free election was turning out to be not so free, and the press were holding Mossadegh responsible. Mossadegh seemed to be paying a heavy price for keeping the friendship and support of Kashani. Mossadegh's misgivings about the consequences of Kashani's excesses during the elections should be considered the beginning of the rift between the two men. The departure of Kavam and the return of Mossadegh after July 21, 1952 could be considered a threshold in the political balance of power between Kashani and Mossadegh. Kashani justifiably believed that he had played a crucial role in returning Mossadegh to power, and therefore felt that he should be consulted more directly in running state affairs. At this point Kashani must have thought that he was almost the senior partner, and he certainly began acting that way. However, Mossadegh felt that if he consulted with Kashani and other key political allies, it was out of common courtesy and not because he was obliged to. Mossadegh was neither an organizational person nor was he inclined to traditional patron-client relations. Open intervention, intercession, and meddling in the affairs of the state by irresponsible personalities irritated him. The RST signs of open disagreement began when Mossadegh introduced his new government to the parliament on July 27, 1952. Kashani was opposed to the appointment of Hossein Nawab as Minister of Foreign Affairs and to Ali Akbar Akavi as Minister of the Economy. Kashani, Bakai and Makki were also opposed to the appointment of General Ahmed Vozuk as the Under-Secretary of the Ministry of War. 12 Even though, in a letter, Mossadegh brushed off Kashani's objections to his appointees, both Akavi and Nawab were forced to resign under pressure from Kashani. Mossadegh's request for extraordinary legislative powers from the Majlis to expedite the plans and policies of his governments for the duration of 6 months, and its subsequent ratification by the Majlis on August 3, 1952, strengthened his hand at the cost of the parliament. However, once Kashani was elected to the position of Speaker of the Majlis on August 8, he found an important platform from which he could challenge Mossadegh's power. On January 8, 1953, when Mossadegh renewed his demand for the extension of the extraordinary legislative powers by another year, Kashani's opposition became open. Kashani and his allies, including Bakai, Makki and Harizadeh, now opposed Mossadegh on the grounds that as true defenders of Iran's constitution they were rallying against what amounted to a dictatorship. The ratification of the extension of the extraordinary legislative powers on January 19, 1953 by the Iranian parliament further empowered Mossadegh while infuriating Kashani and his allies. The fact that the Iranian parliament sided with Mossadegh over the Enabling Act deeply disturbed Kashani and his allies, who thought they controlled the Majlis. From January 19, Mossadegh's old and influential allies were on a collision course with the Prime Minister. As the opposition to Mossadegh spread from the traditional Anglophiles, conservatives, and royalists to his old friends who possessed some popular support, instead of realizing the gravity of the situation, Mossadegh dug in his heels and insisted on his old ways. In one of their last of Chail meetings, on January 28, 1953, when attempts were made to mediate between the two estranged leaders, Mossadegh informed Kashani, "This is my mode of operation. I will continue to work if you wish, but if you do not wish me to continue, I will go and I will bow to the wish of the parliament. But we have to be careful and avoid chaos in the country." 13. Just as Mossadegh seemed insensitive to the pragmatic political consequences of his old friends turning into his bitter enemies, he seemed equally oblivious to the importance of keeping the young Shah on his side. Immediately after the events of 9 Esfand, Mossadegh lost all trust in the Shah, becoming convinced that the Shah not only opposed him but also that he wanted him dead. Mossadegh incorrectly believed that the Shah was responsible for the events of that day and that he had plotted it in advance. 14. The old politician took the events so personally that from that moment on he refused to meet with the Shah. As much as the young Shah, who until the last days before the coup was not at ease with antagonizing Mossadegh, tried to meet with the Prime Minister, Mossadegh adamantly refused. Sulking and hurt though he was, his refusal to meet the Shah was a political mistake of dire national consequences. Ghulam Hossein Mossadegh, his son, recounted how the Shah desperately sought to see Mossadegh and even offered to come to his house. Mossadegh's curt response to the Shah, through his own son, was that it would be below the dignity of His Majesty to come to our house. 15. Mossadegh's stubbornness reacted his lack of political pragmatism. Refusing to see the Shah while his new enemies were presenting themselves as the defenders of the Shah's rights against his autocratic prime minister pushed the Shah into the arms of his enemies. The new opposition to Mossadegh, led by Kashani and Bakai, was astutely trying to present Mossadegh's relation towards the Shah as an antagonistic one, claiming that he wanted to overthrow the monarchy. Mossadegh could have talked to the Shah, exposing their lies. Had Mossadegh been sensitive to the clear signals of support and solidarity that the Shah was sending him in May 1953 through his close emissaries such as Qam Makam Ra, and had he been less stubborn towards the Shah, he might have been able to prevent the hesitant Shah from entering into the covenant that brought about the coup against him. 16. Fourth explanatory factor, Mossadegh's idiosyncrasies. The success of the coup was partially attributable to the political and military shortcomings of those forces that could have prevented the coup, including Mossadegh and the Today Party. Yet Mossadegh's burden of responsibility is more significant as he was in power and therefore legally responsible. The assumption that Mossadegh, the legalist and non-revolutionary, would not call on the people to take to the streets and resist the coup must have given the coup planners some degree of assurance that if they could put on a quick and strong show of force, occupying the city center and key strategic targets, they would attain their objective before the people could spontaneously organize and retake the city. Mossadegh could have sent a radio message inviting the people to come onto the streets. He did not, and he was often reproached for this by his young and zealous supporters at the time. Those of his supporters who expected him to confront the coup with equal force expected something of him that was not in his nature. For Mossadegh, political differences, and even contests, had to be settled through disputation and negotiation, not through physical violence. Mossadegh Rmly believed that calling on the people to resist the coup d'état would have caused a civil war and a bloodbath. He and his close political advisers did not wish to have blood on their hands. 17. At his trial, Mossadegh said, "The country develops in the shadow of freedom, not of the club." 18. The coup planners, by contrast, had accepted the possibility of civil war and were prepared to shed blood in order to oust Mossadegh. 19. The diametrically opposed ethical position of Mossadegh and his antagonists in relation to the price of political power placed the coup forces in a clearly superior military position. Mossadegh believed that the responsibility for enforcing law and order in the city was the job of the police and, in the last recourse, the military, but not of the people. Mossadegh's silence between the confusing days of the RST and second coups undoubtedly disoriented his partisans. The country seemed to have no one at the helm. His calm demeanor gave the impression of a hesitant or even a reluctant prime minister incapable of making important decisions. For Mossadegh, the days after the RST coup may have been business as usual. The Tehranis did not feel the same way. In retrospect, Mossadegh's military appointees can be seen not to have been the most suitable of Sirs for a time of acute political crisis. Some of them were honest and well-educated men, but they did not possess the reamness, resolve or courage required to make difficult decisions at critical times. According to the coup planners, Riahi was weak from a military point of view as he lacked command and combat experience. 20 In their assessment of the military capacities of the hostile government which they wished to overthrow, the coup planners concluded that Riahi and most of his staff had been French trained and were very thorough in staff work and very green in the eld. 21 Even though the pro-Mossadegh nationalist of Sirs organization had suggested Lieutenant General Mahmoud Amini, a seasoned military of Sir, for the post of Chief of Staff, Mossadegh had decided to appoint Riahi. 22 At the time of the two coups, there were only a few military commanders appointed by Mossadegh who had the nerve, boldness, and conviction to rise to difficult military situations requiring judicious and audacious combat decisions. The murder of Lieutenant General Mahmoud Afshardis by a group of collaborationists of Sirs and civilians in late April 1953 clearly indicated that the appointment of a forceful, energetic, and patriotic military of Sir to the important position of Chief of Police could not be tolerated by the pro-coup forces as it seriously jeopardized their future plans. One day before he went missing, Afshardis had informed the heads of police that he possessed a complete list of those of Sirs who were spying for the Americans. He threatened that before the week was over the traitors would be imprisoned or executed. 23 While military appointments that were inappropriate from a professional and technical point of view by Mossadegh could be one factor explaining the success of the coup d'état, the other, and probably more important one, relates to Mossadegh's poor judgment of character. Mossadegh refused to take sound advice about the unreliability of certain key military personnel and continued to follow his misplaced conviction in the trustworthiness of those who ultimately betrayed him. At the end of 28 Mordad, Mossadegh's unwillingness to call on the people, the inaptitude and incompetence of some of his military personnel, along with the treachery of others, sealed the success of the second coup. The RST failed coup d'état sent the clear signal that a hard nucleus of military opposition to Mossadegh had been formed within the army and police. Furthermore, it demonstrated that this insurgent nucleus had not only plotted but had also attempted the coup. This should have shed light on its organizational capabilities, and, most importantly, on the possibility of foreign support for the coup. The lenient and almost lethargic reaction of Mossadegh, the judiciary system and his military appointees to the perpetrators of the RST coup clearly manifested the fault lines of Mossadegh's liberalism when faced with an aggressive and determined foe. Mossadegh's legalism rendered his enemies ever more bold and aggressive. The laxity with which the perpetrators of Afshardis murder were treated repeated itself after the RST coup. In the absence of a serious crackdown on the obvious culprits, not only did the coup network remain almost intact, but the perpetrators were given a second chance, an opportunity usually denied in coups d'état. Mossadegh was not an expert on coups d'état, but his military and state security appointees should have taken all possible precautions by taking the initiative, rather than passing every decision by Mossadegh for his approval. Mossadegh, his military staff, his administration, and his followers were completely taken off guard as they did not expect a second coup in such a short time, nor one so well organized and so well camouflaged. Mossadegh and his military and security apparatus did not take into serious account the information that was being provided by the arrested officers involved in the RST coup. The fact that the military's legal officers were put in charge of the interrogations demonstrates Mossadegh's legalistic approach to the RST coup. Furthermore, Mossadegh's police and security apparatuses were so well infiltrated at the most vital positions that the flow of information leading to RM action became impossible. On the evening of August 17, while the legal of CE in Mossadegh's military and security establishment moved at a snail's pace to clumsily interrogate the captured officers, process the information gleaned and make further arrests, the plotters were planning their second Modi-Ed plan. Faced with the perpetrators of the failed coup, Mossadegh's government acted cautiously and according to the any letter of the law. The coup makers, however, rapidly prepared for a second lightning assault. The time lag between the evening of August 17 when the date for the second coup was decided and the execution date was less than 36 hours, minimizing the risk of any breach in confidentiality and secretiveness on the part of the plotters. Mossadegh's indecision, wavering and procrastination between the RST and the second coups had their roots in his state of perplexity over the departure of the Shah and were aggravated by his own political ethics, his legalism, his patriotism and his pre-modern gentlemanly code of conduct. Politically, Mossadegh held dear certain XED principles, which were compatible so long as he could serve as the prime minister of a constitutional monarch, but which became difficult to reconcile as soon as he found himself confronted with an absent monarch whom he wished to protect, yet who himself had dismissed him and ed. Mossadegh was committed to Iran's constitutional monarchy and loyal to the young Shah, who was supposed to reign and not to rule. During these 4 crucial days, Mossadegh was juggling hard to protect the crown of the absentee man who had unsuccessfully tried to re him through a coup. What made Mossadegh special as a politician was a stubbornness rooted in his sense of self-righteousness. In the political realm this quality was both a virtue and a vice. His inexorability did alienate many of his friends, but it also gave him the aura of a resolute quixotic national hero in search of Iran's independence. On the morning of August 16, members of Mossadegh's cabinet and inner circle were requested to gather at the Prime Minister's home/of CE to assess the previous night's coup. Among those who arrived were Fatimah and Haxhinaz, who had been arrested and mistreated that night and who were only released after the coup opt. According to Mediazar, Mossadegh's Minister of Education, most of those present were extremely upset about the coup and demanded rapid and harsh reprisals. Safala Mo-Azami argued that those directly involved in the coup, such as Nazari, should be executed lest the threat that the Shah would try to oust the government again in the future should linger. 24 As the idea of executing those who had been involved in the coup was out, Mossadegh, wearing his traditional cloak and standing in the doorway, asked, "Gentlemen, according to which legal article can we execute these people? Yes, they intended to commit a crime, but the crime has not occurred. Where in the world does the intention to commit a crime count as a crime? And therefore how can we execute these people for the crime that did not materialize?" 25 When those present insisted on their position, Mossadegh turned to his ministers of Justice and Interior and said, "Please nd one article in our laws which enables me to arrest these individuals, let alone execute them, and I will comply with your wishes." That was the end of the meeting. Later that day, the 2 ministers reported that Mossadegh was right and that there was no law that permitted the execution of those who had attempted the coup. 26 Mossadegh's ethical legalism after the RST coup was what distinguished him from other politicians, but it was also what precipitated his downfall. Mossadegh's democratic inclinations were primarily a product of his pre-modern ethical politics. These same ethical politics, without which he could not function in the long run, deprived him of the ability to exercise any long-term pragmatism, a necessity for modern-day political survival. Mossadegh's inbuilt ethical compass in politics almost automatically corrected or neutralized his forays into political expediency. No sooner would he demonstrate political pragmatism, as in his early alliance with Ayatollah Kashani and the peripheral political organizations around Kashani such as the Devotees of Islam, then he would pull the plug on his opportune political move, alienating the real politicians such as Kashani and Bakai. In times of tense political disorder and strife such as 30-tier, Mossadegh's ethical politics could paralyze him. When a decision needed to be made which could involve the possibility of violence and death, Mossadegh's humane calculus could not compute how the sacrifice of a few could be worth the saving of the many. Callous feasibility analysis had no place in his ethical politics. At decisive and critical historical moments, leaders may have a difficult time properly gauging the voice of the people. Another kind of a politician, different from Mossadegh, might have heard the people's message after August 16 as one demanding the execution of those involved in the coup, the deposing of the Shah, the arming of the people, the proclamation of a republic and assuring the security of the young republic through a secret alliance with the Today party. Even though the coup planners had succeeded in intimidating the sympathizers of the Today party on the evening of 27 Mordad, had the party leadership called upon its members and sympathizers, which it did not, their intervention might have changed the course of events. But, once again, Mossadegh was not the man to break his oath to the Shah, renege on his belief in a constitutional monarchy, or seek a behind-the-scenes deal with the Today party and jeopardize the national sovereignty of his country in the name of hearing the message of the people. It is highly possible that even though Mossadegh's opponents kept hammering at the fact that he was paving the path for a communist takeover, they knew full well that Mossadegh's ethical politics would prevent him from any collusion with the Today party, reassuring them of their success on 28 Mordad. When the stakes were so high, as they were in oil-rich and geostrategically important Iran, Mossadegh's political propriety in the midst of a serious confrontation was construed as wide-eyed naivete, weakness and indecisiveness, thus rendering his enemies more audacious and bold. The tedious legalism which Mossadegh demonstrated after 30 Tir-9 Esfand and the murder of Afshardus and the RST coup sent a simple message to his enemies: anyone challenging him, shooting innocent people in the process, besieging the Prime Minister's house and breaking down his door, murdering his chief of police, and seeking to arrest him and members of his government, could count on effectively going unpunished or spending at most a few months in prison before being released. Mossadegh's ethical politics minimized the risk of rebellion against him. Yet Mossadegh's principles of selflessness, honesty, and patriotism enhanced his popularity and became the best guarantee against a real popular and spontaneous movement against him. It was Mossadegh's unwavering domestic popularity that forced the conspirators to rely on generous financial incentives and promises of political power and career advancement to certain segments of those who needed to be persuaded to rebel against him. The coup d'état of 28 Mordad against Mossadegh, plotted, supported, perpetrated and partially executed by the US and British governments, was the best testimony to the hard fact that in the absence of forceful extra-legal means, as Said Zia had astutely observed, there was no immediate alternative to removing the Prime Minister from power. Fifth explanatory factor: money matters. Inciting segments of the population against Mossadegh and securing their participation in the premeditated plan of the Council of War for 28 Mordad required financial, ideological, and religious incentives. As Western officials were forced to report on the political realities in Iran after 28 Mordad, Mossadegh was a highly popular leader at the time and after the coup. He had become the symbol of the oil nationalization movement, resisted the bullying British and was viewed by Iranians as a true patriot and anti-colonialist. His showdown with the British and his exercise of national self-determination through internationally recognized institutions had returned to Iranians a deep sense of pride, self-respect, and dignity. Mossadegh and his administration were known for their incorruptibility and honesty in a country where notables seldom differentiated between state coffers and their own pockets, and when the occasion rose did not necessarily turn down sweet offers from foreign powers. The British memorandum, written on September 2, 1953 clearly stated that the success of the coup was due to three factors, one of which was that plenty of money was made available to carry it out. 27 As would be expected in a highly secretive affair such as a coup d'état promoted and orchestrated by a foreign country against another sovereign state, no one asked for receipts and no one provided them. There are no accounts or debit and credit columns indicating who exactly spent what and who received what. The British memorandum indicates 2 points. First, money was used in staging the Great Demonstration, and second, the sums were high according to the standard of covert operations at the time. These high sums could have been used for bribes, hiring hands and services, and purchasing necessary material, hardware, and equipment to assure the smooth out of the operation. The exact sum spent by the foreign masterminds directly involved in the coup d'état of August 19, 1953 is therefore subject to much speculation. According to one account, $100,000 was put at the disposal of four plotters, the two Rashidian brothers, Malkei-e-Tezadi, who supervised some of the southern Tehran houses of ill repute, and Ayatollah Kanatabadi. 28 Ayatollah Kanatabadi is none other than Shams Kanatabadi, a low-ranking cleric and Ayatollah Khashoggi's right-hand man at the time. It is reported that around $100,000 was paid for the mob in the NAL days. 29 some $900,000 is said to have remained unspent from the originally appointed funds, and these were handed over to the Zahedi regime. 30 these gurs do add up to the $1,000,000 budget approved by the director of the CIA on April 4, 1953 to be used by the Tehran station in any way that would bring about the fall of Mossadegh. 31 There is no indication of how much was expended from the sum of $150,000 budgeted to create, extend, and enhance public hostility and distrust and fear of Mossadegh and his government. 32 According to Felix Akayan, a member of the Shah's close entourage and privy to the murmurs, facts and gossip of the court, on 24 Mordad 1953 4 suitcases full of dollars were handed over by CIA operatives in Tehran to four individuals, Zahedi, Jalanshah, Fardust, and Naziri. 33 Akayan maintained that these suitcases loaded with dollars were for the expenses of the coup d'état. Even though between 24 and 27 Mordad, Zahedi, Naziri, Jalanshah and their associates had plenty of time to convert their dollars into the national currency, it has been widely rumored that on 28 Mordad dollar notes were being extensively passed around in Tehran. The common phrase, Bibahani's dollars, heard during the days before and after 28 Mordad, referred to Ayatollah Bibahani's dollar-denominated handouts to the roughneck leaders who participated in the great demonstration of 28 Mordad. 34 Even Mohammad Daftari admits that the throngs that poured out from southern Tehran were induced by the money spent by the Americans, though he believes that the sums were not very significant. 35 Kenneth Love, who was in Tehran until August 25, recalled that immediately after the second coup large amounts of American currency began to flow into the foreign exchange market. He maintains that these sums were reportedly coming from sources in southern Tehran. 36 Love reports that after the second coup the U.S. currency entered the market in such quantities that it depreciated the dollar from its pre-coup parity of about $1 equals 128 reals to about $1 equals 50 reals. 37 According to Love, it can be reasonably inferred that the glut of dollars was coming from the Chokeshan and that it represented their wages for the work on 19 August 38. Wilbur emphasizes the point that not a single cent was spent on the purchase of affairs. 39 This corroborates Doral's general statement that the main sums expended from the budget were paid out to the mob. Even though Wilbur asserts that affairs were not bribed during 28 Mordad, it would be prudent to distinguish between some of the top brass involved in the coup d'état, the 40 line commanders, those officers who were members of the devotees of the Shah, and other associated officers. One would assume that Colonel Farzanagan, who was an Upchale CIA station agent, would have had some sort of a contract with a clearly stipulated salary or nanchal stipend. 40 As a contractual employee of the CIA he would not therefore be considered as an officer who was bribed or purchased for the particular project of overthrowing Mossadegh. It is probable that the 40 line commanders, the members of devotees of the Shah and other associated officers did not directly receive a penny from the CIA budget. In view of the CIA orchestrated propaganda campaign focused on Mossadegh's intention to hand over the country to the communists, chase out the Shah and declare a republic, the reason for the military and police officers to side with Zahedi and against Mossadegh may have been ideological, patriotic, or have derived from authentic loyalty to the Shah and the country. The events between 25 and 28 Mordad could have added some credibility to the existing phobia of communists among the military. A good number of the collaborating officers may have. 34 R.W. Kata. expected promotions and even appointments to key positions in the Iranian military establishment. Finally, according to a British account, the coup d'état cost £700,000, though a most recent estimate with access to the participants and CIA accounts has put it as much as $10 to $20 million. 41 In April 1955, after 19 months of CE, General Zahedi was forced to resign as Prime Minister. One of the issues that clouded his departure was rumored to have been certain financial improprieties on the part of himself and Farzanaghan. These charges of wrongdoing seemed to be intertwined with the coup d'état and its immediate aftermath. As mentioned before, Ayatollah Babahani is said to have complained to the Shah that since Zahedi's tenure as Prime Minister, whatever was in the country and came into the country found its way into the accounts of some, frustrating the people with the scale of bribes and ination. 42 It was even rumored that at a state dinner in Washington, President Eisenhower had warned the Shah about the financial misconducts of General Zahedi and Farzanaghan. 43 One of Zahedi's friends, Reza Khanjad, believed that the Shah was the source of the rumors of financial impropriety against the general. Khanjad remembered that even though the Shah knew that the $1 million check in Zahedi's personal name was immediately handed over to Amini, to be credited to the national accounts, the Shah told everyone that Zahedi received money. 44 Khanjad does not explain the reason why Zahedi received such a sum after the coup or when this was given to him. Depending on when the money was given to Zahedi, it could be hypothesized that it may have been in recognition for the services he rendered during 28 Mordad, and that a part of it was intended for redistribution by him among other key contributors to the coup effort. The fact that presumably the Americans gave $5,000,000 to the person of Fazlollah Zahedi must clearly have disturbed the Shah. He may have become wary of Zahedi's importance in the eyes of the Americans, given the handsome sum, or jealous of the substantial gift to the general. The news of monetary payment to Zahedi may have also revived the Shah's well-placed suspicions that perhaps the Americans were once again greasing palms in preparation for another regime change. Mossadeq's exit, legal transfer of power or coup d'état. On August 22 the Shah's plane, escorted by 3 Iranian Air Force planes, appeared on Tehran's skyline. It landed at 11:00 a.m. at Mehrabad Airport, where the Shah, wearing his blue Air Force uniform, descended the steps. He returned triumphantly from Rome via Baghdad, claiming that his departure from Iran had been a calculated tactical move. He publicly labeled the events a miracle, a national uprising and a liberating insurrection. Privately, however, to U.S. Ambassador Henderson, the Shah expressed deep appreciation of friendship which U.S. had shown him and Iran during period. 2 General Zahedi became Prime Minister, Ali Amini became his Minister of Finance, and the mysterious Abdol Hossein Mefta, who had been Mossadeq's Under-Secretary of Foreign Affairs, was reinstated in his post. A document entitled Summary of Events in Persia, written by the Eastern Department of the British Foreign of CE, candidly enumerated the vanities of Mossadeq's overthrow. It observed that General Zahedi formed a government. Supported by an immediate grant of United States aid, he was able at least to check the deterioration of Persia's economy. By the end of the year he had put the extreme nationalists more or less in their place, had resumed diplomatic relations with the United Kingdom, and was approaching the oil problem in a manner which at least offered far better hopes of a settlement than had existed at any time since 1951. 3. This document clearly indicated that from the Eastern Department of the British Foreign of CE's point of view the coup had successfully attained Britain's economic objectives. As has already been mentioned, some 4 months after the coup Dennis Wright, who had been in Tehran for less than a month, reported to Anthony Eden that there is a considerable body of opinion here which holds that Dr. Mossadegh and other extreme nationalists still enjoy a greater measure popular support than the present regime. For a month and a half later, the more informed Wright wrote that there seems little doubt that there is still much latent support for Mossadegh throughout the country. The present government appears to be well in control, but they lack popular support. 5. The theme of Mossadeq's broad popularity among Iranians after the coup, in contrast to the unpopularity of the coup d'état government which had been put into place by a U.S. British plan, was embarrassing to the British diplomats in Tehran and was often repeated in their dispatches to London. Nearly 6 months after the coup, British officials in Tehran were at pains to admit that, leaving aside the today, the majority of the people probably still favor Dr. Mossadegh in spite of his policies or lack of them. 7 Wright warned that the nationalist hysteria of the last 2 years will not easily be forgotten, nor will its predominantly anti-British focus. Outward appearances are misleading. Amongst the masses of the people, Dr. Mossadegh's action against the AIOC and the embassy was regarded as a national victory. This, he wrote, is a fact that we should not forget. 8 The spectre of Mossadegh was haunting the coup makers. The old man's persistent popularity after the coup could not have been a secret to the Shah. In spite of his haughty declarations about a national and liberating insurrection, the Shah felt politically fragile and indebted to an array of political and military czars, peddlers and turncoats, whom he one by one eliminated in time, until he felt comfortable at home. In relation to his foreign friends who had brought him home triumphantly, he had a more difficult time shaking off his indebtedness and dependence. If Mossadegh remained popular among the majority of the people months after the coup, and if his popularity as compared with Zahidi's unpopularity was so stark that British officials in Iran had to begrudgingly admit it, then how could he have been overthrown by a spontaneous and popular uprising on 28 Mordad? One of the requirements of an autonomous grassroots mass movement leading to a spontaneous national uprising in the tradition of Rosa Luxemburg is the persistence and accumulation of unresolved economic, social, and political problems and grievances. Pent-up antagonism towards and exasperation with unpopular policies of a government are usually expressed through protests, marches, demonstrations, strikes, and gnarly street clashes of the disgruntled with government forces. Socio-political opposition to an unwanted government is vented in a variety of forms with some regularity before it reaches its threshold and becomes a spontaneous national uprising. In the absence of peaceful political solutions, the big explosion in the form of a national uprising is usually preceded by smaller-scale grassroots socio-political signals. During Mossadegh's 28 months of government protests, strikes, demonstrations, and marches in Tehran were by no means directed primarily against his government. These strong expressions of public emotion were predominantly of 2 kinds. Either they were in support of Mossadegh's domestic and foreign policy positions, or they were ideological and political muscle-xing and saber-rattling by one party or political organization, essentially against its political and ideological opponents, and not necessarily directed against Mossadegh. The Today Party sympathizers, irrespective of their changing position in relation to the Mossadegh government, systematically clashed with a variety of anti-Today organizations, including pro- and anti-Mossadegh forces. During his tenure, there were, however, anti-Mossadegh public expressions from particular quarters. The demonstrations by the Today Party in July and December 1951 and the small and random anti-Mossadegh demonstrations of the Fatah Islam between June 1951 and 1952 could be considered anti-Mossadegh public expressions. But, in retrospect, they can be seen as politically minor events as the demonstrators did not voice any significant levels of public discontent with Mossadegh's government, or call for the resignation or ousting of the Prime Minister. On 28 Mordad, the Today Party and the devotees of Islam did not officially or unofficially call on their members or sympathizers to demonstrate against Mossadegh. Therefore, even if previously they may have had differences with Mossadegh, by the time of the so-called spontaneous national uprising, these had been resolved, or, given the alternatives, the Today and the devotees were content with not throwing in their lot with the anti-Mossadegh forces. The singular and most important anti-Mossadegh demonstration during his premiership, calling for his death, seeking to assault him and his house and aiming to destabilize his government, was that of February 28, 1953. This was a very particular demonstration and far from a plural or broad-based one. The details of the February 28 demonstration indicate that the participants were recruited, guided, and managed by key clerical, military and political gurus who wished to see Mossadegh removed from power. All of the key players in the 9 Esfand demonstration were also involved in the August coups almost 6 months later. The participants in the February 28 demonstration did not constitute a socially all-inclusive body reacting to some unpopular policy of the Mossadegh government. Their chant of "Death to Mossadegh" was a novelty and expressed the single-mindedness of the demonstration. The same chant was to be heard on August 19. The process of how events began and unraveled, the manner of recruitment, mobilization, and organization, and nally the mode of demonstration and dispersal of the participants during February 28 indicate that it was neither a spontaneous nor a national uprising, but rather a directed and engineered dress rehearsal for 28 Mordad. One could argue that while direct and indirect opposition to Mossadegh and his government was consistently vented in the anti-Mossadegh press and the Iranian parliament, such opposition was surprisingly absent on the streets. When people of different social classes and walks of life do not take to the streets, where the culture of street demonstration exists and such demonstrations are not systematically repressed, then one may conclude that there is no major or evident opposition to the government. In the absence of any wide-scale and recurrent public expression of opposition to Mossadegh's policies, it would be difficult to explain why the common people, assuming they were the actors of the so-called spontaneous national uprising of 28 Mordad, intuitively came to the conclusion that suddenly they were fed up with Mossadegh and that Wednesday, August 19 would be the right day for them all to take to the streets, not only to display their discontent and anger towards the Mossadegh government, but also to topple it. A detailed study of the events leading up to and including 28 Mordad demonstrates that Mossadegh's government was not overthrown by a spontaneous and popular burst of anti-Mossadegh sentiments but by a cool-headed, coordinated, premeditated coup d'état plan. Both the 15 and August 19 coups were plotted. A coup d'état. In his classic study, Coup d'état, Edward Luttwak refers to 6 established procedures for achieving a change of leadership: revolution, civil war, pronunciamento, putsch, liberation, and war of national liberation. 9. He concludes that a coup d'état involves some elements of all these different methods by which power can be seized, but, unlike most of them, the coup is not necessarily assisted by either the intervention of the masses, or, to any significant degree, by military-type force. 10. Luttwak argues that even though the assistance of the masses and military forces would make the seizure of power much easier, it would be unrealistic to assume that they would be available to the organizers of a coup. 11. Some military forces would, however, need to be available to the coup organizers to mount a successful operation. Luttwak mentions that a coup can be carried out by civilians using some army units and concludes that a coup consists of the infiltration of a small but critical segment of the state apparatus, which is then used to displace the government from its control of the remainder. 12. Rather than distinguishing a coup from other means of changing a leadership on the basis of its participants or the who, Luttwak places the emphasis on the mechanics and the how. A coup d'état needs to be identified through its principal causes and context, through its main participants, and through its method and mechanics of execution. Irrespective of the important why and how questions, a coup d'état needs to be distinguished from other forms of change in leadership, RST, through its actors. The why and who questions are usually related. In the case of Iran, the vital economic and financial interests of a foreign country, the UK, were severed by an Iranian act of nationalization. This exercise of national self-sovereignty by the government in place, Mossadegh's, was intended to prevent any backpedaling to the pre-nationalization period. To safeguard their national interests, RST, the UK and then the US reviewed options to regain their foregone interests. Once the option of direct foreign military intervention by the British, Operation Buccaneer, was shelved in June 1951 and the domestic anti-Mossadegh forces proved incapable of removing Mossadegh, the option of a coup d'état remained the only possible alternative. A foreign intended and premeditated intervention without the use of foreign troops necessitated heavy reliance on the collaboration of domestic civilian and military anti-Mossadegh forces. The reason for the coup d'état in Iran was primarily an exogenous one, rooted in the immediate oil interests of the UK and the potential oil interests of the US. To veil the crassness of the simple financial reason, an ideological justification, popular at the time with average UK and US citizens, namely the imminent threat of communism, was evoked to make an act of imperialism seem like a humanitarian intervention with the aim of safeguarding freedom and the free world. If the reason for the coup d'état was primarily domestic, one would have to look for domestic popular expressions of dissatisfaction towards Mossadegh's government. The activities of the THIRD-WORLDISM organization were aimed precisely at giving the impression of such discontent and generating some genuine discontent. Had there been sufficient domestic grievances against Mossadegh, the opposition would not have needed to employ such tactics. Faced with the dominant perception that the people supported Mossadegh's bothersome insistence on his terms of negotiation with the British over oil matters, the foreign plotters and their collaborators had no option other than staging a coup d'état against a government representing the popular will. Revolutions or wars of liberation are different from coups in that the role of the popular masses is determinant in the RST2, while it is almost negligible in the last. Planning a coup implies that those aiming to change the leadership do not believe they have the support of the broad masses, otherwise they would rationally privilege a low-risk political and parliamentary road over a high-risk extra-legal, forceful and violent means of obtaining political power. By definition, a coup d'état requires the participation of some military units to overwhelm by force or the threat of force the target government and the people supporting it. To arrive at the solution of a coup d'état also implies that the masterminds do not believe that existing socio-political conditions could generate the necessary level of domestic grievance which would in turn remove the target. They would therefore need to impact, change and reconstitute the existing conditions as much as possible through great propaganda, deceptive political and religious rumors and character assassinations, in addition to bogus demonstrations coordinated by their own agents provocateurs. The events on August 19, 1953 in Iran do qualify as a coup d'état based on Luttwak's general theory. The curious fact that Luttwak does not mention the coup in Iran in his important study may be because certain crucial aspects of the coup in Iran undermine at least one of Luttwak's most important criteria for judging a coup d'état. Luttwak considers a coup feasible only when the permanent machinery of the state, as distinct from political leadership, could be infiltrated and controlled to change the political leadership. The coup, he suggests, operates in that area outside the government but within the state, which is formed by the permanent and professional civil service, the armed forces and police. 13. According to Luttwak, the aim of the coup is to detach the permanent employees of the state from the political leadership. 14. Explaining the coup in Iran within Luttwak's neat separation between the political leadership and the permanent state machinery presents a formidable problem. In the Iranian case, the political leadership was both the perpetrator and the target of the coup. The domestic coup forces hiding behind the Shah, the traditional symbol of power, authority, and national cohesion, as well as an intricate part of the political leadership, sought to wrench away power from the Shah's prime minister, customarily and constitutionally nominated by the parliament and endorsed by the Shah. The coups d'état were constructed to pit one wing of the political leadership against the other, with each possessing its own followers and permanent employees within the state. This particularity of the coup in Iran is not accounted for by Luttwak's theoretical framework. Furthermore, Luttwak's theory is focused on the actors of the formal modern state apparatus composed of the permanent and professional civil service, the armed forces and the police as the potential agents of the coup d'état. The second coup d'état in Iran demonstrated the political power of the informal actors of the modern state apparatus, namely the thugs and the rough ANS, the motor of the second coup, gainfully employed by the Council of War. At his trial, Mossadegh maintained that any military operation conducted by military personnel with the objective of a regime change or the overthrow of a government is dened as a coup d'état. 15. As proof of his claim that on both 25 and 28 Mordad a coup d'état was carried out against his government and that the events of 28 Mordad were the consequence of 25 Mordad, he presented the court prosecuting him with a memorandum by Lieutenant General Dadsatan, Zahidi's military governor. This of Chail memorandum requested that retired Colonel Fatola Litkohi be promoted in rank and indemnified for his active role in the coup d'état of 25 to 28 Mordad and for his important role in toppling the government of Dr. Mossadegh both in Qom and Tehran. 16. To Mossadegh, this was irrefutable evidence that even the perpetrators of his overthrow believed that they had toppled his government through a coup d'état. Justifying the coup. The coup d'état in Iran needed a domestically justifiable rationale. Claiming that the Mossadegh government needed to be overthrown simply because it did not comply with the economic wishes and interests of Western powers would have stripped the domestic perpetrators of all legitimacy and presented them as they were in truth. Therefore an auxiliary rationale had to be conjured so as to camouflage the primary motive. The difference in interpretation of the Iranian constitution on the powers and responsibilities as well as on the rights of the Shah in relation to his prime minister provided the best domestic pretext for the coup. Almost 6 months before 28 Mordad the domestic opposition to Mossadegh had begun working on and propagating the idea that Mossadegh was arrogating all executive powers to himself, while the lion's share of it belonged to the Shah, and that he sought to expel the Shah from the country in order to nailize his absolutist powers. This was the pretext for the demonstrations against Mossadegh on February 28. Mossadegh believed that under the constitution the Shah was a symbolic sovereign with no executive rights and powers. He was therefore exempt from political accountability and authorized to reign independently as political disasters and successes were not of his doing. The executive responsibility of running the state, according to Mossadegh's interpretation of the constitution, rested with the government. The debate over the constitutional role of the Shah and the Prime Minister was conducted and settled in favor of Mossadegh's interpretation in mid-March 1953 or VE months before the coup d'état, by an 8-man parliamentary committee including 2 of Mossadegh's staunchest enemies, Beka I and Haerizadeh. 17. After having consulted with the Shah and Mossadegh, the parliamentary committee based its ruling on Articles 35, 44, and 45 of the Iranian constitution, concluding that it was obvious that the administration and responsibility of state affairs in political and military domains was not within the brief of the sovereign. The committee report reiterated that the person of the Shah was free of all responsibilities, while the ministers and the government were responsible for running affairs of state. 18 ministers and government were charged with administering the law and exercising their functions in the name of the Shah and were accountable to Parliament. This ruling on the interpretation of the constitution by a bipartisan parliamentary committee acceptable to both parties did resolve the problem between the Shah and the Prime Minister. At the time, both the Shah and Mossadegh agreed to respect the endings of the 8-man committee. Yet the anti-Mossadegh partisans of the Shah who were actively plotting to overthrow him and who wanted to see the Shah take a firm and hostile position against Mossadegh, found themselves in an uncomfortable position. Hoping to sway the Shah against the endings of the 8-man committee, Allah reminded the Shah that the ratification of the ruling of the committee in Parliament would enhance Mossadegh's power and undermine his own. To Allah's dismay, the Shah responded that he thought the report was in accordance with the spirit of the Constitution. 19. The Shah's upholding of the decision of the 8-man committee deprived the domestic and foreign plotters against Mossadegh of a domestic quasi-legal case for their plans. The Shah accepted that his job was to reign and not to rule, and he was therefore not in the position to oust Mossadegh by a royal edict. It took the domestic and foreign coup planners months to change the Shah's mind and obtain a quasi-legal excuse, the royal edicts. The Shah had to be convinced that it was his constitutional right and prerogative to exercise executive powers such as appointing or dismissing a prime minister. It was not until late July 1953, or less than a month before the coup, that the Shah became convinced that constitutionally he could be a ruling monarch. 20. Once the Shah was almost forced to act as an autocratic sovereign, a domestic rationale for removing Mossadegh was available for the coup planners, enabling them to pretend that the coup attempt against Mossadegh was due to the Prime Minister's political and constitutional insubordination and not because of his intransigence on the oil issue. Options for overthrowing Mossadegh: quasi-legal and/or military coup. The idea that the Shah should dismiss Mossadegh through a royal edict and appoint Zahedi as his replacement was put forward and relentlessly pursued by the foreign coup planners as early as mid-May 1953. 21. This was the quasi-legal option to overthrow Mossadegh, foreseen in the THIRD plan, which was attempted on August 16 and failed. Yet the royal edicts played a key role in the success of the second coup. After the failure of the RST coup, the royal edict appointing Zahedi and the wide publicity it received in the press provided the coup masterminds with the justification to argue that Mossadegh's government was illegal and that the prime minister was a rebellious outlaw as he had not complied with the Shah's legal use of his political prerogatives. The smokescreen of a domestic political crisis rooted in a constitutional crisis was effectively used to camouflage the foreign perpetrated coups d'état. This excuse could make believe that the events on August 19 simply resulted from the refusal of Mossadegh's government to comply with the Shah's royal edict. This was presented as the last straw to be added to the general dissatisfaction of the popular masses with the performance of Mossadegh. The modality of mounting the coup against Mossadegh was openly addressed in the initial operational plan for THIRD drafted in Nicosia between 13 and May 30. And subsequently in the London draft of the THIRD's operational plan drawn up by the CIA, CIS team between 15 and June 17, 1953. In the RST document it was clearly stipulated that there were two ways to put Zahedi in of CE, RST, quasi-legally, whereby the Shah names Zahedi Prime Minister by royal reman, second, military coup. 22. This document suggested that the quasi-legal method be tried RST and if it fails, military coup will follow in matter of hours. 23. In both the Nicosia and London documents, the quasi-legal and then military coup sequence was conremed and the important role that the royal edicts would play, as instruments of the quasi-legal form of removing Mossadegh, was highlighted. 24. Having assessed the possible conditions which could create a coup situation, the London draft dropped the necessity of the quasi-legal step as a prerequisite to a military coup. It clearly stipulated that, however, with or without the possession of a royal edict naming him as prime minister, Zahedi will take over the government and will execute the various requirements of coup d'état. 25. Worried that the Shah might not sign the royal edicts, the coup planners wished to persevere with the military option, irrespective of the quasi-legal step. It would be safe to suggest that as of June 25, 1953, the coup clock was ticking against Mossadegh's government after the 11 top-ranking American conspirators, including Allen Dulles, agreed to give Operation THIRD the thumbs up and the Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, adjourned the meeting by exclaiming, "That's that, then let us get going." At his trial Mossadegh presented an elaborate case, arguing that his dismissal by the Shah was contrary to the constitutional customs and traditions of the state and therefore illegal. Mossadegh evoked the notion of maslaha and argued that even if we assume that the royal edict was legal, it was against the public interest of the country and that which is to the benefit of the country takes precedence over all other considerations. 26. Mossadegh's explanation of why he did not comply with the royal edict dismissing him, delivered to him in the early hours of August 16, is important as it sheds light on the charge of rebellion and insubordination brought against him after the coup. After August 19, the regime argued that Mossadegh's insubordination towards his dismissal by the Shah brought about and justified the second coup. The fact that Mossadegh did not divulge his dismissal by the Shah to Henderson and Attlee denied it when Henderson directly questioned him about it on 27 Mordad reveals that Mossadegh was ill at ease with the public's interpretation of his reaction to the content of the farman. 27. During his meeting with Henderson, Mossadegh reiterated that even if there had been a dismissal edict he would have considered it null and void. Mossadegh's dilemma, based on his record of dealings with the Shah, was that he did not want to foreclose the possibility of bringing the Shah back to Iran as a constitutional monarch. There is hardly any doubt that Mossadegh was a believer in Iran's constitutional monarchy. Acknowledging his own dismissal by the Shah would have shed doubt upon the legitimacy of the office that he claimed to hold, if he believed that the Shah had the right to dismiss him. Mossadegh believed that his legitimacy came from the people, and in his eyes the results of the referendum on the dissolution of the parliament proved this. Furthermore, the RST coup, camouflaged in its quasi-legal wrapping, had failed and Mossadegh was still in power. Disclosing the content of the edict and refusing to carry out its content, with the backdrop of the failed coup, could have been interpreted as Mossadegh's rejection of the Shah's authority as the monarch, and could thereby have played into the hands of those in his own camp who wished to see a republic and of those in the opposition who had consistently argued that Mossadegh sought to overthrow the monarch. Denying the content of the edict, once the RST coup had failed, saved face for the Shah, while it gave him the time and opportunity to return to his country and regain the throne as a constitutional monarch. Acknowledging his dismissal by the Shah after the failure of the RST coup would have placed Mossadegh in a precarious political position. Since he was not prepared to hand power over to Zahedi, he would have been forced to openly challenge the Shah's edict on legal or pragmatic grounds. To have done so would have meant that he considered the Shah to have acted illegally. Back on March 6, 1953, Henderson had reported that the Shah was frightened at the thought of a military coup in his name and believed that the miscarriage of an attempted coup would be likely to complete the ruin of Shah and his dynasty. 28 This had now happened, though Mossadegh sought to prevent the complete ruin of the Shah and his dynasty. If Mossadegh wished to dethrone the Shah and vilify him as a traitor, the military activities of the anti-Mossadegh plotters, along with the Shah's edict, provided him with a golden opportunity on the morning of August 16. But Mossadegh was not after the Shah's throne or a regime change. He remained loyal to the concept of a constitutional monarchy wherein the Shah remained a symbolic gur. He had sworn allegiance to the constitution according to which Mohammad Reza was the monarch, and he had also made a personal promise to the young Shah to this effect. 29 The fact that he separated the Shah as the constitutional monarch from the RST coup, whereas almost everyone around him directly associated the Shah with the coup and demanded his removal, made Mossadegh's task even more delicate and difficult. Mossadegh knew that the coup plotters were hiding behind the Shah's legitimacy and that the Shah had unenthusiastically thrown his support behind them. It is not surprising that after the RST coup Mossadegh kept asking, "What am I to do?" Mossadegh's ethical, legal, and political dilemma. In the early hours of August 16, given the exceptional circumstances under which he received the royal edict, Mossadegh must have reacted on the legality of rejecting the Shah's edict, dismissing him and appointing Zahedi. The ethical legalist in Mossadegh would have prompted him to accept the royal edict and hand over power to Zahedi if he had not thought that the edict and the coup were part of a foreign plot to undo his efforts at implementing the nationalization of Iranian oil. Accepting the Shah's edict and stepping down from power after the RST coup was foiled would have meant abandoning the popular will after having defeated the aggressor. In Mossadegh's mind, after the RST coup, Iran's opponents had two distinct heads, the Shah, and the foreign and domestic plotters. As late as it may have been, Mossadegh was trying to salvage the Shah and the monarchy, while severing the other head, a task which proved impossible. Mossadegh's reaction to the royal edict hinged on his assessment of VE key issues. Through numerous previous political crises Mossadegh had demonstrated that he was not really attached to maintaining power at all costs and had willfully offered his resignation. Mossadegh had to assess, a. whether the edict was authentic and represented the Shah's uncoerced will, b. whether the Shah had the legal right to dismiss him, c. why the edict was accompanied by an attempted military coup, d. if he were to accept the edict, what would become of the oil nationalization issue, the successful resolution of which, in the interest of Iranians, had become Mossadegh's covenant with the Iranian people, and nally, how he could acquit the Shah of the coup attempt against his government and convince him to return to the country. The circumstances surrounding the delivery of the royal edict played a key role in Mossadegh's reaction to its content. Making a quick, lucid, and well thought-out decision, with clear reports of a coup being underway, irregular tank movements and armed military men acting as mailmen and possible future jailers knocking on his door at very late hours of the night must not have been easy. Mossadegh's reaction may have been very different had he been handed the royal edict by the Shah's Minister of Court during regular working hours over a cup of tea, had there been no coup attempt, and had the Shah remained in Iran so that he could be contacted and consulted. In order to find out if the edict was authentic and uncoerced, Mossadegh needed to meet with the Shah, but he was not to be found. Mossadegh sought to contact the Shah for clarification on his farman on August 16, but he was informed that the Shah had left the country. 30 According to Gholam Hossein Mossadegh, his father sought in vain to locate the Shah, while he grappled with numerous unsettling questions which seemed to have paralyzed him. Mossadegh wondered why the Shah had sent him such an edict, as he had agreed to the ruling of the 8-man committee that he did not have the legal right to do so. Now that he had done so, to whom was Mossadegh supposed to hand the country? 31 In view of Zahidi's associations with foreign interests, Mossadegh did not see him as to take over as prime minister. The Shah's departure seems to have thrown Mossadegh completely off balance, perhaps explaining his silence between the two coups. According to his son, Mossadegh kept asking, "What am I to do now?" 32 Unable to contact the Shah, Mossadegh decided that a text had been signed by the Shah, but that its content was not known to him or fully in accord with his will. Mossadegh knew the irresolute young king and was aware of how he could be convinced to do something against his will. In relation to the legality of whether the Shah could dismiss the prime minister, as he had done in his royal edict, some months previously the 8-man committee of the Majlis looking into the dispute between Mossadegh and the Shah had ruled that the Shah was a symbolic monarch void of any executive powers. Mossadegh Rmly believed that the Shah was not entitled to directly dismiss or appoint ministers, let alone the prime minister, within a constitutional monarchy. At his trial Mossadegh evoked Articles 35, 44, 45, 46, 60, 61, and 67 of the Iranian constitution, just as the 8-man committee had done, to prove that the Shah was not empowered to dismiss him or appoint a replacement. 33 According to Mossadegh, the power of appointment and dismissal of the prime minister lay only with Parliament. But, by August 16, circumstances were different from months earlier. Mossadegh's referendum of August 3, 1953 and August 10 had put an end to the Parliament, the highest body in the land according to the constitution. In the absence of a Parliament, did the Shah have the right to appoint a new prime minister? Or was it the responsibility of the prime minister to conduct elections for a new parliament and then have the new parliament vote on a new prime minister? The absence of the Majlis allowed for different interpretations. Moreover, the Shah's sudden departure after the failure of the RST coup confronted Mossadegh with a state of confusion and paralysis only because he wished to maintain the constitutional monarchy, otherwise the situation was ideal for ending the Pahlavi dynasty. Aside from the issue of whether the Shah had the legal right to dismiss his prime minister, the manner in which the royal edict was written generated serious doubts about its authenticity, which in turn strengthened Mossadegh's suspicions that the content of the edict did not represent the Shah's will. The handwriting, style, spaces between the words on certain lines, the distance between certain lines, and nally the date of the royal edict presented serious problems and irregularities for him. At his trial Mossadegh argued that he was suspicious of the authenticity of the royal edict and had concluded that the Shah had not signed its contents willingly. 34 To Mossadegh, the royal edict, which was dated 22 Mordad and delivered to him in the early hours of 25 Mordad, was not written by the Shah, but was a text that had been inserted into a blank letter signed by him. 35 The issue of why the farman dismissing him was delivered at 1:00 am by armed officers and soldiers 3 days after it was signed, and of why the last lines were written with unusually wide spaces between the words to out the page, made the text and its controversial content highly suspect. Mossadegh was convinced that the Shah had signed a blank of Chail letterhead for the plotters to in. 36 As Abbas Tokyo has appropriately pointed out, it is rather bizarre that there exists no trace of the royal edict dismissing Mossadegh. In a smiling photograph of him taken immediately after the second coup, Nasiri holds an illegible document, which is said to be the royal edict addressed to Mossadegh. 33 Bozorg pages 210 to 214. For an excellent account of the legality or illegality of the Farman. See Abbas Tokyu, Kanauni Butan Yane Bodani Farmani Azul Mossadegh. 34 Bozorg p. 204. 35 Bozorg p. 266. 36 There are two different accounts by Mossadegh on why the text was added to the already signed royal letterhead, see Tokyu, p. 22. And Bozorg p. 266. 282 Behind the 1953 coup in Iran. In this document, the words in each line are widely spaced, as are the lines. Nasiri is reported to have referred to the document in his hands as the Farman which dismissed the old prime minister. 37 copies of the text appointing Zahedi do exist, it is equally irregular in its writing. Whereas in the RST2 lines of the four-line text the words in each line are almost equidistant, the words in the last two lines are gradually squeezed in to niche the text just before the royal signature. The irregular spacing between the words is clearly visible in the document. Furthermore, the date on the Farman, 23 Mordad, seems to have been tampered with. The suspicious circumstances surrounding the penmanship of the royal edict and its integrity are accentuated by the fact that the Iranian press reported that the document was dated 22 Mordad. 38 In response to those who argued that the dissolution of parliament by Mossadegh created a constitutional crisis and legally entitled the Shah to dismiss his prime minister, Mossadegh made the argument that the edict dismissing him was dated 22 Mordad while the Iranian parliament was still technically in session. On August 13 the Shah was still legally obliged to seek the voice of the parliament, which was officially dissolved 3 days later. Mossadegh based his argument on the fact that it was only in the early afternoon of August 16, after the edict had been written and delivered to Mossadegh, that the parliament was officially dissolved through an announcement to that effect publicized in the Iranian press. 39 During his trial Mossadegh maintained that the royal edict was not in the handwriting of the Shah and was furthermore dated 3 days before its delivery date, when the parliament had not yet been officially dissolved. 40 The fact that, concurrent with the delivery of the edict to his house, a series of military operations aimed at overthrowing his government was launched convinced Mossadegh that the attempt against his government was a violent coup d'état orchestrated by foreigners under the guise of a legal royal edict. 41 The circumstances clearly re-acted a coup and not a constitutional transition of power. In defense of his decision to ignore the royal edict, Mossadegh argued that he believed that he could manage the country without the assistance of foreigners and that he needed to stay in power to bring the people's movement to a successful conclusion. This, he believed, was to the greatest benefit of Iran. At his trial, however, Mossadegh said that had it not been for safeguarding the oil nationalization movement he would have kissed the royal edict and resigned. 42 Was Mossadegh insinuating that, irrespective of the authenticity of the edict, he was so fed up with the situation that he would have welcomed the excuse of the edict and resigned, had it not been for his commitment to safeguard Iran's nationalized oil industry? On more than one occasion Mossadegh must have thought that the 17th Majlis was becoming ever more hostile toward him and his government, it was manipulated by foreign interests, dysfunctional in carrying out its responsibilities, a source of dissonance, and was weakening his position in his negotiations over the oil issue. He was convinced that whenever there was a crisis in parliament, its negative impact was immediately manifested in the hardening tone, comportment, and stance of Iran's counterparts in the oil negotiations. From the end of March 1953, Allah, the Minister of Court, was trying hard to replace Mossadegh with Zahedi. In his meeting with Henderson, Allah, who must have been worried about the ratification of the ruling of the 8-man committee in Parliament, reiterated that unless energetic steps taken to overthrow Mossadegh in the immediate future, such unions as the Shah still had would disappear. 43 Allah conveyed a sense of urgency to the U.S. ambassador that unless the Shah was convinced to take action, it might be too late to save Iran. In this same meeting of March 30, 1953, on behalf of the group who was interested in overthrowing Mossadegh, Allah asked Henderson whether the U.S. government was still supporting Mossadegh, and if in the ambassador's opinion Mossadegh would be able to effect settlement the oil problem, they might decide postpone taking action. 44 The balance of power between the foreign and domestic perpetrators of the coup, and the reasons for ousting Mossadegh, are manifest in the conversations between Allah and Henderson. By April 15, 1953, Allah reported to Henderson that the Shah believed that there were only two ways to remove Mossadegh: 1. A vote of no confidence by the Majlis, or 2. A vote of inclination for a successor to him. 45 The fact that the Shah was not comfortable with the forceful ousting of Mossadegh posed a problem for the opposition, which needed the Shah's blessing to remove Mossadegh rapidly, irrespective of the means. In Allah's conversations with Zahidi, who had declared himself ready to remove Mossadegh, the latter had also spoken about peaceful means of overthrowing Mossadegh. 46 At this time Allah seemed obliged to pursue a parallel objective, to force Mossadegh out of CE legally, which was more to the liking of the Shah, and to continue to explore the possibilities of pushing him out by force. On the same day that Allah informed Henderson that if Mossadegh was to be removed then the Shah wanted him out through the soft, parliamentary way, Allah also informed the U.S. ambassador that he would try to influence certain members of the parliament to cripple the Majlis by preventing it from attaining a quorum. 47 If Allah really wished to remove Mossadegh through a vote of no confidence in the Majlis, then crippling the parliament could not further his cause. Unless he sought to undermine the Shah's wish of peacefully removing Mossadegh, it must be assumed that Allah was trying to cripple the parliament in the hope of preventing the ratification of the ruling of the 8-man committee on the constitutional status of the Shah. He sought to buy time until his friends could muster forces in parliament sufficient to oust Mossadegh. The day after Allah met Henderson and spoke about his plans to halt the of-chail activities of the Majlis failed to obtain a quorum. 48 Harizadeh, the leader of the Freedom faction in parliament, openly echoed Allah's policy of crippling the Majlis and promised that members of his faction would continue their policy of preventing the formation of a quorum until such time as the fate of the government was determined. 49 Once the Majlis resumed its activities on May 10, 1953. Its sessions were constantly agitated by deputies opposed to Mossadegh insulting, abusing, and even physically assaulting the pro-Mossadegh deputies. It was very clear that opposition deputies were intent upon preventing the normal functioning of parliament, and Iranian newspapers reported regularly on the brawls, stghts and insults in the Majlis. 50 At this time Mossadegh was faced with a parliament manipulated by the court, but probably not by the Shah. Every day the deputies opposed to Mossadegh put on an impressive show, publicizing the legislative dysfunctionality of the country and the ungovernability of Iran so long as Mossadegh was in power. Furthermore, Mossadegh had come to know that 30 opposition deputies of the 17th Majlis were bought by the British, and that negotiations were underway to pay off another 10 deputies. This would have then formed a solid bloc which could have censured, given a vote of no confidence and ultimately brought down his government. 51 Mossadegh had told Henderson that the reason he decided to dissolve the Majlis was that the British-purchased Majlis was unworthy of Iranian people and should be eliminated. 52 Even though Mossadegh's preoccupation with 40 deputies being bought out by the British to censure and then vote out his government may seem rather far-fetched, both the Nicosia and London drafts of the Tipajak's operational plans confirm his suspicions. Both documents discuss the exact modality of how deputies in the Majlis should be bought in order to prepare for the change in government. The Nicosia document mentions that for the quasi-legal effort deputies had to be purchased, and adds that the CIS considers 20 deputies now not controlled must be purchased. 53 The London plan mentions that it is yet to be decided whether the purchases are to be made by the British group or directly by Zahidi. 54 The CIA-CIS plan was to secure a majority plus one vote against Mossadegh, and it estimated that at least 30 deputies are prepared to vote against Mossadegh if they think there is a good chance that they will be in a majority. 55 The London draft on how to overthrow Mossadegh referred to a list of deputies with the amounts required for the purchase of each and a special funding operation. There is also mention of the necessity to purchase additional deputies solely to have them remain in the chamber to ensure the quorum. 56. Once the necessary deputies were purchased and other preconditions were fulfilled, the coup planners hoped that the Majles would pass a motion to censure the government, followed by the dismissal of Mossadegh and the appointment of Zahedi as successor. They predicted that if successful the coup would be completed by early afternoon. The CIA, CIS planners had also thought of a backup plan. Failing success, the coup would be mounted later that evening. 57. It may be assumed that the evening plan included a military operation. The authors of the initial operational plan, drafted in Nicosia, referred to their quasi-legal method of overthrowing Mossadegh as a coup. On July 6, 1953, Mossadegh saw signs of how his government could be toppled by the Majles. His anxiety about purchased deputies ousting his government seems justified now that the facts about the operational plans of his overthrow have been made public. The events on this day strengthened the idea that the foreign purchased Majles needed to be dissolved. On this day Ali Zohari, an anti-Mossadegh deputy and the right-hand man of Beki, moved that the Prime Minister should be censured. To Mossadegh it was clear that the opposition deputies were initiating the processes of bringing down his government at the behest of the British. The second important issue which troubled Mossadegh was that Mackay, another staunch anti-Mossadegh deputy, was elected as one of the two members of Parliament sitting on the committee overseeing the National Bank's printing of money. Mackay's new position as a controller of the National Bank would have enabled him to discover that the government had been printing money and running a budget deficit. To deal with the country's financial difficulties and obligations resulting from the embargo on the sale of nationalized Iranian oil, Mossadegh had been printing money, but without publicizing it. Mackay's publicizing of this fact would have placed greater economic and political pressure on Mossadegh's government. These two developments, added to all of the previous problems he had encountered with the Majles, convinced Mossadegh that he could no longer work with the parliament and needed to dissolve it through a referendum before the foreign-controlled Majles ousted him. It was not until July 12 that Mossadegh publicly expressed this idea. On July 14 his cabinet agreed on putting the question of continuation or dissolution of the 17th Majles to a national referendum. 10 days later Mossadegh announced the decision of his government to proceed with the referendum, and on Thursday, August 13 the Ministry of Interior announced the NAL results of the referendum: 2,043, 389 votes in favor of dissolving the Majles and 207 votes against it. 58 Mossadegh's off-chain announcement that the 17th Parliament had been dissolved and that the election date for the 18th Parliament would be announced later appeared simultaneously with the news of the RST coup in Iranian newspapers. 59 The ethical legalist in Mossadegh may have clashed with the politician in him over the dissolution of the Majles. In view of Mossadegh's long-held belief in the primacy of parliamentary democracy, the thought of dissolving the parliament could not have been an easy one. Was it not Mossadegh who in December 1951 had hammered home that without a parliament, representative of the will and tendencies of the majority of the people, nothing can be attained, and without such a parliament, the existence and independence of our country will be confronted with a great danger? 60 How could Mossadegh explain his swing from parliamentary democracy to direct democracy, the national referendum, only once the parliament began to undermine the attainment of his political objectives? The Mossadegh who decided to dissolve the Majles did so not only for political expediency and pragmatism, but also because he was convinced that a significant number of deputies had been purchased by foreign interests. His decision to dissolve the Majles through a national referendum may have betrayed the aspirations of the parliamentarian Mossadegh, who had made free elections in a parliamentary democracy and the unfettered activity of the parliament the raison d'etre of his political career, especially in the 1950s. Yet he remained loyal to the oil nationalization movement, to neutralizing foreign political pressures and plots, and to seeking the direct vote of the people. As an ethical legalist, Mossadegh made a difficult choice, yet he was convinced that his decision was for the good of the people, on whose support he could count. Dissolving the Majlis through a referendum was highly fortuitous for the coup planners, as it created a political vacuum which could justify the legality of the Shah's edict dismissing Mossadegh. In the absence of the Majlis, the Iranian constitution did not foresee whether the prime minister could be dismissed, who had the legal power to do so, and on what grounds. Mossadegh argued that only parliament could dismiss him and his government, but in the absence of the parliament the coup planners could argue that the right to dismiss the prime minister returned to the Shah. The dissolution of the Majlis created a legal deadlock. To the coup planners this was an unexpected gift which strengthened the quasi-legal semblance of the Shah's right to dismiss Mossadegh through his royal edict. The CIA-CIS team pointed to the dissolution of the parliament and argued that it clearly revealed abuse of the constitution by Mossadegh. This convenient event provided a golden opportunity on which Mossadegh could be relentlessly attacked by the CIA-CIS subsidized press. 61 Those members of Mossadegh's government, such as Hasibi, Parsa, Amo Azami, Razavi, and Sanjabi, who are said to have disagreed with the idea of dissolving the Majlis at the time, may have been correct in their opposition. Little did they know that the coup was being mounted irrespective of whether the Majlis was in session or not. The facts remain that as much as the supporters of the coup wished to make a legal case for it, the coup plan was conceived, authorized, and set into motion by the foreign conspirators well in advance of Mossadegh's decision to dissolve the parliament. According to the London draft of the Tipajak's operational plan, it was highly preferable if the Shah would issue his royal edicts, but, in the case that he refused to do so, the coup was to go ahead anyway. 62 Whereas Mossadegh's cabinet decided on the referendum on July 14, the CIA director approved the $1,000,000 budget for Tehran's CIA station to bring about the fall of Mossadegh on April 4, 1953, or more than 3 months previously. 63 However, the fact that the results of the referendum, heavily favoring the dissolution of the Majlis, were announced before Nazari presented Mossadegh with the text signed by the Shah certainly helped the cause of the coup planners by giving a semblance of legitimacy to their coup attempt. The Iranian Englishman, the majority of the British embassy staff in Tehran as well as Miss Lambton were correct in their assessment that, in view of British interests in Iran, Mossadegh had to be removed instead of negotiated with. The longer Mossadegh remained in power, the more he laid bare the simple fact that the manner in which the British were pursuing their economic and political interests in Iran rendered their interests fundamentally incompatible with Iran's national interests. Mossadegh's tenure also demonstrated to Iranians as well as the colonized and semi-colonized countries of the world that pursuing Iran's bainity at the cost of Britain or any other foreign power was the right and responsibility of a nationalist government putting the welfare of its people first. The anti-Mossadegh foreign and domestic coalition understood that, given the tenuous historical relationship between Iran's rulers and the ruled, it was neither easy nor common for Iranians to trust a political leader, let alone come to believe in his honesty, uprightness, patriotism, and justice. Even if such qualities were to be combined in a politician, it was difficult for Iranians to reach any sort of an agreement on that one person during his lifetime. Mossadegh had many defects, but during his tenure he had become that unique politician with whom more Iranians than usual had entered into a part effective and part rational relationship based on love and respect. This almost unprecedented political and emotional bond between the majority of Iranians and Mossadegh provided him with spectacular popularity, which continued even after his overthrow. Yet a good part of Mossadegh's appeal was based on his untiring, perhaps quixotic quest, to return to Iranians what he believed was their expropriated rights, dignity, and wealth. The history of the AIOC's financial dealings with Iran, combined with the record of British foreign policy towards Iran, imposed an imperative clash between a Britain which did not wish to change its bullying ways and a stubborn and incorruptible politician bent on reclaiming the pride and the rights of Iranians. If Britain were to regain its past interests in Iran, it needed to expedite the overthrow of 289. Mossadegh, as time would show that the old man, despite his errors, did indeed embody those features that Iranians respected in their leaders. The British drive to demonize Mossadegh on the international scene, thereby putting more pressure on the US to approve of and assist in his removal, was a hazardous move if the process were to drag on for long. Mossadegh's interaction with the international community left a very different common impression than that longed for by the British. In the prevailing political atmosphere of decolonization, Mossadegh's style of battling against neocolonialism was rather different from other anti-colonial leaders. He was neither a soldier nor a revolutionary. In his language and mannerisms one could detect neither xenophobia nor cultural nativism. On the contrary, he was a non-provincial westernized man fully at ease with the Western public. He believed in social justice and equity, but was far from being a Marxist or a communist. He came very close to being a social democratic liberal, believing in the democratic electoral rules and processes and the peaceful circulation of power based on the people's voice. The West at the time was more interested in strong freedom-loving leaders, a euphemism for strictly anti-communist leaders who ruled in an authoritarian way, rather than wishy-washy liberal Democrats guided by the unpredictable moods of their people. Ironstead anti-communists, keeping a tight rein over their people and indulgent with Western economic interests in their own countries, were preferred prole. There was something of the tradition of the Javan Martin in Mossadegh's politicking that made him so attractive to his people and so disliked by those who favored Iran only for what they could exploit and gain from it. President Truman, who did not believe in overthrowing governments, even when it was highly recommended by his British allies, saw Mossadegh for what he was, and valued him. The Eisenhower administration, guided by a different worldview, did not see much merit in a non-authoritarian social democratic leader who, irrespective of his popularity, was not committed to uprooting the communists. Mossadegh's most important vice from the point of view of his Western antagonists was that internationally he remained an inexorable and dogmatic leader on the issue of Iran's oil. As such, he was setting a bad international example. Mossadegh was neither against Iran's integration within the world economy, nor was he an economic protectionist. He was a believer in the ideal free market system, demanding fair play through the application of perfect competition. The real danger he posed was that he sought to use Iran's oil on the international markets to put an end to the extra market and political rents and benefits accrued to the superpowers through their political and military dominance and muscle. The inability of Britain in June 1951 to impose economic terms through gunboat diplomacy erroneously convinced Mossadegh that Britain had abandoned military solutions and replaced these with diplomatic reasoning. Little did he know that a change in U.S. administration would allow for a new convergence. 290 Conclusion. Of interests in favor of overthrowing governments, especially if these were believed to be turning red. The chronology of events does not indicate that Eisenhower was hostile to the Mossadegh administration from the moment he assumed power. On the contrary, initially Eisenhower shared with his predecessor the same feeling towards the British. Both the Democrats and Republicans found the British to be the main hurdle to the solution of the oil problem and what they believed to be the deteriorating situation in Iran. Like the Truman administration, Eisenhower initially believed that the U.S. should provide economic assistance to Iran to prevent the country from falling to communists, irrespective of the British-Iranian dispute and the intransigent position of the British. On March 4, 1953, during the 135th meeting of the National Security Council in Washington, Eisenhower pressed for supporting Mossadegh's government against the possibility of a communist takeover by trying to persuade the British to leave the Americans to deal with the Iranians and permit the U.S. to put the Iranian oil industry back in operation. At this meeting Eisenhower made the interesting comment that if I had $500, 000 of money to spend in secret, I would get $100, 000 of it to Iran right now. One Eisenhower's position, seemingly eager to help Mossadegh financially and thereby support his government, suddenly changed. This abrupt change occurred within a week. On March 11, 1953, during the 136th meeting of the National Security Council, Eisenhower said that he had very real doubts whether, even if we tried unilaterally, we could make a successful deal with Mossadegh. The president felt that it may not be worth the paper it was written on, and the example might have grave effects on U.S. oil concessions in other parts of the world. Somewhere between mid and late March, General Walter Bedell Smith, Under-Secretary of State, determined that the U.S. government could no longer approve of the Mossadegh government and would prefer a successor. This change in policy was communicated to the CIA, and the NIA division was informed that it was authorized to consider operations which would contribute to the fall of the Mossadegh government. From late March the coup machine was put into operation. The American administration seemed to cede reluctantly to the British lobby and became the driving force behind planning and executing the overthrow of Mossadegh. The U.S. change of heart and direct involvement in the planning and execution of the coup d'état caused a radical shift in the Iranian public's attitude towards the U.S. One can speculate that with the exception of Today party members, who were always dubious of U.S. imperialism, and sympathizers with the coup, who consistently remained loyal to the West, after 28 Mordad a relation of love and hope between Iranians and the U.S. government was overshadowed with distrust, suspicion, and a sense of betrayal. Whereas the Attlee government was unable to manipulate the Truman administration to approve of Operation Buccaneer in the summer of 1951, the Churchill government succeeded in convincing the Eisenhower administration to become their coup partners. The British government succeeded in turning the U.S. administration from a possible ally and savior into a new predator state in the eyes of many Iranians. The 1953 coup in Iran was the RST of a series of clandestine U.S. operations across the world. Defending the free world against communism in the midst of the Cold War provided the ideal pretext for U.S. administrations to intervene in the domestic affairs of different countries with impunity and overthrow governments of different types. After Iran, the U.S. is alleged to have been involved in, engineered or orchestrated coups in Guatemala, Indonesia, South Vietnam, Brazil, Ghana, and Chile. The ultimate cause of these interventions was usually strongly intertwined with some sort of economic interest, justifying the accusation of neocolonialism and imperialism. In comparison to the colorful revolutionary politicians and leaders of the 1950s and 1960s, Mossadegh was an elderly, fragile-looking, and less flamboyant personality. He was a legalist and a believer in political righteousness, who at times frustrated his goal-oriented and more radical companions and followers. He was usually more intent on following the legal process and the ethical path than obtaining the desired end result. There were occasions during his tenure when he slipped, but he usually ended up correcting his excesses. At times, the end justified some, but not all, of the means. Mossadegh's active political life, which ended on 28 Mordad, demonstrated that in the NAL analysis, if his objective of safeguarding the nationalized oil and reviving the Iranian economy by breaking the blockade against the sale of her oil, shared by the majority of his compatriots, was attained as a result of his efforts, so much the better. If not, lessons were to be learned from this socio-political exercise, and when the next opportunity presented itself, the people would be much wiser. Because of this experience. This was politics as a pedagogical exercise and not necessarily for maximizing power, control, and tenure. However, Mossadegh was not willing to protect the nationalization of oil by unleashing a civil war and witnessing the spilling of Iranian blood by Iranians. The ultimate end did not justify any and all means. A close reading of the history of the coup d'état, from the day Mossadegh came to power through to his overthrow, leads to three broad observations on the psychological disposition and behavioral pattern of the key players. First, only 6 days after the Majlis the oil nationalization law, the British threatened Iran with military retaliation. The notion that as long as Mossadegh was in power, a return to the pre-oil nationalization conditions was impossible seems to have been ingrained in the minds of various British administrations, leading them to the inevitable conclusion that Mossadegh needed to be got rid of before the oil nationalization law could be reversed. 292 Conclusion. In this period, British administrations were still under the impression that they could pursue their economic interests through brute force. The method for removing Mossadegh underwent mutations, but the British determination to remove him did not waver. Second, the Shah and Said Zia began talking about a coup d'état to British and American diplomats almost at the same time. This was some 6 months after the discussions on replacing Mossadegh were launched by the British. The fact that the British wished to see Mossadegh removed, and then acted on it, emboldened and encouraged the Iranian Englishmen and the monarch. Convinced as they were of the mythical power of the British to successfully attain their ends, the Iranian Englishmen eagerly entertained the idea of a coup d'état as an option. Ironically, even though the Shah talked to Henderson about a coup d'état as the only possible solution to remove Mossadegh, he was psychologically incapable of following through on the idea. This was a reality that his close foreign co-conspirators consistently remarked upon and factored into their calculations when they decided to launch the coup d'état, with or without his direct involvement. The act of the coup d'état petreed him, and even after the British and American administrations launched the coup operation in April 1953, the Shah refused to become directly involved in it. Even as a reluctant coup partner, the Shah seems to have involuntarily sabotaged the CIA's plan by delaying meetings and, most importantly, postponing until the last minute the signing of the white sheets of paper that later become royal edicts. Had the British and American administrations, backed by the Iranian Englishmen, not forced the Operation Tepa-Jax upon him, the young Shah does not seem to have been inclined to concede to a coup. From as early as December 26, 1951, when the Shah talked to Henderson about a coup, to August 19, 1953, when the coup overthrew Mossadegh, the Shah was a convinced soul whose indecision and fear paralyzed him, convincing the British and American administrations and their secret services that they needed to think and act for him. Third, throughout Mossadegh's 28-month term, the American administrations were caught in a tug-of-war with various British governments over how to proceed with Iran and the oil issue. Initially, the Truman administration blocked any attempt by the British to intervene militarily in Iran. Subsequently, it sought to resolve the oil dispute by playing the role of an objective and trustworthy intermediary. From November 1951, having failed to convince the American administration to back their invasion initiative, the British administration retaliated by obstructing the U.S. proposals on the oil issue, voicing their disapproval and reiterating that Mossadegh's fall would result in a more amenable government. For the British government's open obstruction of American initiatives to resolve the oil issue in Iran created tension between the U.S. and Britain. By August 1952, when the American government proposed to provide Iran with a grant to partially resolve its financial problems, the British government once again opposed such a move. In turn, it informed the American Secretary of State that the Iranian army might have to intervene in the internal affairs of the country, and that the US and Britain should not be hasty in coming to Mossadegh's aid because we think we shall never have a better government to deal with. 5. Even the Eisenhower government initially pursued a conciliatory policy towards Mossadegh. It mulled over the possibility of purchasing oil from Iran and providing financial aid to it while convincing the British not to oppose such initiatives. However, by the beginning of March 1953, Mossadegh's rejection of the British proposal of February 20, 1953 on the issue of indemnities for the oil nationalization, which was also supported by the American administration, tipped the situation in favor of the British solution of intervention. At the same time, the U.S. administration interpreted the events after 9 Esfand as ones which would probably lead to a dictatorship in Iran under Mossadegh. It also began to worry about the political vacuum that, in the absence of a strong replacement, Mossadegh's sudden absence would provide for the communists to take over. 6. The U.S. shift to the British position of seeking to overthrow Mossadegh happened in the second half of March. Once the U.S. administration became convinced that a coup d'état was the only political and economic solution to the Iranian deadlock, it took the initiative and pursued the course to its end. In the NAL analysis, the coup d'état created a long-lasting social, political and psychological malaise which was passed on from generation to generation and was not attended to, still less healed, after the 1979 revolution in Iran. The post-coup Iranian society has yet to come to grips with 28 Mordad, both the event and its consequences. The 28 Mordad coup d'état derailed the course of Iran's political and economic development, while traumatizing Iranians. An equally important social and psychological consequence of the coup was that it turned certain values upside down. From the point of view of all those who favored and supported the oil nationalization movement, those Iranians who collaborated with the foreigners against their own national interests were being rewarded economically and politically by the post-coup regime. Iranians who continued to believe in the proud nationalist dream which Mossadegh had helped set into motion and followed through with tenacity had to come to grips with the notion that what to them seemed treason to Iran's national interests would not only go unpunished, but would be handsomely rewarded. The post-coup regime and the governments which followed placed a tight lid on discussion of the whys, hows, and whos of the coup, forcing such reactions and debates underground. Reactions to the coup were formed, but would largely remain latent, surfacing only sporadically. And in a radical form. Iranian anti-British sentiments were transformed into anti-Americanism and anti-imperialism. Some of the pro-Mossadegh adolescents during the coup later became the founders and active members of armed guerrilla organizations, both Marxist and Islamic. The more moderate and tempered actors in the nationalization movement introverted but did not forget the role of foreign intervention or its consequences. Some of those key collaborators in the 28 Mordad coup among the military brass, politicians, clergy, and the thugs were one by one marginalized, disannured and even executed as the Shah regained his confidence and authority at home and sought to rid himself of the awkward feeling of being king by their grace alone. The historical evidence that has accumulated over the years, and that has been used in the present work, points to the fact that the 1953 overthrow of Mossadegh was effected through a foreign-hatched coup. The facts indicate that both the failed coup of 25 Mordad and the successful coup of 28 Mordad were the outcome of premeditated and intentional foreign involvement in the internal affairs of Iran. The successful 28 Mordad coup d'état, which came hot on the heels of the RST unsuccessful coup attempt, was part and parcel of the British proposed and American-directed operation to overthrow Mossadegh. The events of 28 Mordad were not impromptu or unprepared, but carefully and intelligently thought out, revised and planned by the key foreign and domestic masterminds who gathered at the American embassy after the failure of the RST coup. The events were steered, executed, and operationalized by Iranians who were directly and indirectly carrying out Modi-led British, U.S. plans drawn up in Nicosia and London by British and American intelligence officers and spooks. There must have been Iranians who independently joined the activities against Mossadegh on 28 Mordad. The point, however, is that had these Iranians constituted a sine-qua force, it would not have been necessary for the CIA and CIS operatives and their highest echelon political representatives to opt for a messy coup. In 1978, Henry Precht, the country director for Iran, informed Crow that due to the Freedom of Information Act he was considering the release of certain documents pertaining to the 1952 to 1953 period. If they were released, there would be some very embarrassing things about the British in them. Subsequently, the British attempted to persuade the State Department to withhold not only British documents, but the American ones too. 8. The British and the Americans had every reason to be embarrassed by the release of sensitive information about the coup in Iran. Direct and premeditated British, U.S. intervention in the form of a planned, covert coup operation aimed at removing Mossadegh from power was a clear violation of Iran's sovereignty, an assault on its territorial integrity and a travesty of international law. The predicament of the architects and subsequent supporters of the opinion that, on 28 Mordad, the Iranian people rose up and swept away Mossadegh, is that, unlike people such as Said Zia, Asadullah Rashidian, or Kim Roosevelt, they find it rather embarrassing and politically incorrect to openly come out in favor of coup d'états as an acceptable way of changing governments. What makes a transparent pro-coup position in relation to the 28 Mordad coup more delicate is that espousing it implies that foreign intervention in the affairs of another country is permitted and collaboration with foreigners to attain their ends is an acceptable practice. Said Zia, Rashidian, and Roosevelt did not seem to have a zation or a complex with regards to a coup d'état. Since they seemed neither bothered by being involved in a coup nor had many misgivings about foreign intervention and collaboration with foreigners, it would be safe to say that they saw no reason to dispute the reality of the 1953 coup. Henderson and the Shah, as well as those who followed their complicated logic on what happened on 28 Mordad and what it should be called, were different from the unabashed proponents of the coup and rather ill at ease in their own post-coup skins. Henderson was present at the June 25, 1953 meeting when the coup was approved in Washington. He had come to be a supporter of a coup since the end of March. Henderson was also present in the grounds of the American Embassy in Tehran on August 17, 1953, when Kim Roosevelt and his fellow Iranian-American conspirators earmarked Wednesday, August 19 for the Great Demonstration. Even though Henderson is said to have been conferring with General McClure a few hundred yards away from where the conspirators were nailizing their plans, he must have immediately been briefed on the activities planned for Wednesday, August 19 by Roosevelt and Carroll. So, Henderson had full knowledge of the fact that the RST and second coups were planned by the CIA and the CIS. He was also informed about how the second coup was then tuned, calibrated and executed with the help of Roosevelt, Carroll, and their Iranian networks of collaborators. 2 days after the coup, Henderson consciously misled the public, both Iranian and American. He advised the State Department to launch a campaign stressing the spontaneity of the anti-Mossadegh and pro-Zahedi movement. This misrepresented version of history turned the foreign-engineered coup into a spontaneous mass movement of the Iranians. Henderson was covering up, forgetting or denying his own direct experiences in the planning of the coups on June 25 and August 17, 1953. Henderson needed to misinform the people for reason of state. Loyal to his country, he was dissimulating what he thought the world community would consider as wrong and immoral. He was in no position to explain why the coup was essential for the immediate interests of Britain and the long-term U.S. interests in Iran and 296 Conclusion. The region. His career and loyalty condemned him to distort history. The Shah of Iran was also involved in the coup plans and was informed of the coup and the role of foreigners in it. For a long time he had resisted becoming actively and personally engaged in such a conspiracy because he was scared of the consequences of an unsuccessful foreign coup, and perhaps ashamed of his involvement in it. The Shah was therefore in a situation somewhat similar to that of Henderson. He too needed to misrepresent history publicly. This, he needed to do for a different kind of reason of state. Relics of nationalism, respect for the right of self-determination, shame at intervention in the affairs of other sovereign countries, the stigma attached to coups and coup makers, and the guilt of helping foreigners against one's own national interests, these all compel the present-day advocates of Mossadegh's overthrow to follow the lead of Henderson and the Shah and prove against historical realities that 28 Mordad was the result of the independent thought, will and action of the Iranian people. Making 28 Mordad illegal and Iranian event sanitizes the immoral foreign planned coup, completes the dissimulation process set into motion by Henderson and the Shah, demonizes the target of the coup and sanctions the Iranian coup makers. It ultimately erases the traces of those who intervened and those who collaborated. It sweeps the historical reality and impact of the act under the carpet, postponing the process of coming to terms with uncomfortable realities. That the events of 28 Mordad were a spontaneous mass movement, a national resurgence, a popular uprising, a legal counter-coup, a backlash of the people's discontent, even a jihad against atheism and communism orchestrated by religious leaders, cannot be demonstrated or supported by historical facts. It is perhaps time for a new generation of decomplexy defenders of the overthrow of Mossadegh to take to the stage. Their task will be most difficult, but will at least be consistent with historical facts and therefore academically defendable. They would need to accept that, irrespective of the vices and virtues of Mossadegh and the legacy of his government, 28 Mordad was a planned coup and that it was parented by foreigners, even if its midwives were Iranians. They would subsequently have to demonstrate the comparative benign of foreign intervention over domestic reconciliation of differences, as well as the comparative benign of violent political change over peaceful transition. Finally, they would need to assess the long-term benefits of the foreign perpetrated coup for both Iran and the international community. This would be the challenge of the present-day supporters of Mossadegh's overthrow in Iran. Afshardis, Mahmud born in Tehran, he attended the Officers' Academy. In 1952 Mossadegh appointed him as Tehran's military governor and subsequently as chief of police. He was one of the four founders of the Nationalist Army of Officers, a pro-Mossadegh organization within the army. To precipitate the downfall of Mossadegh's government, Afshardis was abducted and later murdered by members of the pro-Zahidi Retired Officers Association. The masterminds behind his assassination were the enigmatic pair of Mozaffar Bekai and Hossein Katibi. On 28 Mordad, the absence of a strong, daring, and aggressive pro-Mossadegh officer such as Afshardis occupying a sensitive military position was deeply felt. Akavi, Hassan born in Tehran, he attended the Officers' Academy and served in numerous military posts, such as the head of the Army's counterintelligence of CE. By the time of the 1953 coup, he had a wide base of associates and contacts in the army. Akavi was a protege of General Arfa and friends with Farzanagan and Batman Kelik. He was an active member of the military secretariat in charge of planning the coup against Mossadegh. After the coup, he was promoted in rank and became the vice chief of staff. In 1957 he entered the Ekbal cabinet as Minister of Agriculture. He left the government in October 1960, and also retired from the army. Allah, Hossein born in Tehran to a diplomatic family, he went to London at an early age and studied law at the University of London. Allah spoke perfect English and good French. He began his career at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as chef de cabinet in 1906, was appointed Minister of Public Works in 1918 and was sent to London in 1934 and then to Washington in 1945 as an ambassador. He was appointed Prime Minister for the RST time in March 1951. After Mossadegh's premiership, Allah became Minister of Court for the third time. He played an important role in coordinating the anti-Mossadegh forces. After the removal of Fazlollah Zahidi in April 1955, Allah was again appointed as Prime Minister and escaped an assassination plot by the devotees of Islam. In 1957, he resigned his position of Prime Minister to Manoucher Ekbal and became Minister of Court for a fourth time, serving in this position for the rest of his life. Amidi Yanori, Abul Hassan educated in Iran, he became a lawyer. After the departure of Reza Shah, he published the Daily Did, which became popular. 298. Because of his special articles entitled Behind and Under the Political Curtain. He was initially a member of the National Front, but soon after Mossadegh's premiership he joined the anti-Mossadegh camp and his newspaper became one of the most vociferous critics of Mossadegh. During the trial of the members of the Devotees of Islam in 1952, he acted as one of their lawyers. Between the RST and the second coups, Amidi Nori and his newspaper played a key role in mobilizing the anti-Mossadegh camp. After the coup, he became Zahidi's undersecretary in charge of the Ofce of Propaganda as well as the spokesperson of the government. He subsequently became a member of parliament for 2 terms. After the 1979 revolution, Amidi Nori was arrested, condemned to death and executed. Arfa, Hassan educated in Istanbul and Paris. Arfa graduated from the military academy at Saint-Cyr, the foremost French military academy, and subsequently entered the Iranian army. He was fluent in French, English, and Turkish, but wasned to blase with Persian. In 1923 he met Hilda, his lifetime British wife, a leading ballerina and a highly cultured multilingual woman. They married in Bern. In 1925 he served as Iran's RST military attaché in England. In 1944 he was appointed Chief of Staff and founded the right-wing National Movement Party. He was known for his anti-communist tendencies and waged a campaign against the Today Party in Iran. Arfa was arrested by Ahmed Kavam in 1945 and in 1946 by his rival Razmara. In Hossein Allah's RST cabinet in 1951 he became Minister of Roads. Arfa was known for his pro-British tendencies and was said to be the mastermind behind the anti-Mossadegh Arya party. Arfa had close relations with Mozaffar Bekai and Ayatollah Kashani. After the coup, having jockeyed to become prime minister, Arfa was appointed ambassador to Pakistan and subsequently Turkey. Arfa left Iran before the 1979 revolution and spent his last days in Monte Carlo. Ashra, Hossein Kalai. He graduated from Tehran's Officers Academy and then completed his military training at Tehran's University of War. In March 1953 he replaced Timur Bakhtiyar as commander of the 3rd Mountain Brigade. Shortly afterwards Mossadegh appointed him as Tehran's military governor while he continued to retain his command position of the 3rd Mountain Brigade. On August 19, the day of the second coup, Mossadegh suspected Ashra of being in collusion with pro-Zahidi of Sars. At noon, Mossadegh deposed Ashra from all positions of command and arrested him. After the coup, Ashra was arrested again and imprisoned for his collaboration with Mossadegh, but was released before he was put on trial. He subsequently entered private business. Azmuddin Eskandar. He graduated from Tehran's Officers Academy and completed his military training at Tehran's University of War. In 1953 he was commander of the Pahlavi Regiment, served at the military governor's headquarters and was a member of the Devotees of the Shah, a secret anti-Mossadegh organization. During the RST coup he was in charge of neutralizing the telephone center at the bazaar and then proceeding to Mossadegh's house. After the success of the second coup, Azmuddin was promoted in rank and was given command positions in the provinces before becoming Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Finance and the head of Customs Services. In 1974 he became the governor of Eastern Azerbaijan. He left the country before the 1979 revolution and resided in London. Bakhtiyar, Timur. Born in Shah-e-Khord, he obtained his high school diploma in Beirut and in 1923 entered the French cavalry school at Saumur. He graduated from Tehran's University of War in 1949, at the top of his class. In 1953 he was put in command of the 3rd Mountain Brigade and subsequently commissioned to put down Abul Qasim Khan Bakhtiyar's revolt in Isfahan, which he successfully executed. In April 1953 he became the commander of Kermanshah's Armored Brigade. When approached by Farzanagan and Town, a CIA station agent supporting the coup against Mossadegh, he pledged his support. After the second coup he was promoted in rank and became Tehran's military governor. In 1954, he was instrumental in discovering and destroying the military wing of the Today Party. 3 years later he became the RST head of Savak. In 1961, after plotting to replace the Shah, he was removed from OFCE and forced to leave Iran. He was assassinated in Iraq in the summer of 1970. Bekai, Mozaffar. Born in Kerman, he finished his high school education in Iran and went to Paris to study philosophy. He returned to Iran and began his career at the University of Tehran. In 1946 he joined Ahmad Kavam's Democratic Party, and became an MP in 1947. In 1949 he published the Inyenchal Daily Shad. When the 16th Majlis was convened in 1950, Bekai was among the list of pro-Mossadegh MPs elected. Bekai was initially one of the key members of the pro-Mossadegh National Front. In 1951 he founded the Iranian People's Toilers Party, and from the inception of Mossadegh's government he gradually distanced himself from Mossadegh, befriending Ayatollah Kashani and eventually openly opposing Mossadegh. From February 28, 1953, Bekai propagated the idea that Mossadegh was paving the way for the communists and intended to remove the Shah and overthrow the monarchy. His paper, Shad, played an important role in swaying public opinion against Mossadegh and in favor of Zahidi. After the coup, Bekai, who was instrumental in the downfall of Mossadegh, was marginalized. After the 1979 revolution he tried his hand at politics again and through Hassan Ayat, an old follower of his, made some inroads. Yet he was later arrested and imprisoned, and he passed away in prison under very suspicious circumstances. Batman Kellick, Later he attended Tehran Officers Academy, pursued his military studies in Germany and graduated from Tehran's University of War. In 1952 he headed the Shah's military of CE. Before the coup, Zahedi appointed him as Chief of Staff. During the RST coup he and the forces under his command were to occupy the headquarters of Mossadegh's Chief of Staff, but he is said to have lost heart and aborted his mission. He was arrested after the RST coup, freed after the success of the second coup, and became the Chief of Staff. In 1954 he RST became Iran's ambassador to Pakistan and then to Iraq. In 1958 he entered Iqbal's cabinet as Minister of Interior. He passed away in the U.S. Bibahani, Jafar born in Tehran, he received his BA in law from the University of Tehran. He pursued his studies in France. He headed a public notary of CE and opened an of CE in Tehran's Bazar district. After the coup, because of Ayatollah Said Mohammad Bibahani, his father, and his own role in the success of the second coup, he entered the Iranian parliament on 3 consecutive occasions. Jafar Bibahani was very close to the Rashidian brothers. In 1960, in association with Asadullah Rashidian, he founded the League of Defenders of the Constitution. From January 1962, Asadullah Rashidian and Jafar Bibahani, who had RST-supported Ali Amini, began campaigning and agitating against his government, resulting in their arrest. After their release, the two men attempted to launch a party called the People's Party. From the mid-1960s Bibahani gradually moved out of the political limelight. Bibahani, Ayatollah Said Mohammad born in Tehran, he was the son of Ayatollah Abdallah Bibahani, one of the 2 prominent leaders of Iran's constitutional movement. In addition to having been a mujtahid, he studied philosophy for 6 years. After the assassination of Abdallah Bibahani in 1910, Mohammad became the influential head of Tehran's seminary school. With the ascent of Reza Shah to power, Mohammad Bibahani became very close to the monarch. Bibahani maintained his close relationship with Mohammad Reza Shah and emerged as the religious guardian of the young king. From January 1953, when relations between Mossadegh and the Shah began to worsen, Bibahani played an active role in supporting the Shah. He played a vital role in rallying southern Tehran Rufans against Mossadegh and in favor of the Shah during the second coup. After the coup, Bibahani became even more influential than before, until he fell out with the Shah over the latter's white revolution. Barujerdi, Grand Ayatollah Said Hossein born in Barujerd, he began his preliminary seminary school studies in Barujerd and was sent to the Isfahan Seminary School at the age of 18, where he studied for 9 years. In 1902 he went to Najaf, the hub of Shi'i education, studied with Shi'i luminaries such as Akhund Molla Kazemi Karazani and became a mujtahid. Hossein returned to Barujerd in 1911 and stayed there for 33 years, during which he revived the Barujerd Seminary School. In 1944, subsequent to the invitation of the highest-ranking clergy of Qom, Barujerdi entered the city, and after the death of Ayatollah Said Abul Hassan Esfahani in 1947 he became the uncontested single source of emulation of the Shi'i. Barujerdi not only returned Shi'i religious leadership and authority back to Iran, but also actively engaged in the reform and development of the Qom Seminary School. Barujerdi refrained from constant interference in political matters. During the oil nationalization movement, whenever he felt a foreign threat against the national sovereignty of the country he threw his full support behind Mossadegh. His relationship with Mossadegh was cordial. He refrained from undermining Mossadegh's authority and at no time sided with or aided the coup forces. Barujerdi did not appreciate the radicalism of the devotees of Islam and Ayatollah Kashani. As long as Barujerdi was alive the Shah did not dare launch his land reform and the White Revolution. Dad Satan, Farhad born in Tehran, he studied at Tehran Officers Academy. He married the niece of Reza Shah's wife, which is said to have paved the way for his successful military career. In 1949 he became the commander of the gendarmerie. He was subsequently appointed as the commander of the Gorgon Corps. Before the RST coup, Dad Satan was among the circle of officers close to Zahedi plotting to overthrow the Mossadegh government. Dad Satan played an important role in the second coup and was appointed as Tehran's military governor by Zahedi on the evening of 28 Mordad. He was subsequently promoted in rank. Within a few months he was replaced by Timur Bakhtiyar. In his last military post he commanded the Kerman Corps. Daftari, Mohammed. He attended Tehran's Officers Academy before going to France and attending the military academy at Saint Cyr. On his return to Iran he joined Rahnema's circle of friends. In 1947 he became the commander of Tehran's military police. During the assassination attempt on the life of the Shah at Tehran University in February 1949, Daftari helped the Shah into the car which took him to the hospital. When Rahnema became prime minister in 1950, he promoted Daftari to chief of police. Daftari was subsequently placed in command of a newly created force called the Custom Guards. Even before the RST coup, Daftari was in close contact with Zahedi and the plotting officers and was designated as Zahedi's chief of police. On the day of 28 Mordad, he played an important role in publicly demonstrating the tacit compliance of his forces with the anti-Mossadegh demonstrators. Against the advice of his chief of staff, Mossadegh appointed Daftari as chief of police on the day of the second coup. After the coup, Daftari remained as chief of police for a short period and was subsequently sent to Rome as a military attaché. In 1955 he was appointed to the sensitive position of the head of the Army's procurement of CE. He was arrested in 1961, put on trial, and imprisoned for 3 years for alleged financial misconduct. He left Iran before the revolution and resided in Paris. Esmailpour alias Ramazan Yaqi, Hossein. He was RST imprisoned at the age of 20 and by 1953 had spent some 10 years of his life in jail and 3 years in banishment. In 1949 he became a partner in a bakery and also worked as a mason. He later owned a real estate agency in Bagh Firdaus. Ramazan Yaqi was one of southern Tehran's key knife wielders and ruffian leaders. He was known for his physical strength and piety. Ramazan Yaqi was very close to Asadullah Rashidian. On 28 Mordad, his followers constituted one of the 4 main columns which occupied the center of Tehran and played a determining role in turning the events against Mossadegh and paving the way for the success of the second coup. After the coup, he maintained his close ties with Asadullah Rashidian. Fardust, Hossein, a childhood friend and close companion of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, Fardust followed the crown prince to the Swiss boarding school La Rosée, where they stayed for years. Fardust completed his studies at the Officers Academy, then went to Paris to study law during Mossadegh's government and subsequently attended the University of War after his return to Tehran. After the coup, Fardust returned to Iran, and in 1959 founded and headed the very powerful Imperial Inspectorate organization which reported directly and only to the Shah. Fardust was among a very select few whom the Shah trusted during his reign. After the revolution he stayed in Iran. In 1987 he appeared on a television show, and a few weeks later he was declared dead by the authorities. Farzanagan, Abbas. He attended and graduated from Tehran's Officers Academy. He spent a few years in the U.S. as Iran's military attaché. According to Wilbur, Farzanagan, a CIA station agent, was trained at Fort Leavenworth. Farzanagan returned to Tehran from Washington in early July 1953 with the mission to renew all of his old contacts within the Iranian army. Farzanagan was a member of the military secretariat in charge of planning the RST coup. He was not arrested after the RST coup and was instrumental in planning and executing the second coup. In the post-coup Zahedi government, Farzanagan became Under-Secretary of Post, Telegraph and Telephone. In 1955, with the departure of Zahedi, Farzanagan lost his post in the cabinet and left the country. He was later appointed as ambassador to Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Holland, and Norway. He spent the last years of his life in the U.S. Fatimi, Hossein. Born in Nain, he collaborated with his brother in the publication of a daily in Isfahan. He went to Tehran in 1937 and worked with the daily Sateri. In 1940 he published his brother's daily Bakhtar in Tehran. By this time Fatemeh had become well known in political and journalistic circles. In 1945 he went to Paris to pursue his studies, while he continued to contribute articles to Iranian dailies. He returned to Iran in 1948 and started publishing his own newspaper, Bakhtar Emrouz, in 1949. In the same year he joined Mossadegh in the National Front, became a close advisor to him, placed his newspaper at the service of the National Front and remained loyal to Mossadegh until the end. Fatemeh became Mossadegh's deputy prime minister and escaped an assassination attempt by the devotees of Islam in February 1952. In September 1952 he became Minister of Foreign Affairs. He was arrested by pro-Zahidi troops during the RST coup. After his release he wrote scathing articles against the Shah and the court. After the second coup he went into hiding and was captured in February 1954. He was subsequently put on trial and executed. Garzan, Abbas. He attended and graduated from the Cossack of Sers school. He also attended European military schools and started his military career during the reign of Reza Shah. In 1943 he became the commander of Isfahan army, and 2 years later he was appointed as Deputy Chief of Staff. In 1950 he was appointed Chief of Staff by Rahnema. He occupied this sensitive position until the events of 30 subsequent to which he was removed by Mossadegh and forced to retire. At this time he joined the anti-Mossadegh of Sers. After the coup, Garzan became the governor of Fars, and when Zahidi reshuffled his cabinet in 1954 he was given the portfolio of the Minister of Roads. Jalan Shah Hidayatollah. He was born in Tehran and attended Tehran's of Sers Academy before being dispatched to train as a pilot in England and France. He later attended training programs in England and the US and is considered one of the founders of Iran's Air Force. In 1949 he was appointed as the Chief of Staff of the Iranian Air Force and became close to the Shah and the court. He was forced into retirement by Mossadegh and became a key player among the anti-Mossadegh of Sers. He accompanied Zahidi during the 4 crucial days between the 2 coups and was promoted in rank after the coup, while he was appointed to the Chief of the Shah's military of CE. From 1954 to 1959 he was the Chief of Staff of the Iranian Air Force. He was subsequently forced into retirement. Harizadeh, Abul Hassan. He went to seminary school in Yazd and Isfahan. He entered the 4th Parliament at a young age and was closely associated with Said Hassan Modars. In 1946, along with Kavamol Saltana, he was one of the founders of the Democrat Party of Iran. Once Ahmad Kavam's cabinet gave way to other prime ministers, Harizadeh became a virulent opponent of these governments in parliament. During the elections for the 16th Parliament, Harizadeh was elected to the Majlis from Tehran, along with a number of other National Front members. The pro-Mossadegh Harizadeh soon turned against his National Front friends and joined the opposition to Mossadegh. Harizadeh was involved with the planning of the RST coup. After the coup Zahidi appointed him to the position of roving ambassador, which he had much coveted. He entered the 18th Majlis, but fell out with Zahidi over the oil issue and was subsequently marginalized. Haj Reza I. Tayyib. He was a traditional athlete, a wrestler, a streeter and a renowned ruffian leader. He was thrown into jail on numerous occasions and banished to Bandar Abbas for disturbing the peace, street brawls, and assault and battery. In 1947, he opened a fruit store in the main fruit and vegetable market of southern Tehran. From 1948, he organized religious morning processions and ran a mourning center next to Tehran's main granary. Tayyib and Ramazan Yaka were instrumental in mobilizing their followers against Mossadegh on 9 Esfand and 28 Mordad. Tayyib, who was close to Ayatollah Babahani, seems to have been prompted by him on both occasions. Tayyib was also close to Asadullah Rashidian. After the coup, Tayyib and 19 of his collaborators were decorated with the second-class Medal of Rastokis for their contributions to ousting Mossadegh. Subsequently, Tayyip became a successful banana merchant, walking around with a pistol which was said to be a special gift to him by the Shah. 10 years after the coup, Tayyip was arrested, condemned to death and executed for his involvement in the June 5, 1963 pro-Khomeini uprising against the Shah. Haxhinaz, Jahangir, born in Tehran, he studied at the Industrial School in Tehran and was then sent on a scholarship to the School of Polytechnic in Berlin. Upon his return to Iran he was employed at the Plan and Budget Organization and then at the Iranian Insurance Company, where he became the managing director. Along with Ziraksade, he was one of the founders of the Politicized Engineers Association in 1944 and the Iran Party in 1945. In 1952, he became Minister of Roads in Mossadegh's government and was arrested during the RST coup. He was arrested and imprisoned for a couple of months after the second coup. Afterwards he went into private business and left Iran to live in the UK. Hahaza Abdal Hussein, he was a member of the second graduating class of Tehran Safsars Academy in 1924. He continued his military studies at the Military Academy of Saint-Cyr in France. Hahaza occupied key military positions in the army. In 1951 he was appointed as the military commander of Tehran as well as the chief of police. He was removed from OFCE by Mossadegh and was arrested in October 1952 for plotting with Zahedi and the Rashidian brothers against the government. After the coup, he was appointed to the posts of commander of the Fars Army, commander of the University of War, ambassador to Pakistan, deputy chief of staff, commander of the ground forces and, Nali, the chief of staff. After being removed from OFCE, he committed suicide. Ja'afari, Shaban, he was born in Tehran and dropped out of school after the 4th grade. He was around 14 when he began frequenting the traditional athletics clubs of Tehran. At the age of 15 he was arrested and imprisoned for his role in a street brawl. Ja'afari was an important Gurhead of the South Tehran Ruf-Ans, a follower of Ayatollah Kashani and a close acquaintance of Nawab Safavi and Hossein Makki. Ja'afari played an important role in mobilizing the Tehran Ruf-Ans against Mossadegh on 9 Esfand and during the second coup. He was imprisoned during the morning events of the second coup and was released in the afternoon. After the coup he was decorated and generously supported to build his own traditional athletics club, called the Ja'afari Club. During the revolution, he left the country a few days before the Shah and settled in the U.S. Kashani, Abul Qasim, born in Tehran, he traveled to Najaf and became a Mujtahid at the age of 25. He returned to Tehran in 1921 and became the leading political cleric during 1941 and 1953. In 1925 Kashani was elected to the Iranian Constituent Assembly and voted in favor of ending the Qajar dynasty and installing Reza Shah's monarchy. In 1944 he was arrested by British forces for his alleged collaboration with the Germans, and was released in 1945. From 1945 to 1951 he formed an alliance with Nawab Safavi and became the source of emulation of Nawab Safavi's Organization of Fathayan Islam. In 1948 Kashani's close collaborator Shamsi Kanatabadi founded the Society of Muslim Mojahids, which became Kashani's political organization. Kashani was exiled after the assassination attempt against the Shah in 1949. From exile in Beirut he ordered his followers to campaign for the election of National Front members to the 16th Parliament. In June 1950 Kashani returned to Iran and formed a strong alliance with Mossadegh. Kashani's support for Mossadegh during the events of 30 was instrumental in the downfall of Ahmad Kavam's government and Mossadegh's return to power. Kashani became the president of the 17th Majlis after the departure of Said Hassan Imami. From November 1952 Kashani fell out with Mossadegh and gradually became his chief political opponent. Kashani was instrumental in mobilizing the anti-Mossadegh demonstrations of 9 Esfand. He vehemently opposed Mossadegh's referendum on dissolving the 17th Majlis and came to view Mossadegh as a puppet of the communists bent on abolishing the monarchy. By the time of the coup, Kashani had established strong ties with Zahedi and was one of the key anti-Mossadegh clerics, along with Bibahani. He met with Zahedi 2 days after the coup, but fell out with him and was arrested in 1956 for 2 months. Khajanari, Ebrahim, born in Tehran. He attended the French St. Louis School in Tehran. He obtained his degree in law and sociology from the University of Brussels. In 1942, he co-founded the Adalat Party along with his friends Ali Dashti and Jamali Imami. He became the Director General of the Publications and Propaganda Department and held the office of Deputy Prime Minister in 1944 and again in 1946 and 1948. In 1949 he was elected as a senator from Tehran. During Mossadegh's premiership he was a member of the opposition and collaborated with Zahedi. After the coup he became a senator once again and strongly opposed the bill on the creation of the Savak. Khajanari was an eloquent and gripping writer, and his monographs of key Iranian politicians under the title of Bazigarani Asre Tala'i remains a classic. Khosravani, Parvez. He graduated from Tehran Safsars Academy in 1942. He was the founder of the Taj Athletics Club, which had the full support of Mohammad Reza Shah. In 1953 he became actively involved in anti-Mossadegh activities and was arrested along with Shaban Ja'afari after the February 28 events in front of Mossadegh's house. Khosravani was released about 2 weeks before the RST coup. After the second coup, in which he and his athletes personally participated, he was promoted in rank and became a special adjutant to the Shah. In 1966 he became the director of the Physical Education Organization and assistant to the Prime Minister. In 1971 he became deputy commander of the Gendarmerie. He went to London before the revolution. Maki, Hossein. He was born in Maybad near Yazd and moved to Tehran to continue his education. He was an employee of the National Iranian Railroad Company while he researched and wrote on the history of Iran. He began his career as a journalist after 1941. In 1943 he founded the Iran Party, and in 1946 he became one of the founding members of Ahmad Kavam's Democrat Party of Iran. He entered the 15th Majlis and joined forces with Baqai and Ha'irizadeh in opposing the rapidly changing governments and militating against the supplementary oil agreement. He became famous for his filibuster, which prevented the agreement from being ratified during the 15th Majlis. Maki was one of the key founders of the pro-Mossadegh National Front. He entered the 16th Majlis and formed a minority pro-Mossadegh faction. After Mossadegh's premiership, Maki remained an untiring supporter of his policies. Maki began opposing Mossadegh in December 1952. After the coup and the assassination attempt on Allah Slife in 1955, Maki was arrested and imprisoned for about a month. Maki spent his life after the coup on his research and publications on various aspects of Iranian history. Marashra, Mehdi. He was born in Tafresh and graduated from Tehran's Afsars Academy. He pursued a military career in the army until his resignation in 1942. After publishing his highly controversial and polemical paper, Atish Marashra became well known in oppositional political circles. Marashra opposed Mossadegh after he became prime minister and succeeded in entering the 17th Majlis. Marashra was in contact with members of the British Embassy and advised them to remove Mossadegh through a coup. Marashra was close to both sides Tabatabai and Ayatollah Kashani and consistently militated against Mossadegh both in the parliament and through his newspaper. Immediately after the fall of Tehran Radio's transmission station, he was the RST person to speak and give news of Mossadegh's overthrow. After the coup he was elected to the 18th and 20th Majlis and subsequently went into business. He became a very successful industrialist and landowner. After the revolution he was arrested, condemned to death and executed. Monchizadeh, Davud. Born in Tehran, he was sent to the University of Dijon on a government scholarship in 1932. He went to Germany in 1937 and obtained his doctorate from Berlin University in 1943. Monchizadeh returned to Iran in 1950 and founded the Iranian Nationalist Socialist Party called Sumka in 1951. From 1952, Monchizadeh's brown shirts started clashing with Today Party sympathizers and members on the streets. Monchizadeh gradually gravitated towards Zahedi. His partisans were involved in the anti-Mossadegh demonstrations of 9 Esfand, were accused of involvement in the abduction of Afshardis, and played an active role in support of the anti-Mossadegh forces during the second coup. After the coup, he and his party were nationally aided by the police and the court. Monchyzadeh left Iran in 1963 and spent the rest of his life in Sweden and the US. Nazari, Ani Matola, born in Semnan, he attended military schools and graduated from Tehran Safsars Academy. In 1949 he became the commander of the Pahlavi regiment and was then promoted to the highly sensitive post of commander of the Imperial Guards. In preparation for the RST coup, Nazari was dispatched to Ramsar to obtain the Shah's disputed royal edicts dismissing. 306 Biographical Notes of Kigurs. Mossadegh and appointing Zahidi, deliver them RST to Zahidi, and, having communicated it to Mossadegh, arrest the Prime Minister. In the early morning hours of August 16, Nazari was arrested at Mossadegh's house, only to be released in the afternoon of August 19 after the success of the second coup. Nazari was promoted in rank after the coup. In 1960 he became the chief of police and subsequently the military governor of Tehran. In 1965 he became deputy prime minister and the head of Savak, where he served for some 13 years. In 1978 he became ambassador to Pakistan, but was recalled after 3 months and subsequently arrested 3 months before the February 1979 revolution. After the revolution Nazari was condemned to death and executed. Navab Safavi, Mojadaba, born in Tehran, he attended the German Technical High School in Tehran and Briwi worked at the British-managed Iranian Oil Company in Abadan before going to Najaf in 1943 to pursue his religious studies at the seminary school. On his return to Tehran around 1946, he founded an organization called the Faidayan Islam, or the Devotees of Islam. His organization was committed to the application of the Sharia, the restoration of an Islamic government and the cleansing of evildoers and enemies of Islam. From 1945 to 1951, Navab Safavi and Ayatollah Kashani formed an alliance, and Navab Safavi threw the full weight of his organization behind Kashani's political objectives. In March 1946 his zealous followers assassinated Ahmed Khosravi. Navab Safavi's organization accepted responsibility for the assassination of Hajir, the Minister of Court, Prime Minister Razmara, and Fatimi, Mossadegh's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Navab Safavi was arrested weeks after Mossadegh's premiership. He remained in prison from June 1951 to January 1953. He refused to enter into any political alignments after his release and did not play a role in the 2 coups. In November 1956, a member of his organization read on Prime Minister Allah from close range. In less than a week, Navab Safavi and some 30 members of the Faidayan Islam were arrested. Navab Safavi and 7 of his collaborators were put on trial, and Navab Safavi was sentenced to death and executed. Kanatabadi, Shams, born in Tehran, he pursued his high school studies in Tehran and then attended the Qom Seminary School before going to Najaf. He returned to Tehran in 1946 and became a close follower and collaborator of Ayatollah Kashani. In 1949 he founded the Society of Muslim Mohajids with the assistance of Mahmud Shervan. With Kashani's support, he entered the 17th Majlis as a representative of Shahroud. Kanatabadi stood loyally by his mentor Kashani during the latter's con-ICT with Mossadegh and alliance with Zahidi. He published the weekly Demokrat Islami, in which from March to the end of August 1953 he assailed Mossadegh's government as anti-religious, anti-monarchic, and a stooge of the communists. Kanatabadi also published the daily Melat Ma. 3 days after the coup, Zahidi met with Kanatabadi, Baka and Ha'irizadeh at Kashani's house. After the coup, Kanatabadi took off his religious garb and continued to be a member of the 18th and 19th parliaments. Kavam, Ahmed. Born in Tehran to a family of notables, he was homeschooled and well educated. Kavam spent 3 years studying in Europe. He started his career at the Qajar court and soon climbed the ranks. He entered the cabinet as Biographical Notes of Qigars 307. Minister of War in 1910 and continued to occupy various ministerial positions in subsequent governments. After Said Zia's 1920 coup, Qavam, who at the time was the governor of Khorasan, was arrested and sent to jail in Tehran. Some 3 months later, when Said Zia was deposed, Qavam became prime minister. In 1923 he was exiled to Europe. After the departure of Reza Shah, Qavam returned to politics in 1941. In 1942 he became prime minister under the rule of Mohammad Reza Shah. He was intermittently in power as prime minister or out of favor and in exile. After almost 3 years of absence, Qavam returned to Iran in 1950. In July 1951, when Mossadegh resigned as prime minister, the Shah called on the 81-year-old Qavam, who had the support of the American and the British, to become prime minister. Qavam's government was very short-lived and Mossadegh returned to power on a wave of popular support. Qavam went into hiding and lived in Tehran until his death. Rashidian, Asadullah born in Tehran, he was the son of Habiballah Rashidian and the brother of Safallah and Kodratollah. Not much is known about his educational background. Asadullah is said to have engaged in commerce from an early age. He became politically involved with Said Zia, who was a friend of his father, and remained very loyal to Said Zia. Asadullah, who had close connections with the British embassy, became actively involved in opposing Mossadegh. After the departure of the British from Iran, Rashidian collaborated with the American embassy and was one of the Qigars and masterminds of the coup on 28 Mordad. Rashidian was close to both the Shah and Princess Ashraf, and was trusted by both. After Mossadegh's overthrow, Rashidian was handsomely rewarded for his activities and was allowed to establish the Bank of Cooperatives and Distribution. He is said to have also owned an insurance company. He left the country and lived in London until the end of his life. Riahi, Mohammad Taqi, born in Esfahan, he graduated from Tehran's Officers Academy and was sent to France on a government scholarship. He attended the prestigious School of Polytechnic in Paris in parallel with his military studies and obtained a degree in hydraulic engineering. After the nationalization of the oil industry, he was appointed as the managing director of the Abadan Oil Refinery. Riahi was a member of the pro-Mossadegh Iran party. In 1952, Mossadegh appointed him as the Deputy Minister of War, and after the events of February 28, 1953, Riahi became the Chief of Staff. He was arrested after the coup and was condemned to 3 years in prison. After his release from prison, he joined the private sector. In March 1979, Riahi was appointed Minister of National Defense in Mehdi Bazargan's post-revolution provisional government. Riahi resigned from his position after 3 months and left Iran. He spent the rest of his life in Nice, France. Rouhani, Ali Mohammed. Born in Tehran, he graduated with highest honors from Tehran's Officers Academy. He served in various military posts outside of Tehran for 10 years. In 1949 he was appointed to the post of the commander of the Nadari Regiment at the 3rd Mountain Brigade. He was also promoted to the position of the deputy commander of the 3rd Mountain Brigade at Ashratabad. Rouhani was a member of the secret military organization of the devotees of the Shah and was in close contact with Zahedi before the RST coup. He was arrested on August 17 on charges of planning and participating in the RST coup. He was freed during the afternoon of August 19 and played an important role in the attack on Mossadegh's house. After the coup he was promoted in rank and appointed as the commander of the 3rd Mountain Brigade. In 1956 he became the commander of the Khuzestan Corps and retired in 1966. He passed away overseas. Sadiki, Gholamozin, born in Tehran, he was sent to Paris on a government scholarship in 1929. After having obtained his doctorate in philosophy from the University of Paris in 1937, he returned to Iran and pursued an academic career at the University of Tehran. In 1948 he founded the Institute for Social Studies and Research. In 1951, he was appointed as Minister of Post and Telegraph and subsequently as Minister of Interior by Mossadegh. During the RST and second coup he was Mossadegh's Minister of Interior and remained loyal to him. After the second coup he was arrested and imprisoned, but was eventually allowed to resume teaching at the University of Tehran. He is known as the father of the study of sociology in Iran. During the end of the Shah's reign and after the failure of Azari's military government, the monarch invited Sadeghi to become prime minister, but their discussions failed to secure Sadeghi's acceptance. Tabatabai, Ziauddin Said Zia, he is popularly known as Said Zia. Born in Shiraz, he moved to Tabriz where he concluded his studies and learned English, French, and Russian. Tabatabai moved back to Shiraz, where he published the daily Islam. After Muhammad Ali Shah Qajar closed the parliament and suspended the constitution, Tabatabai moved to Tehran to join the Constitutionalist. He participated actively in the takeover of Tehran by the Constitutionalist and published his radical dailies, Sharq, Barq, and Araid. Tabatabai was subsequently sent to Europe to pursue his education. In 1917 he traveled to Russia, met with Lenin and then returned to Iran. From 1920 he actively entered into politics, joined forces with Reza Khan and entered Tehran triumphantly with 1,400 soldiers as the new prime minister. Some 3 months after the 1921 coup, Tabatabai was pushed out of CE by Reza Khan and went to Switzerland and newly settled in Palestine. He returned to Iran in 1944 after 22 years of exile and began jockeying for power. He entered the 14th Majlis as the representative of Yazd. Tabatabai remained the real power behind the governments that speedily succeeded one another. In 1951, Tabatabai was groomed to become prime minister after Allah, but this did not happen. He was known as an ardent Anglophile and was open about having received money from the British to stage the 1921 coup. Less than 9 months after Mossadegh became prime minister, Tabatabai counseled the British embassy to remove him by force. Zahidi, Ardeshir, born in Tehran, Fazlollah Zahidi's son, obtained his Bachelor of Science in Agriculture from the State University of Utah in 1950 after having completed his high school education in Tehran. Upon his return to Iran he worked at the United States Point 4 program in Tehran, which was administered by a special agency of the Department of State. Ardeshir Zahidi was a close aide of his father during the latter's activities against Mossadegh. He played a key role in the second coup. After the coup and during his father's premiership he became highly influential in Iranian politics as Fazlollah Zahidi's personal assistant. In 1957 he married the Shah's daughter, Princess Shahnaz Pahlavi, and in 1959 he served as Iran's ambassador, RST, in Washington and subsequently in London. In 1966 he became the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Amir Abbas Hovida's government and held this position until 1971. He was again appointed as ambassador to Washington in 1973. Zahidi was retained as ambassador until the revolution in 1979. Zahidi, Fazlollah, born in Hamdan, he entered the Cossack Officers Academy and is said to have served under Colonel Reza Khan. Zahidi participated in numerous internal campaigns, demonstrated bravery, and was quickly promoted in rank. Having participated in the defeat of Esmail Aga Simik in 1922, he received the prestigious Zulfikar Medal and became Reza Khani Sardar Sepa's adjutant. From this date Zahidi was appointed to numerous commanding posts throughout Iran. In 1940 he became the commander of Iran's gendarmerie. In 1943 he was arrested by the British for pro-German activities and was released in 1945. In 1949 he was appointed as the chief of police, and during the elections to the 16th Majlis he played an important role in safeguarding the integrity of the elections, resulting in pro-Mossadegh National Front members entering the parliament. Zahidi was appointed as Minister of Interior in Mossadegh's government but resigned after a few months. From 1951, Zahidi presented himself as a viable replacement for Mossadegh and began opposing him. Zahedi played an important role in mobilizing the military against Mossadegh and systematically challenging his government. He is said to have been implicated in the abduction and murder of Afshardis. Zahedi, who was instrumental in the RST and second coups, became prime minister on the evening of August 19. He remained prime minister until 1955, at which time the Shah asked for his resignation and sent him off to Switzerland, where he lived for the rest of his life. Zairakzadeh Ahmed, born in Tehran, Zairakzadeh graduated from high school in Tehran and was sent to France in 1926 by the army to pursue his studies. He studied mathematics at the School of Polytechnic in Paris. In 1934 he entered the Iranian Navy, but was subsequently transferred to the Ministry of Roads in 1940. 1 year later he started teaching at the University of Tehran and became the editor of a left-leaning newspaper, Mardani-Kar, which was banned in 1944. Zairakzadeh was one of the founders of the Politicized Engineers Association in 1944 and the Iran Party in 1945. The Iran Party was a social democratic party with socialist and nationalist tendencies. Zairakzadeh was the RST Secretary General of the Iran Party. Zairakzadeh was one of the 20 founding members of the pro-Mossadegh National Front. In Mossadegh's government, Zairakzadeh became Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Economy and entered the 17th Majlis as a National Front candidate from Tehran. Zairakzadeh was arrested during the early hours of the RST coup, along with Jahangir Haxhinaz, Mossadegh's Minister of Roads, and Hossein Fatemi by members of the Imperial Guard. After the failure of the RST coup, they were all released. He remained loyal to Mossadegh. After the success of the second coup, Zairakzadeh went into hiding and was arrested afterwards. Zairakzadeh gradually distanced himself from politics. He left for the US after the revolution, but later returned to Iran and lived there for the rest of his life.